had to be in the bot lane department, right? But yeah, Kai'Sa was expecting
Good morning, everyone.
Caitlyn again. Biggest surprise we have so far in this stage.
True. Looking at KDA Warriors, I looked at mine, Varus. I was wrong as hell. That's just not being played at all. So they're recipes on that one.
I'm surprised Kai'Sa isn't higher though, because Viper literally had 11 kills in one game on the Kai'Sa. I just assumed he was going to carry it.
He is doing some heavy lifting here, but you look at Doggo as well yesterday, especially against T1. And yeah, I mean, we see Caitlyn often, and we see her popping off, even though it's not often from the laning phase. She finds some space later on with this protect the president composition that teams are playing.
Especially with Caitlyn being kind of like, you know, low mobility and all these things. We're like, okay, we're going to be able to see skill expression, being able to see like Viper Gala, like these players on Caitlyn. And you're like, you know what? Okay, fair enough. Looking incredible on the pick.
I want to say a lot of trends have been said by KT Rolls.
Morning, everyone.
Back to that later. For now, I want to check the bracket and what we have, because you know what? I don't even want to talk about it. You guys take it, because
it's populated heavily in the 0-2 area, I see.
It's not looking so hot there, or the G2 BLG one, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, that was tough. Hey, 100 Thieves, you can happen. It can happen. Here's some hopium. You guys want to sniff?
The biggest surprise for me is the round 3 1-1 pool. I did not expect to see those teams there at all.
A lot of champions.
Gen.G T1 in that 1-1 is absolutely insane.
Yeah, BLG in there. Like, this is a lot of champions that were good domestically, and obviously, like, whether you have a good draw or not, we expect them to, like, doesn't matter what draw you have, you should be able to succeed. So we'll see how they continue on.
Let's move on to today. The first matchup that we have is going to be KT taking on TES.
Right.
To kick us off. And before we get into the nitty-gritty of the matchup, I want to talk about how both teams got here, starting with
Yes,
Top
I
How do you hear the
but
stress in your voice? I mean, like, I guess KT and Top Esports fan have a reason for it. For Top Esports in the regular season, they got first place, obviously, and then they go into the playoffs. Didn't expect them to, like, fall behind to BLG, but yes, they still ended up qualifying to Worlds. That was their run. But yeah, that was the run for Top Esports. I was still pretty happy to see them succeed throughout the split, though.
Yeah, but I think it's so surprising to see them alongside KT representing the potential to go 3-0. Because for KT, they had that upset series against Gen.G where they fought all the way to that 5th game, finally up to taking them down. But you can see on the bracket, it didn't look too hot after that. 0-3, 0-3, not going their way.
About it. In fact, Laura, just only look at the upper bracket. I think that's the only point of this bracket that you should be watching.
And it stops here. That's all I need. We needed that win against Gen.G. They got it. I remember BDD was so happy. But when I think about KT and the run they have at Worlds, usually it's never easy. Nothing is ever easy with KT, but especially when it comes to the opposition that they have at Worlds. I remember 2023, they made it out. They made it to that quarterfinals, but oh boys, did they have to sweat for it.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like delayed karma. The fact that they had to go through all the LPL and ALCK teams, now it makes it so it's like, sure, you can have MKOI and Team Secret Whales now. Like, but
it doesn't end.
Just trying to get my
like
YouTube show open.
They could lose and still end up with a horrible match. We actually don't know what happens from now on.
A reverse sweep is possible.
It's going to be an exciting best of 5. The best of 3. That's so
sorry, what did you say there? Was there a world you used there? Was there something you said there?
Do you need some cash? Do you need some help? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so.
I swear it was not even planned, honestly. I just got carried away. But anyway, I'm going to interrupt myself here, and we're going to focus on the Mercedes featured matchup. It is Kaz versus
Hey,
Konami
Pinchless, thanks for the reset. Appreciate
I'm out of here. Bye.
Yeah, you should.
Okay, right. I think I have all of our chat stuff now. Good.
In the first best of 3 of Worlds, the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is KT Cuz facing Top Esports Konami.
Hey, how's it going?
Both of these junglers are instrumental parts of their team, elevating them to higher levels.
Cuz versus Konami, I mean, yeah, look, I was saying this yesterday, but basically if Konami gets ahead of the game, this guy doesn't lose.
Pressure is on for them.
Why is Top Esports favored over KT? Because Top Esports have been playing much better League of Legends in the first couple of games. And KT have a lot of worries from regionally that they have yet to dispel. I need to really turn that light on.
The last time Konami and Cuz faced off was in 2023 Worlds, with Konami coming out on top. Now, 2 years later,
whereas I think Top Esports have actually looked very, very dominant. I mean, KT were lucky to win against MKOI.
Who will advance to the bracket stage, and who will get knocked down?
Hey, Silly Puppy, how's it going?
I mean, I can't wait to see this matchup face off, but honestly, it feels a little bit one-sided with the way the performances have gone. I think because
yes, I think it's one-sided as well. I think that KT really need to show a level up in form because they've not. Their early game has been very poor, and I think that if you give a good early game over to top esports, they will not let go of that lead in the way that say BLG or IG could. Well, IG
find the
it's
successes
actually
that you
more
really
about
hope
BLG,
to,
but
especially against a guy like Kanavi, who has been everywhere in their games.
True.
How do you expect the matchup
Kanavi
to go? Any contested
insane.
champions here? I'm thinking of Trundle, especially, and maybe Kiana that we don't want to see on the side of.
See, I'm a little worried because
yeah, I
one
don't
team
think
is
LCK
cursed,
teams can deal
the
with
other
Kiana
team you
very
can
well.
never believe in. This is where I look to the fans. We need to know what they believe.
Absolutely. Let's
Well,
check out how the fans have voted at
this is
Massacre
not an
GG on
elimination
X, and
game. When
here
it's
comes
an
the
elimination game, I get it.
59.6% for top esports.
Top esports!
Oh!
I like those odds.
Oh my god!
I honestly love this.
People
Thank
are
you,
Top esports
fans.
top.
intentionally not believing
The
in
prediction from
KT
yesterday
so they
yet
can
hasn't
win.
been paid
We need
out
to
yet.
change that.
What's your prediction, guys?
I think it's top esports,
Yeah.
yeah, genuinely. Not even to like do the whole KT thing. It's just, I think top esports have been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how this one goes. It is the first best of 3 we have here at
My bad, I didn't realize that. I don't intend to do the predictions.
Quarterfinals. Let's find out who it will be.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited.
Stop it! Stop
There you go.
And the first thing going 2-0, CFO. I see one delicious looking oyster.
我觉得让我们这么早期就2杠0，然后就我觉得我们是有机会赢下 LPL 跟 LCK。
Philippines? I've never been to the
来让那些酸民们
My
公布
dad
想看。
has. Sam has as
我
well.
觉得我
I
们
think
下
I
一场
have.
遇到的对手是谁不重要，我们一定会赢下你们的。
In China, AL will soar.
일단 이긴 거에 대해서는 그냥 자신감도 계속 오르게 해주는 것도 있고 이기다 보면 그냥 자신감이 올라가고 그냥 전체적으로 게임 이해도가 거의 맞닿아가는 증거인 것 같아서 그냥 전체적으로 편안하고 그냥 좀 팀적으로도 좀 잘 할 수 있게 좀 믿음이 되는 것 같아요.
就大家都说我们是黑马，然后我们也证明了我们确实能赢下这些很厉害的队伍。
승리에 가까워졌지만 방심하지 않겠습니다. 더 좋은 경기력으로 보답드리겠습니다.
我们赢 T1 只是一个开始，我们会打破你们对 LCP 的印象。
And KT will claim their next opponent 2-0 here.
경기장에 왔을 때 다양한 사람들과 약간 좀 만나니까 어떤 자리보다 이제 좀 중요한 자리인 걸 좀 알았고요. 나머지 경기들이 좀 쉽지 않을 것 같아가지고 더 끌어올려야 될 것 같습니다.
Top esports, what a bounce back for this team, looking absolutely brilliant.
我觉得能够进到2杠0的组一定是非常厉害的选手吧。然后我们对阵他们会好好准备去和他们对战的。我觉得在我们的主场打出好的表现，算是会让我们粉丝会感到比较开心吧。
솔직히 이제 2승했던 과정의 경기들이 그렇게 좋진 않았는데 저희는 언제든지 다시 잘해줄 수 있는 팀이라 믿고 있어가지고 잘 준비해서 꼭 이겨보도록 하겠습니다. 저희 팀이 기세를 좀 타면은 못 막는 팀이라고 생각해가지고 상대하는 팀들에겐 좀 아쉽지만 저희가 먼저 스위스 스테이지를 올라가 보도록 하겠습니다.
我觉得我们只要发挥出我们100%的水准，我们是能赢下他们所有队伍。这一次我们将一直战下去，博至巅峰。
Okay, I've done some social mediaing, I think, a little bit. Hey, Ember, how's it going? Wait, Dokler is now a big celebrity in China? His vlog got 4 million views overnight on Chinese TikTok on Douyin? Damn, that's insane. 4 million! Wow.
KT and Top Esports. One of these teams will be advancing to the bracket stage today. The other will have to fight a little bit harder to make it out of Swiss. Welcome, everyone, for this best of 3 between these two lineups. I'm Dracos, joined by Kobe. And I'm afraid to say I'm excited because Lore's right there and she'll come hit me, and you won't see it unless you're watching the vertical feed, but I promise you will happen. But Kobe, I'm really excited, man. This is going to be sweet.
Don't worry, I'll protect you. No, I won't. I'm out of here. Okay, let's get right into the draft, though. This is a super fun
Yeah, 4 million
series,
views overnight with the Dokler's
that we're
vlog.
going to get here
Where he
between
was like,
KT
yeah,
and
Top Esports was
TES.
beating up an old
First
man.
thing on your mind has got to be like LPL Kiana. This thing coming
Like,
into the tournament. Okay, it's banned already.
First thing on KT's mind.
Yeah,
Here,
okay.
yes.
I mean, coming into the tournament,
Sam, when he's, I
the
think when he's
LPL
uses this
was way
bit as a
more
place
feared
to
on this champion than any other region.
Stuff, but I don't
And
wanna lean
so
back
for
and
good
hit
reason, I feel like a lot
KT
of
versus
other
Top
teams
Esports is
are
going to be the most
have to do
disgusting
that
game of all time.
and ban it
I think
versus
Top Esports
LPL
have a
teams,
heavy
because they just
advantage
have
here,
so many
folks.
junglers that are actually good at it. Konavi here, such a big
So
carry
Kiana's
force.
banned. I think, yeah, I think the LCK
KT have
teams will
done
now just permaban
the same carries in their comps both times. One is Orianna, which TS have banned. The other is Caitlyn. They have done back-to-back Caitlyn comps here for
Orianna
Dr.
is both away from
And
DDD,
Dr.
so that's the
talked
stronger
about it
laning
in his
picks in mid
interview
lane.
after their series as well. And he talked
Okay,
about
what's
their
your last
strategy
ban?
with
I mean, this
Caitlyn
is...
did revolve more
What gets
around
left up
their
with this?
late
What
game
about,
usage of it and sieging. And
Well,
I mean, that
Caitlyn's
it does make a bit of
Rek'Sai is,
sense
Rise
with
was,
KT
Rise is
having
gone.
a bit rough early games, but they do leave the Caitlyn open in favor of banning the Rise, which every mid laner has kind of jumped on at this tournament.
Okay, because we're
so we'll
strong.
see if KT
But you
ends
have
up
just
doing
blind pick jungle,
another
which means that
Caitlyn
Kanavi gets his
comp in
choice of
game
matchup.
number
I don't
one.
think you want to give
Don't have to
Kanavi
rush
choice
into
of
it, of
matchup
course,
if you
because
can
it is
help
a
it.
best of 3, and they're going to take away the Wukong.
Also, I don't think
first.
KT's early game has been
Wukong,
that
of course,
strong.
that
I think
strong
that
team-fighting
if
pick, if
Top
they
Esports
do
get a good
suffer
early game
little bit in
lead,
the early
it's
game, Wukong can still be that relevant threat in the team fights. Now, interestingly, Top
it's
Esports
pretty over if
not falling
Top
for the
Esports get
community
it.
perception. They're still committed to the Jarvan. It would appear, of course, it is a best of 3. The first taste of Fearless we get in Swiss. So again, as you highlighted, it's not the end of the world if the Jarvan does fall down, but you have really excellent engage, and with an early pick like the Nico, you don't guarantee lane priority, but it does set you up for success in that bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love this combination. I do think a lot of the Jarvan, failures, there have been a lot of
so
like
Jarvan for
user error
Kanavi.
with some of
So
those
Jarvan's still 0% win rate, but it is Kanavi. Like,
well, yeah, not all of them.
and if you
some
need
of
to
them.
have a good early game,
Nico,
KT
though,
are
with
probably the
Jarvan
team which will
is
give you
such
that
a good
easiest out
jungle
of like
and support
the Asian
combo,
teams.
Massive amounts of engage.
I say this here,
really
also
good
Asian team.
sneak
Sorry,
plays
the out of
where
LCK,
both of them
LPL.
can really play vision games.
Yeah, so you take Rumble away from the Jarvan.
Come up with huge jungle and support
Rumble's
synergy,
fine.
but let's take a look at the other side. They take away the
Those
Rumble, which
CFOs
is
will
a
have a
classic
meltdown of Top
combination
Esports.
you
I don't
do
think
pair
so. I
with
think
the
KT,
Jarvan
like,
for that
people have
AoE. So
realistic
we're
expectations
just gonna
about
have both
KT, which is
teams
like, look,
with
they're a
big team
flippy
fighting,
team. They might get
big
absolutely
AoE here,
blasted.
Dracos.
It was
it looks
lucky
like
for them to
the
get to
second ban
Worlds,
overlay
by a
is
lot
not
of people's
updating, but
opinion.
Aurora has been locked in the mid lane. For
Yeah, no one's going to be
They've
surprised if KT get blasted here, folks. I mean, I will be surprised if they win, because
and team
they
fighting seems to
haven't
be the
shown
name of the
that
game.
level
Honestly,
yet to
for
me.
both sides, Kai'Sa, a pick that if they do opt to lock in here, can be vulnerable in the laning phase, but we've seen really easy
Now
way
the
to play
question
the mid
is,
game, playing for those picks on
has
side.
enough
And
time
KT,
passed since
every
Top
single pick
Esports
they
last
brought to
two
the
games
table,
for people to
excellent in those big
dissect their early
5v5
game and
fist
read their
fights.
drafts?
Yeah, and
Because if
love
Top
the
Esports
Kai'Sa
get to
when we
keep
do
going on the
see all
current
these
course they're going on,
CC
they're going to be
comps
very,
that
very
are
strong. Their
looking
early
to
games were
dive
very
on
effective,
priority
and it
targets.
led into very, very strong
Nico
team
and Jarvan
fight.
set up for that very nicely. You can go in for the executes. So let's take a look.
Why is
do
2 and
they
5 Wash
wanna
getting
even
banned?
ban
Because
out,
Kanavi is
like
exceptionally good
Galio
at it.
and Ornn here since the early Rumble pick. Those
And
are kind of the really frequent
Kanavi's
answers
exceptionally
that you
good
see
at
into
it, and I
that
don't
on
think,
top
and
side.
also
So,
Vi's pretty good versus
KT, they
Wukong,
have the opportunity
because you
to
can
take away
follow
some of these
Wukong through his
options
clone.
from
If
369,
you get
who has
ulted
been
and then you
very
W,
good so
will still just
far
fly
this
through your
tournament.
clone and
There's
hit
one
you.
of those
It's
two
really annoying.
options. The Ornn
Aurora
down
B3. I mean, you've got the Nico to get Kai'Sa through lane. The power of something like Nico is that it allows you to play different bot lane champions.
LPL, but Viper was the first big name player to kind of pull it out on HLE. So see if they do want to optimize some of those bot lane 2v2.
My mic was still peaking quite a bit last time I was listening back to it, so hopefully I can. Hopefully this is fine if I turn it down a little bit. It means the audio quality a bit better.
Perfect. A guy who gets a lot of flack.
But yeah, Kai'Sa Nico.
Sometimes it's underperformance.
It's very, very strong. You can ban away the stuff which can either scale up with you or beat you in lane. I mean, well done, Peter. That early bot. You know what, folks? This is a real worry for KT because you need to kind of keep a Kai'Sa down in lane, right? You have Jarvan Kai'Sa. There's a Rumble on the other team who's very squishy and get thrown side lanes.
There are multiple
I think
ways where
Jackalope
Alistar can try and
might
like
up the hell off,
market
folks.
Nico
And I don't think Peter and Dogdown's 2v2 has been good
Alistar
at
can
all.
be
In fact, it's been
problematic in
wow,
kind
for
of
giving them the
defensive
investor as
and
well, which is a
offensive
fine matchup
ways,
into
so
the
that is a
Rumble.
very good ban. And as
And
you
also
say,
leads in with the
double
dive.
tank bans versus 369.
That's
so
a problem.
he
I think
might
Top
just
Esports
be
have got everything
fine
they wanted
locking
right
in
now, right?
something else, but they
Wait,
are
what
red
did BDD
side,
go?
so they could save
We don't even see
for,
what BDD go.
I mean, they are already playing into Rumble, so I guess they're going to show it early.
Reminder, if you are just joining us, bit of a graphical issue. We do have Aurora locked in.
Aurora on 3. Someone said it in chat.
Almost 100% guaranteed.
Aurora on 3. Annie is fine into it for
now
point
we're
and click.
rounding out
Now
the
you've
rest of the
got
composition with the Nautilus and the Corki. Corki, very conventional answer into the Kai'Sa.
Corki's pretty good into the Kai'Sa. Yeah, Corki Nautilus is pretty strong, but
down,
my problem is the
this is a
2v2
champion
has just
who
been
can
very
make
shoddy
Kai'Sa's
from
life
KT.
so
Dark
miserable
and Peter have done
in
well
the early
later,
Yeah,
but early
plus
game the
it
2v2
has
has
a
been really
dash,
quite poor.
and that is very critical when you're looking at Jarvan,
Sorry,
Nico,
that was the
you know,
wrong
Kai'Sa
second,
comps
sorry.
here with Annie as well. So you definitely
I
want
muted
some
for
mobility
side, but
on your carry
everyone
there,
lean back and hit.
and the Corki is going to fill that role. So there's the Mbessa that was hovered previously. Definitely has been
Well,
a
I
good
didn't
champ
see it
here.
though, 'cause it's right behind me, 'cause
4-3-6-9, the answer
yeah.
into the Rumble.
Okay, so they do get the
Dracos,
Mbesses. I think
this
top
one
esports
is
get
just
everything they
looking
want
to
from it.
be
They
an
have enough
absolute
engage to
bloodbath
unlock
already.
the Kai'Sa dive potential.
Huge
No one
engage
is
from
tanky
both
on the other side of
sides.
And I'm
KT.
nervous for KT,
I
if
think
I'm
that
honest. They had
KT's
such
early laning
excellent
phase in
scaling
bot
options you
lane
highlighted before.
has
They've
not
just
been
played
good
Orion
enough
and
for me to be
Caitlyn.
confident
In the
that
two
they'll be
games
able
we've
to
seen
stop
before,
Jackie Love and
they did
Hung
scale up. They
getting
were
a
able to
lead, and I
execute
do
those
think
team fights,
that
absorbing that engage.
I think
This
as
is
a
a very
raw
different
TVT,
competition. Of
Jackie
course,
Love
we've seen
Hung
stuff like this
are
domestically.
maybe
Top
best
esports in the
in
early game
LPL
are
when
forced
they're
to be
on form.
reckoned with. And
Yeah,
team fights
it's
fall
them
apart
or
quickly if you
Elkin
fall
on
behind
if
against
they are
something like
being-
Kai'Sa.
Nervousness
Like,
is
Elkin
a
are probably
very
our resident knife
similar
fighters, right?
feeling
Really,
to
not that
excitement
Jackie
as well.
and
So
Mate
Jack
Hung
and
are
Matt's
bad.
very
so
good at
dangerous.
TVT.
Exactly. And there's a reason why Jackie got
Let's get
MVP,
into it
very
though.
consistently
Game
dangerous in a lot of different lanes.
number 1 here
I'm
in the
very
2-0
surprised
bracket.
they let the Mbessa go
Dracos,
through.
this is just a celebration,
especially when
you know,
Rumble, it's a
series.
fine
Somebody
match
gets to
into the
move
Rumble.
on,
Yeah.
and even if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
lose,
I'm gonna
you
go back to
have
these
more
real quick. Go for it,
chances.
chance to do that.
100%. We're
Go for
flying
it. Do-
high.
do-
If
do-
you
do
hear
you
us
want,
today, we'll talk. You know,
the
we'll talk
return
about
of our
the
green
history of these
friend?
teams. But there's no do or die today. for
That's
either of these
fine.
lineups. It's just the elation of getting out early, being able to watch the rest of the competition,
We'll have
scrim
a
whoever
return
you
of
want. It's an
a
excellent
friend of
spot
ours,
to be
Green,
for
has been
one of
staying
these
over.
teams.
He's come to visit
Of course,
from China.
only one can make it. Someone's going to need to fight a little bit harder as we go deeper into the further rounds of Swiss. But for now, loading onto the Rift. Again, team fights, team fights, team fights.
We're hard to hear.
Not coming through from the side of KT means we expect
oh,
some
yes, I know
control
why.
of the bottom side. Nico might put a stop to that, and always prepared for a potential lane swap. You love them or hate them. They're pretty good strategically.
That ordered it. Sorry, it's because I changed settings for Amir Masters yesterday.
Some very interesting.
So that should be a bit better.
Audience as well. Let's get on to the ref. So one of the big topics here between
Should
these
be able to
two
hear
teams
us now. There we go.
especially is the difference in early games.
Apologies, Trinity.
KT has not had very powerful early games, have definitely been a bit slow, and Doctum even was talking about that in his interview as well. And so going up against TES, who is one of our teams that have had the best early games, it's one of the reasons
Let's go,
why
KT, battle Kanavi's champs. That's going to be very hard.
TES
Kanavi's
have
quite
been
good.
so heavily lauded. Really
If anyone was going to make Jarvan work early on, I think it probably is top esports with Kanavi right now. Though again, as Alex was noting, this is
the LPL.
playoffs.
And I think it's
top
important that
esports.
we'd like to crack jokes a
So
lot
to
when it comes to
speak.
this team, but don't let the memes and the history
Pressure
affect you
top
from
esports,
how
very
lethal
different
this
beasts.
team really is, right? Good reason that they were able to make it here. Good reason why they were in the finals of the LPL. And Cream, of course, on this utility champion. Annie falling down in Prio, obviously nerfed a ton over the last few patches, adjusted here and there, but still can be that lethal engage option as Doctem and Peter zoned away from the
Hi,
lane
guys.
early on, but Frost Bomb does mean that Doctem's at least able to get some of this CS.
Yeah. Early brush ward for TES.
I'm worried about the Annie pick with J4. It can be very, very annoying.
Here with the
TS gone bit meh.
melee support matchup.
I've been polite for you. Just to agree. You're not a fan? Like, the thing is, top esports comp makes sense, right? It's very much a one-item spiking comp with the Kai'Sa there to really accelerate off a lot of the stuff. But basically, the moment you hit level 6, your ability to pick a person or pick a group of people at absolutely full send is ridiculous. KT are
not down towards the bottom side.
a bit more
going to do
front to back. They've got a bit more AoE with the Rumble and the
Wukong, of course, is one of
Aurora.
the
They play
slippery
team fights
junglers
really
that
well,
can wrap
but they
around,
have got to be very
and
afraid
going
of
towards
some
the
of those
Nautilus
individual
lane
pieces
always
getting
does have the
snap engaged on from quite a long way away by
possibility
quite a
of
heavy
visit,
load of
and
CC.
Nautilus having
Annie
some,
into Jarvan, into
setup
Nico,
for
into
him to
Kai'Sa and
lane
Bessa following
burn
up
some
will
himself.
lead to the death of pretty much anybody on.
Right, the early game is my worry too, because I think that one of the things that Shadow was saying in the interview, saying that Jarvan needs to get a lot done early, which is kind of obvious, right? But basically teams have not been able to do that. I think top esports have had one of the best early games at the tournament through getting Kanavi ahead, and I don't think Doctem and Peter have been very good in TVT. In fact, that's been a huge worry for them. So if they don't manage to control this bot lane, I think that you're going to have, you know, Peter just tried to walk around the back. They've lost wave control. Of course, against Nico, you're not unlikely to. But they've got the push. Jarvan's completely fine going bot to top. Maybe there's a chance that Cuz goes onto bot lane. This is the chance for them to do something. If they win this early gank, then I'm more happy about KT.
Needs to have some value here. Where is the Jarvan? He's top side, so they've got to have an idea that's a possibility. He might look mid. He's been spotted. Good ward. Good ward.
Look, top esports early warding. This is why I'm confident in top esports early game right now. Until teams get a chance to slow down and dissect their early game, like these wards and stuff, top esports have a big advantage. Now, when it comes to best of fives,
That's dead. Wonderful combo.
JDG. Oh, flashing the JDG logo.
JDG, there we go.
Clean play, good setup from
Yeah, I think that
very easy for him to snap.
Top Esports, I think, have the most convincing early game out of any of the teams at the tournament so far.
Go to the Annie lane, you get the stun.
I'm actually going to record this as a video. I'm going to be lazy so I can do a little bit of co-streaming while I'm doing it. I'm here with Nymaera.
First you stun.
I'm wearing my rogue jersey.
Oh, you are as well. You got very nice. I'm not. I've got a Star Wars top on, but that is important because you two could join us on day 3, Revenge
Of the LPL.
of the LPL. Exactly. After everyone was doubting us, we've got 2 teams on the verge of going through in Swiss stage. Currently watching KT versus Top Esports. Come watch us live on twitch.tv/Nymaera_ and YouTube and all the rest of it.
Because the UI is different, we need to move the camera because it's covering bottom 2.
Oh, they changed the UI.
Yeah, because they've had UI bugs.
Clears out some of that vision around mid lane. And they'll see what they can do about it.
And I think the frustrating thing about this for
yeah,
both
that's
BDD and
fine.
I will say, I was watching what Cable had as he was coming some of the hot bar and just having himself down there for the eye.
I know he was, but I think that's bad, and I don't think you should cover shit.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think you should cover any info there, and I think that camera's in a fine spot when we do it before.
It's true. This is fine now. We'll do. I'll keep it here for now.
Cool.
Is now moving down to the rafters, but
Plus also like our camera setup is a little bit more janky, so having it bigger is not
always
always a benefit.
True.
You know, he positions to the upward side of the lane.
Cream again, no flash. Navi happy to just
All he's going to do is
zone
jump him
away.
out and just make sure it's going to take a little bit longer to get back to lane. Takes about a quarter of HP, whatever, it's fine. Waves pushed against him. Obviously no flash on Cream, and BDD didn't survive long enough to
experience on
flash.
some of those minions that are dying up by the tower. So even though you're not you know, actually taking him down or burning his flash, it still is
What
a
is
gank
Vestian
worth
posted?
going for. Pushes him
I
out,
think
a
he's
little bit of
posted a
damage on the
trap.
Aurora, make him miss a couple of minions.
And he doesn't hit the bear, crucially.
Doesn't need to hit the bear. Just needs to chunk BDD out. BDD now has to reset again. It's laning.
I think the damage goes through.
Damage went in. You're probably right, given that he does have 3 stacks ready to go. Either way,
We're watching that in the break, by the way. This is absolutely happening.
We'll get it on before CFO play.
She pushes the wave. That's as simple.
No, we're gonna get Vestian on to come and chill out.
Ooh, they really want this. Okay, a bit much.
So what I've noticed with people using heal in bot lane, I have noticed this, is like realistically, if you're low enough HP to get value out of heal, you can just use it in the same way that Poke was Ignite. Use heal for sustain rather than and a burst of move speed for an extra auto attack, and that's fine. That's been a big thing for the meta like the later the years gone on. So you use the heal not to kind of confirm a kill, but you do it to just get a tiny, you get the full sustain out of it, because no one's got the anti-heal down at that point. And like 1 or 2 extra autos and you're fine.
Comfortable early game for TES. We did expect them to be a little bit more powerful in terms of, you know, on paper what they'd be able to bring, but setting themselves up for success with this.
I think people might just want to gamba, and I'm not going to lie. I think people, you give them a reason and they will gamba channel points. Harold did gain like 150,000 points from that 2-1 CFO game.
Krugs for Dragon is a very
what's happening around the rest of the map?
669's
going to be down about 5 CS as this wave crashes in.
Any sort of top side, you know, dive
mid lane, fine. Jungle slightly for Kanavi.
Also, you really want that level 6.
Bot lane, I think it is a bit of an issue that Corki hasn't gotten a lead versus the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, that's what the Nico's offering you.
Yeah, exactly.
Once he has level 6 and can go for a flash.
I am paying attention, guys. I'm just tweeting at the same time.
I think, you know, later into the game, you know, KT, they absolutely can fight. But my worry is that Top Esports kind of get everything they wanted in terms of dive combo, some early game strength. Their team fighting power is fine, you know.
But not too worried.
My worry is that KT have given up some early fights and they've had to kind of scrap their way back into it. I think we've arguably seen that in both games actually. Oh, Cream. Whatever. I mean, okay. That being said, look, folks, when it's Annie, a lot of time you use your ult for poke. That wasn't. Is it the most important miss ever? No, but it does actually mean that BDD has HP to fight around. Like. Grubs are just spawning now. And now Tibbers is down.
A little bit of movement over here towards the Void Grubs as well. Looks like Cuz wants to grab one before.
So they want to push in mid lane, keep BDD from being there.
Smite, so Smite bite.
Going in. Cuz grabbing the initial.
Uses W. Cream doesn't have flash. So forces flash out of him. Doesn't have flash cyclone. That's fine. Trading Cataclysm for flash though is actually fine.
Really wanted that cheeky steal, but it just does not work out.
Yeah, okay, and that's going to be a full rotation. So look at the cost for
so
this play.
That's 2-1 grubs for Top Esports. Corki gets 1 play bot side on a wave. Still even in CS because Kai'Sa took up a mid wave, took up a top lane, so he's missed the wave here. I guess it's 369. No, it would be Cream. Cream missed the wave because he shared it with Jack 11 mid lane.
Get the flash.
I'm going to need you to explain what's happened in the last 30 seconds once I've done the tweeting things. I'm certain you'll have said really cool things.
Guys, a hot take. I'm actually quite enjoying the new overlay.
I am too.
Look, this is look, I think particularly, hang on a second. That's not, that's, okay, so what that does means that they can't dive if he is on weak side now, but if Dogdam kind of sticks to that HP. Yeah, I think with the amount of random extra objectives that we have, with, you know, Grubs on there and Atacon, look how bloated the top bar is compared to how it used to be. I think that particularly the top part has been a lot better, and actually removing the champion portrait on the side and putting it to the bottom to condense it, it is more efficient use of space. I think, look, I didn't like the new overlay before. Oh yeah, Jarvan standard very good for killing turrets. I don't think they win those race though, did they? Does Cream die here? Oh, good stun.
Oh, he's out.
Bot turret goes in favor of KT, right? They win this?
Yeah, they do. Nice.
It's not too far off. I mean, they lose the first turret marker, but in terms of objectives, so top esports have 2 objective markers. So if they get kills and then 1 more objective, then they get up. First turret doesn't hatch. I don't think it matters that much here, actually. Top esports are doing fine.
Seems like it's just going to be caught by each of the solo
overall lead is non-existent. I'm surprised they don't have a backup HUD, you know? I'm surprised they don't have that. I suppose this is the backup HUD, but I'm surprised they don't have like a second nice backup HUD. But then again, I guess that's a whole system you have to
teams are so
do.
content to just handshake these objectives, trading sides of the map.
Yeah, right out of Champ Select, we're like, all right, it's coming down to these big team fights.
It's gonna be a fist fight.
Yeah, we've got huge team fights ahead of us.
Jackulov and
because both of them have so many
Dogdam
weapons.
both getting good gold. By the way, folks, oh yeah, there's a call for Kai'Sa, but not Corki. I'm not sure about that, huh?
Try to get the bait. Oh, didn't quite get it.
Both Cream and Hung going short in the roll so far.
Little unfortunate.
Avoid now. No Nico ultimate does make it less explosive. These team fights. I'm trying
yeah, I mean the Grubs are similar, right? With the Annie ult being used to, well, missing the chunk on Aurora. It wouldn't have killed, but it would have been nice to get that chunk. Right?
Yeah, they have.
I didn't see it.
For the most part.
Yeah, Cream was Cream missed an ult, just shorted it, and unfortunately. But it's for Annie, it's like you can just drop an ult for poke, whatever. So I mean, missing out on a poke trade is not the worst.
And is that the one where BDD then had to reset? Is that the one in mid lane?
Well, you didn't have to reset because the ult missed.
Okay, so I thought it saw the damage.
No.
Okay, I think it did one then. That's fine.
He did not hit Tibbers.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think, okay, regardless of everything else, Jackulov is in a very good spot, folks. Oh, Cuz does not have flash. He is now probably dead. Alright, Kanavi getting stuff done on the job. It's a Kanavi there, folks.
Kanavi there.
The problem is, I was saying this to Sam yesterday, Kanavi doesn't lose if he's ahead of the game.
Yeah,
I can count on one hand the amount of games where Kanavi's been ahead individually and lost the game. There was actually one in playoffs, the Neferi one you were mentioning.
Yeah, very unusual for that.
Where he did end up losing while having like 9 kills or something. But Kanavi just doesn't lose when he's behind the game, ahead of the game.
It just feels like they have been so controlled and just executed so effortlessly.
Small indie overlay.
All of their games here. This is going to turn into
so top esports going to get the feats of strength marker off of objective for this. Yes. I don't think Peter wants anything to do with this.
No.
Zero follow-up. I think top esports are very happy with this early game. Slightly ahead in gold, objectives on the table, scaling up with the Kai'Sa.
At least Dogdam's picked up a lot of plates now. He's picked up another one mid, he's got a lot of bot. That's probably good news for KT.
He has, but Jackulov also got the plates on top side, and Kai'Sa has a cull. So while Corki is pretty good into the Kai'Sa, I think that Jackulov, typically you want the Corki to be a little ahead. That's not going to be the case here.
Yeah, I can see that. And that cull caching will be a big one, I imagine. Because Kai'Sa 2 items can run this game pretty heavily.
Kai'Sa gets blue buff steal.
This is of course KT's response to the Drake, knowing that TES.
Sure, this is the one that's taken earlier. Eclipse on Ambassador is a silly item. Although I think Eclipse is a massively overbought item still. The item has just been very, very nerfed from its prime state. It's good on Ambassador, but just because you use Shield Bash so well. And with your W and the Eclipse, you end up getting 2 Shield Bash procs in a short trade.
Is that why you run Door and Shield, to have a shield to bash people with?
Exactly, so you've learned it. It's like in Season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where he says, blah blah blah, attack the moon!
It just has that tank that shoots the moon.
It's not a tank, it's a knight with a sword.
No, yeah, I thought he had that tank thing that shot it.
It will be the big catalyst for potentially our first.
And it was a giant rock dude with a sword that stabbed the moon.
They really have been looking towards mid.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 1 is a bit of a fever dream.
What were my predictions? I thought top esports might 2-0. this is not the point where top esports worries internationally come in.
Yeah.
Like, realistically, that comes in an elimination series. When it comes into elimination best of fives, I mean, let's be honest as well, like, one of the other times was against T1. And you really blame them for T1 losses? Nice.
Doing a lot of work there with
No, he
that
gets out,
Triforce,
it's good.
but Kanavi is
Does have
able
the
to
Ben's
walk
flash?
away.
Yeah,
Pizza
that
as
is
well, then.
double Triforce burst
so.
action right there. That could get spicy very quickly. So Kanavi has to flash, forced away instantly here, but nobody goes down. So we continue.
And second series, I think AL CFO.
And the decider
I think it's
going to be.
I think it's a close series.
Up the Dragons.
2-1 maybe?
Oh, nice combo.
But he's already marked up. Nice initial escape across the bail. Comes out.
Barrier?
Kanavi, they got a Nico here.
Nico's on the way, trying to catch all possible options. Nice footwork from BDD. One more
He's
second.
dead. He has no flash roll. He's very dead. Alright, so Kanavi's probably dead here actually. He should not be playing like this. You should not be this far up on this side. You just made a big play on the other side. This is the criminals. This is the criminal sin number 1 of macro. You don't make plays. Yeah, but they're taking bot tier 1 as well, and Jackal gets a bunch. I mean, it is not great giving up the mid lane turret, though. You're absolutely right. If it does go down, yeah, it should be.
Capitalizing on the previously
maybe not
blown
quite.
flash, going blow for blow here, Daniel.
And super important that they're able to do so.
Isn't the big game state really bad for KT?
I
I would have thought that actually top E... Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you do have... Because I would have thought top esports wanted the early lead with this comp because they have Annie Jarvan. But then again, I think that Corki actually scales better than some people realize.
Mid in the process as well, so KT really swinging things back into their favor.
I don't think it is in their favor. They're behind a significant amount of gold. Yeah, the mid lane turret's big, but the problem is now you have an Ambassador Kai'Sa dive combo, which is ridiculously online. You've got a cull for Jackulov. He's got another tower kill. Of course, Corki matched that in the mid lane. I think Jackulov is going to pop the hell off, folks. I think Jackulov's going to pop the heck off.
Hung is just going to go be the battle ward, the person ward.
Yeah, but I do agree, Darkworld. I think that giving up an early advantage to this team is really bad.
Yeah.
Managed to get the W on point as well. I mean, you can see that BDD actually does find the kill angle there. It's a good barrier. If he doesn't do that, he dies, obviously. That's a weird cue. He has nothing left.
Times as you want, but you're not going to escape Ambessa.
Yeah, you got 4 seconds till those
Yeah,
Kanavi shouldn't have been here.
Kanavi
shouldn't have been here.
Cooked as well, right? Know that he has no flash, trying to get some vision back, seeing the play on bottom side, but does cost him his life.
Yeah, and so these flashes that have been invested from both sides for each team, those are going to be an area to look at for the big team fight that actually does happen, but Perfect's going to be without his. Same thing, obviously, for Kanavi and BDD. So neither solo laner for KT going to have that extra option. It's going to be a little bit dangerous, honestly, in their approach. You know, for TES, which, by the way, I think the overlay is a little bugged. Doesn't show the other dragon. They have 2 dragons. They have Cloud as well.
Cloud and the Chemtech.
So for TES, of course, they're going to have the
Right, okay. I think I've done all the social media I need to.
coming down here to stack up. But KT, good early positioning. They get the
I
vision
do some
set up
bits,
preemptively.
TPing mid to make sure that they get the
Okay, so the overlay's back. We can move.
Did
Did you move the camera?
I did, yeah.
Doesn't have the flash as you highlighted before, but does have access to the teleport.
Basically
KT
it was
very
before
grouped
anyway.
up though. They don't have any
When we
way
were doing
to
it
flank at the moment.
before.
Could see a TP coming in from bottom wave.
Pretty even in terms of gold. I just think that Jackalov's in a really good... I mean, I guess it's more even between Dogtown and Jackalov than I thought, but I just think that Jackalov's in a really good spot now. If the combo works out from top esports before the hook lands from Pizza, it's pretty doomed. And even if Pizza... That's okay, actually.
No, he got harmed.
It doesn't matter. He's already used his ult. I'm best into the backline. Oh, Jarvan. Okay, now the Cyclone's really good. Oh, poop. Jackalov, is he alive? He is. Okay, Jackalov trying to kill off Dogtown. Oh my god. Does Dogtown live? He does. Oh, top esports. That was the fight you really need to... They do a bit, don't they?
They do a bit.
Hung's engage was not fantastic, actually. I thought it was fine because you catch some people out. What happens with Cream? What happens with Cream? Kanavi. So Jackalov gets Nautilus ulted, that's fine. He can still ult into the play.
Then you look at the other side where they
Jackalov steps onto the equalizer, but he wants to kill the jungler, that's fine. So Jackalov's doing fine here, he kills the jungler. And now they do get the dragon as well.
Yeah. They just can't quite close down Dogtown, and BDD still had
I
out.
think the flash from Jackalov could have been used to kill BDD instead, trade 1 for 1 there. That's not bad for KT, actually. That's not bad for them. Now, Kuz had a good fight on the Wukong. Perfect had a good fight. Had a very good fight in the Rumble. You know, it's a 3-0 Rumble now, which is pretty scary.
And then playing cleanup in the fight. The way Cuz isolated Kanavi so he could not do
Do you think
anything
the
was
triple
fantastic.
BDD bans will be continued throughout the tournament for KT? I mean, he's the most important player for the team, and if BDD loses some choice picks, then yes, I think they will continue. Because he is the most important player to KT bottom. I had him like ranked 3 in my top 20.
You have to worry about every 5-minute timer. Every 5-minute timer is going to cause a spike of excitement.
Yeah, and we do have a
It shouldn't be a 5v5, they need to make a pick first. That's definitely one of top people esports comp strengths. I don't think they straight up lose 5v5s, but yeah, they should be able to
slip up and go down around one of those timings. Make
the most of that. I mean, top esports do still have themselves feats of strength. They got themselves Dragon off of that, so they did get the objective. The Dragon stacking is working fine.
KT knowing they don't have a huge window to reset, but will need to be in the area.
Or if Cuz just steals one. Cuz is
Overlay
good at
broke
stealing
again.
objectives.
Oh wait, did the overlay break
Treated
again?
force
Top
Q
esports and
on
soul point? Okay, so the Dragon's not showing up. So there's a Dragon not showing up. I was thinking, hang on a second, they've got more than that.
Steal one Dragon on one timer.
We were really excited
In
about
perfect ended up being quite scary here.
He immediately got a kill.
Yeah, I was mentioning that too. The Rumble is
Zonya's second is actually quite good here as a dive as well.
I was about to say, because one of the ways you lose this game is by getting jumped on sides.
But yeah, so
Jackie Love is scary. He has the 2 items. That being said, Corky's getting that soon too. Very even between the AD carries.
Setting up for them preemptively as well. And right now, KT getting a lot of topside vision for the Otacon arrival.
While you can see
2 items on Ambassador is really scary for KT though. I don't even have many people that deal with the Ambassador well.
They're going to pull it immediately.
KT just going to try to pull the trigger, make the fast play happen. Kanavi moving in, control wards matched.
Okay, they should know this is going down. Yeah, they know this is going down. Now the thing is, top esports can sometimes get a little bit spooked if you play very fast against them and take them out of their comfortable rhythm. So we're going for a flip. We're going for a flip. Teleport coming in from the Ambassador. They might go onto the teleport. Okay, they need to, okay, so he uses the ult to get out.
Ooh, hang on, jump forward.
It's not bad. That was onto the climb. The
Blossom's not bad. It's not enough. Where's Jackie? Oh, he's there. Okay. Perfect's gone golden.
Cream's having a bad game.
Yeah. Oh, Peter!
Okay, so that's 2 for 1. Oh, he fucks it up. He messed it up. So they go back to the Atakan. They're going back to it? Oh my god, okay. But Dogdown's really high HP.
Kanavi the hope.
I mean,
Jackie Love here as well.
doesn't Dogdown just kill him? Top East was losing this pretty badly around the objective actually.
Full health. Zoning with the rockets.
Damn.
Okay, just play for the soul instead.
Guys,
That's the
Cream
idea.
is having a bad game.
He is.
He ulted the Wukong climb, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
so they can secure
Oh, Cream, not like this, man.
without the threat
This happens
of
every
the
time.
smite fight. KT come up big in another team fight.
Yeah, KT,
And
I
they're
mean,
waiting
bloody hell,
for
if
the
KT goes
arrival
3-0, man,
of
That would be
369.
hilarious. It'd be the most
Really
KT
good
thing
job. He was able
possible.
to immediately go for the engage himself, use his ultimate, go unstoppable. But the
Yeah,
counter
Hung
is
also
so
get a great
big. Cream
pop
gets
blossom.
Hung and Cream are
annihilated
having
by
bad
Perfect.
games.
And they're able to chase through on the outside.
And Cream, of course,
Which is a
tries to catch
problem.
Cuz, hits the Wukong.
I mean, at
slow,
least
isn't
top
able
users
to
don't
have
get
that effect.
blasted,
We know how it should
blasted.
work. Jarvan puts him in a circle, everyone pushes their buttons, but KT are splitting up the fight so nicely, collapsing on 369, but not staying clumped to leave themselves vulnerable to this TES composition. Gold, super close.
And yeah, top
Otacon to
esports are
KT,
not
but
managing
it
to
is
find the
still
fight
sole
before the
point
play gets set up.
decided.
KT are playing very quick and just saying, look, we're going to 5v5, not giving him a chance to go for like a pick combo.
On the bottom side.
You do have 2 item Ambassador now. That is kind
big
of
one,
huge.
yeah.
2 item Ambassador does
2
silly
item
things.
Jarvan's not bad either, to be fair.
KT returning
Yeah, but I
yet
trust
again
the 2 item
to
coming
the
up for the
Dragon
week
area,
on a
20
lot more,
seconds before
obviously.
the arrival of this particular Dragon Soul
Okay,
opportunity.
so this would be Soul for top
very
esports,
grouped.
folks.
Cream, no flash, but it's
And
coming
it is
up
Hex
now.
Soul.
369 doesn't have access to his. Jackie Love will have the summoner available.
I actually don't know whether that's Nico or Jarvan yet.
Not gonna have access to a crucial summoner spell. But
Okay,
because
so
with
can
flash
top
is
esports get themselves either the Dragon or a pick before the fight? I don't think I trust them in a straight 5v5. 369 very strong, spotted on Surprise Bloom. BDD will spot him there. Blastgun's gone for one of the options down. Peter lands onto Kanavi, that's really, really bad for top esports. Smite's gone. That's not a bad thing. Okay, perfect die here.
Smite, dude. Is it going to matter?
Hang on. I actually think 369 can...
1v2. Let's get one.
Oh, Jackie. They still have Ambassador. They still have Ambassador. They can actually fight, you know? They can actually fight.
Cuz is looking for Jackie.
I don't think you can get him. You can't get him. Not with flashy. I actually think 369 can fight this. He has no W. Has no W. Yeah, 369 can do this.
Push by Doctor. Oh! Nice done.
Yeah, they can do this. They have the 2 item Ambassador. Oh, that's close.
Dog down.
Oh, Jackie, you shouldn't have walked forward to their friend. I mean, if you're going to do that, Jackie had to walk forwards earlier. And he didn't. So, like, we were calling this, right? You can actually fight around the 2 item Ambassador. man. So top esports missed the dragon because Kanavi gets hooked by Peter. They don't get the pick beforehand, and when actually they could fight around the 2 on Bessa, they didn't use their summoners very effectively. They were kind of half-assed it.
Yeah, I think Jackie was out, and the call to turn was not one he was expecting. It's a good pop loss, but
they clearly were one they were expecting because they were angling for it.
Well, Jackie was back at the turn, turns around, but by that point it's too late, right?
But we were calling it like way earlier. So like right here, he should be knowing. Like he should be knowing that they're looking for the call.
Yeah, because clearly he's saying something different there, for sure.
To make sure they can get the kill, but that was an offensive flash. And
so where does Jackie get slowed by? Oh, it's the Amber, the Atacon.
But he should, at that point, just get out, trade it as the 1-for-1 or whatever it was. Like, why would you ever turn around there? So that's not a good decision making. And he loses some
I agree, but I'm saying like it looks like slightly like split comms. Is what I'm saying.
KT, real credit to them. They're playing very fast now in the mid and late game, which means top esports can't go for pick combos, and they're not able to. Like top esports are not able to kind of just walk to objectives, secure it, and then kind of play on their terms. KT are kind of getting them away from the playbook, which is very important to them.
That will always be a threat to just turn the game on its head. And the person
yeah, I mean, Cream is actually even gold with BDD despite being down a bunch of CS. Big lead for Doctor, he's not died this game.
Yeah, he is.
Because there's never a clear moment for him to go in.
If they catch Doctor in the right moment.
The Ambassador could still be a real problem here. But I will say that 369 with a kind of so big lead on Ambassador hasn't exactly been my most inspirational.
He actually played very well that last fight though. So
he did.
Even though the gold has been close.
J4 is such a bait. I don't think the Jarvan is the problem here, folks. I don't think the Jarvan is the problem here. He did well early. The team comp is actually pretty good.
They try and punish Kanavi, a little chunk, but he gets out this time.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's spellbook, I know, but I tend to think exhaust is pretty valuable at this point in fights.
Depends if he gets access to something else.
Gone for the heal.
Well, that's his base summoner.
Yeah, but he switched it over to it.
Presumably at some point we'll finish a full second.
No, that's what he starts with, so he's switching to something else now. So the heal's like his base thing.
Yet his Cream throws down the bear, but it's not doing a whole hell of a lot.
That's probably a dead Cream.
Just grab a solo kill. Perfect. And Docdam there to spectate.
Nice job. Perfect soaking the cooldowns.
Top esports are being forced to play quite defensively here. This has been a good game from KT. This is the best game they've played at World so far in terms of like actual like macro decision making.
And KT, now they can really open up the actual gold lead because they had one fight after fight after fight, but those fights were very necessary, Dracos, because they have been down 3 dragons the majority of the game. Now they've got,
yeah, those fights are necessary. Kobe's calling right there. They do need these fights, otherwise like Hexol just ends everything, right? And there is still every chance that still top esports. This is what top esports have traded some of their gold for, is getting 3 dragons, so they can get potential of Hexol.
And Hexol would be massive this game.
Of this TES lineup did grab that kill onto Cuz in the previous exchange around the bottom side, so holds on to a gold lead of his own.
Kai's got 3 items now.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm still kind of afraid of Docdam on.
Oh yeah, you should be. He's absolutely terrifying right now.
He's presumably going Infinity Edge. Could go GA.
Some of these fumble engage from TES. Still time though. We talked about it, right? All it takes is one big anti-stun, one mysterious minion.
Oh, just out.
Hung has also had a bad game.
Hung's had a bad game.
Hung and Cream have had a bad game. We might be able to trade 1-for-1 though.
No, they're not. I think Peter's out, and then the equalizer on 2. Yeah, this is it.
Living up to his namesake.
Oh no, good work from Kanavi.
Still have Jackal flash ult, so he's not dead here.
So good. You are not catching him.
Hung and Cream are completely sprinting it, man.
Come for me again with these
they're trying to catch one with us. They're going to go. Doctor's just ready for it every time.
Of TES. That's the second time they've tried that play. He's gotten away both times. It's dangerous to look at a play like that and say, this time it will be different. KT.
Because Hung's been really good for top esports this summer.
BDG about to blow up Jackie.
Good flash, very good flash. Actually, does he trade
Ambassador?
Okay, use Docdam. He did. Hang on a second. Does Jackal go into the ult? I think he does try.
Docdam's dead.
Jackie was really. Yeah, 369.
He's going to kill them all, unfortunately, I think, but not before taking quite a lot of damage.
Hung is going to die because he proto belted in to try and do nothing as a support Nico. I mean, they do kill Docdam, but at what cost? They get 2 out of that.
So they lose Dragon, yeah.
So they lose Dragon for that now, too. Dude, Hung and Cream are sprinting it.
Hung and Cream are sprinting it. They are.
Grabbing another dragon. Team fight after team fight after team fight. They come out ahead. This time, it is 369 and Jackie Love actually assassinating the Corki. but everybody else had already taken so much damage that then they were deep in enemy lines. And they go
So
down
KT get another dragon,
KT,
get some more gold
another
ahead. They don't get
victorious
Baron.
team fight. Here's the
BDD is
opener where they
really
burst
threatening.
down
It's a good flash
Jackie.
attack.
It's
It's a good flash
BDD
attack.
around over this control ward.
Okay, so what happens to Cream in this
Huge
fight?
burst
Because
onto
he's full
Jackie.
HP.
So then
You'd
by
think
the
the Annie
time
would be able
that
to do more.
369
He's
goes
get
in
jumped on by
and ults
Kuz.
on him,
And he
Jackie
gets hit by
goes
Nitro
into
Harpoon as
answer
well, I
as
think.
well, and he can actually finish off the Corki.
Yeah, Kuz and
but
Perfect
he's
having a
already
very
chunked
good
down
game,
to half
actually.
health, and they already
Peter's
killed
somewhat
the front
running it,
line.
not
The
gonna
rest
lie.
of KT
Hung
are
has
able to
done
finish the
almost
job.
nothing.
Yeah.
He did okay in lane, but he's done
The
almost
slight
nothing
difference
this
in the
entire game.
composition
Yeah.
is they're all happy to throw down ultimates to play
Navi's
these
early
fights based around
game
their
was
ultimates,
fine,
but
but his
the
position for
extended
team fight's
fights,
been pretty
the
garbage too.
Rumble,
Yeah,
the Roar,
positioning
Kong are
around the
so
dragons
much
in the
more
way he
powerful.
did around the
I've
Levels
not
6
seen a
is
good
not great.
Cataclysm in a
Is that
while.
shotgun
It
that
has
goes
to be
alongside
said.
it. If you hit those multi-man ultimates together, you can see the path for TES to win a fight, but it just has not been happening. So another 4 minutes where KT don't have to be concerned about that soul, slowly getting closer to it themselves, and in a pretty nice position.
Oh, interesting. That's a verdant barrier for Jackie.
Yeah, going
So,
Banshees next, that makes sense.
I still think
Makes sense, yeah, you can
Jarvan
ignore
is a
stuff like the
fine-
first
fine
skill and
champion.
the Aurora combo
You know,
or the hook
kit's good,
from Nautilus. It's actually
good
kind of big.
engage, lots of early
I actually
game
think BDD
options.
has quietly been doing. I think
But
we're going to
maybe
see
he's
some pretty good
cursed.
BDD
Well,
numbers at the end of this
He's
game.
Sammy's 2K up now.
Yeah, he is.
Willing to
Yeah, he
entertain
is.
curses.
There's a lot of sports superstition.
No, and this is, I mean, we're into like proper late game now.
Because it's
Top
looking
Esports
like
have,
he's headed
they do have
towards
Soul Point, there's
0-9
missing a
at the
dragon
tournament.
there.
Kanavi
That's
cannot
insane.
win with
I think they've
Kong.
just decided,
Surely
look,
no one
we
can
want the
win
new
with Kong.
overlay
That
despite
would
the
be my
dragon not
Anyway,
being there.
Which is fair.
revisit
We could
I
be
think.
later. We could be wrong.
This is just, broaching the topic here of possible superstition
It's
and
like
curses.
Yeah, as far as we know, guys,
You know,
there is
there's
an
never
additional
really a
dragon for
right
top
time
esports.
sometimes.
Just to
You
note,
gotta
they are on
have
Soul
a
Point, not just two
conversation,
dragons. So.
Nice backstep coming in. Hung gonna be
Oh,
initially caught out.
dear.
369
That's
retreat.
very
Redemption
good from
coming down
Kuz. I mean, it is
the
onto
sky. Kuz still having to
Hung.
keep chasing forward. TES zoned away from the pit, but here comes BDD as well.
Cream gets the
flashed out.
stun.
Kanavi gonna be caught up by the ultimate coming in from
I
Nautilus, and
don't think
down
Jack
he
can fight
goes.
this.
BDD
Kuz is having a good game
on a
now.
rampage.
Yeah. Okay,
The
folks,
team
maybe
fight is
it is a
seamless
job
from
on Diff late
KT.
game.
Again,
Maybe it is a job on
another
Diff late
really
game. But
good
realistically,
ultimate
Cream
here
and
from
Hung have just
Perfect.
been completely
Right when
sprinting
Kuz
it.
goes
Yeah, they
in
have.
on
I mean,
the
like,
Wukong,
the thing is, I
they
think the
delete
Jarvan could
their
absolutely
target
work if you
just
hadn't
like
had
that.
your
It's
Nico
5v3
and
for KT.
Annie
They can take
just
Baron
run it.
and
That's
they can
0,
defend
6,
it.
and 4. They are 2 and 11 combined.
Wow, okay.
Cream coming in very slowly. Doesn't have
Just wanted to get the chunk out. So if you do this, they can't do Baron easily. Because that's taken off half the HP from like 3 members. It's actually pretty damn good. You
And
know the
then
double
Jack-
onto it?
Jack is beginning to
They
get
don't have
doubles.
smite, but they actually might still be able to 3v5 this, folks. They actually might be able to 3v5 this. That's a really good poke out from Dogdown.
4v5 now,
Hung
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 He's
has
got he's got
flash and ult.
And ult, yeah, exactly.
Cream is dead.
Oh, Cream.
And he misses his ult.
Oh, Cream. Oh, Cream.
Left standing. Another double kill for Dogdown. Pack it up, boys. KT not messing around.
Yeah, they get their Baron and some extra kills on top of it, Dracos. Now can they chase down a couple more? Hung is going to be able to snare, is going to be able to walk away this time
Cream. He's
around.
been
But now
he's been pretty
KT
solid
wearing
like for
purple
most of this summer.
with a comfortable gold
Oh
lead.
god.
This is going to be a wild
He's
Red
been
Bull
solid
Baron
this year,
combo. It's
folks.
gonna
I mean,
transition beautifully
I guess
into
this
the
is what
next
Hom was
straight.
saying, you know, when certain players are just like mentally there is a bit of a block there. I was thinking it was mainly about Jacklove, but maybe
I see Laura
maybe
over
it's
there.
more
She's got
about
a
Cream
really
as
big
well.
smile. I don't
Yeah,
know. She's like
I
jumping
think
up and
Cream and
down.
Hung have not had a great time. I have
calm
I've
down
had
over
less
there.
issues with Kanavi, but I still don't think it's been great from him in the mid game. Though I do grant you that the Jarvan has been left out to dry a little bit by the fact he is down a member every time he's looking to be aggressively positioned.
I don't think this is about Jarvan. I think this
No,
is
I
about their engaged combo of Annie Nico.
Is it just a steal? How
Just
can they do
not
this?
landing a
This
single
game
good
is
engage.
so
We've not had
bad.
a single good Annie
And now they
Nico
are
fight.
just so
Now they
bad.
might still
No.
do, but they're completely running it.
Won the last 5
Got 4
team
items on your
fights.
Kai'Sa in a dream, but I think the problem is Kai'Sa's going to dive
Then it
into
becomes
Wukong,
progressively
Aurora,
worse
Corki,
each
Rumble, who are
time,
all
because
really
the other
fed.
team is
And I don't
getting
think a
richer and
1v4
richer
carry
and richer.
performance is going to be
And the
enough
other team
here.
has
No.
2
I actually
Guardian
think 369 and
Angels
Jacklove
and
had a
2
pretty okay
Zodiacs.
Yeah, I agree.
And
given
they
the
have a
situation.
kills.
Yep.
I mean, 369 finding a big pick onto like BDD or Dogdown.
Okay, wait, Kuz doesn't have ult. There is W, it's W. So they're gonna get GA from that? That's not. BDD has flown to
They've
the
not got
side.
GA. He's alive.
Jacklove has.
Yeah, it's over.
He is dead.
And we said it, Kuz needed to step up, and he
I'm still-
absolutely has in this game.
I mean, Hung and
Dominant
Cream,
performance on this
right,
round.
guys, you guys.
Oh.
Now the problem is,
They
so
don't
folks,
even need it. KT.
the
When you
question
win
will be
all the
really
team
about
fights,
what happens to top esports mentally? What happens to them mentally? Because is it better for them to lose now and also then get another best of 3 to qualify at least? They'll have, you know, they did go 2-0.
First blood
Them?
in the series.
Yes, sir. Okay, whatever, it's fine. Like, is it? No, it's fine. I didn't need to interrupt you. But basically, if top esports kind of like get extra series and also then get less of a break between now and the quarterfinals, is that actually better for them? Or are they just going to mentally crash and burn from these ones? Because that's the problem with top esports, because it's such a finely tuned mental algorithm they got to run.
Is this the TES mental break?
It was a pretty cool game.
Yeah.
Honestly, a lot of changes compared to the early game, and I want to say, how do they keep on getting away with this? That is my first question.
You notice she's smiling at the moment because it wasn't.
I don't think they landed a single good engage with Annie Nico the entire game.
I wonder what that means.
You're smiling.
Okay, yeah, I
No,
am.
but what was that?
Oh my God, it's that magic. It's the cinematic. But no, it's interesting because this is for a while with every win that KT's been getting. It's like, well, it's just
this is not a J4 problem. This is just like how can you do? How can I don't know.
From KT so far.
Yeah, and I think 100% it came down to the team fighting. Like in the beginning, it didn't look so hot. Top Esports got off to an early lead. They're starting to stack dragons, and I was kind of we were all kind of like, this looks like it's just going to be Top Esports easing themselves into a clean team one or game one, but it fell apart.
I actually think 369 and Jack
but they're all right about the team fights, partly because Hung and Cream could not team fight for their life.
Yes, and then also, I think that's also. Oh, I mean, I guess it is. Yes, that's the point where visually it looks like this. It looks a lot better if you land the engage. However, also on the other side of it, they didn't land their picks away from the fight either. They got like one onto BDG on bot lane once, and then what KT did is just go objective. They never hung around the map. It was just objective, and Top Esports could never get the picks on sides.
The trades that they were taking were really not the right one.
Is that why no one's playing the Annie anymore? I mean, if you play like that mechanically, it's kind of whatever. You can see your time to show Hung's Rel game that got him subbed off way back. The problem is he actually did play quite well in summer. He was actually very good in summer, but that was disgusting gameplay from him.
Denied access onto key carries or having any sort of
holy moly, Hung and Cream had a bad game.
You look across the Annie as well. I don't think Cream hit a single big ultimate in the game. This is where it felt like KT really understood what the threats were on their team.
Welcome back, Weibo Hung.
Because Perfect got so far ahead and 369 was set so far behind. Whenever he did end up ulting in,
I need to know where that one guy that keeps defending Hung is, and Cream. I think there was someone saying that Cream was top 3 mid this tournament. Like, look, he's actually been pretty good regionally, but that's a stretch. Is this one person that keeps going to defend them? Like, that's fine, very cool, stand your players, but like, there is a certain level of delusion which will not get you far.
They were turning on 369.
Oh, that then? Yeah, right.
And as you saw, that was like,
I will get 100.
Really discombobulated engages off of that one. Like, if the Annie damage didn't come through, well, Nico's coming in thinking that she can save the fight, and a lot of these things are happening. Sure.
Wait, was Doomby molding about?
Oh wait.
Doomby was saying Hung Keng, and apparently Keng is Chinese for pit.
We have talked about.
Yeah, it was just not good from.
I have no idea. They didn't release it. I saw like one comment about it, and it stuck in my mind. So like, hang on, that's a bit out there.
The best of ones we had, but Jarvan didn't find any.
Oh my god, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Cream's Annie was kind of shit regionally too at points too. Remember? Didn't he win that one game with 2 items in like 40 minutes? Wasn't that him?
Yeah, it was.
He's had some pretty bad individual games on the champion. This is not even a Jarvan problem. This game. This is literally like, how the hell do you play this game when your engage combo is like, yeah.
But when you get to the later team fights, you are so squishy. There isn't any sort of follow-up that can really come through. And when you're left on your lonesome like that, it's very easy to be picked off. I think that's where teams have just been finding the success against him.
Yeah, and this is one of those picks where I'll be an apologist for it, and teams will be for sure still picking it because, like,
that was a
throughout the game, like,
now the question is,
got them a really good lead.
How do top users bounce back from this mentally? And again, I actually just don't think this is a Jarvan problem. Like, the Jarvan was fine early game.
So they were still making mistakes, and you have to be perfect with your execution, with your engages. And in those, we already saw in some of those team fights, KT did a great job at like biffing it. So at the end of the day, the pick I still think is great. But the execution is not panning out.
Yeah, and you don't want to rely on a champion like this the later the game goes, especially against a team like KT, because you know that those team fights, they're going to have to find ways to come back, and they will do it. Now, moving forward to game 2,
oh, we're not yet out.
No, not
yet. I know what I want to see from my team. I want to see proactivity from the early game right off the bat, because I know they can
brush my teeth.
For me, on TES side, like,
no,
it's hard for a team that's lost.
At least not, I don't get to smell it over
here. I know, it's a bit rough for me. I do apologise on that one.
Say so-and-so's over in my room. We're casting that, like,
can't brush your teeth,
yeah.
It's more about just, like,
I do the same, Equal opportunities.
Is going to definitely look back at his play and realize
Sorry for outing
that,
you like that,
the Nico
Sam.
engages were just not panning out.
Not
And
gonna
if he
lie, I
looks
pretty much
at
always
that,
do, so
just
might
make
have bad
minor
breath, who
adjustments,
knows.
the game
Sam,
looks
this is,
completely
I only
Yeah,
remember
think
it like
similar
once
sort
in a
of
blue
Costream,
moon.
step up
It's normally
on
very good,
finding
Sam.
that engaging, trying to set up if you're on the Annie, but maybe shift
But I'm just saying, we're luckily in a setup here where, even if it were the case, if I had not brushed my teeth, you'd not be able to tell, Sam.
Even the Trundle, but the Kiana, these picks that he can be a
Okay,
menace from
YouTube
the
title?
jungle.
Oh, yes.
And I want to see a more supportive pick for Cream that can enable Kanavi to be a carry when he gets these early leads.
What I love about this, by the way, it's the first time we're going through Fearless, so those 3 mid lane bans that we saw in game 1, we're still keeping them. We're not allowing BDD to have the Azir, the Orianna. Good luck with that.
He still looks good, though. So, you know, I'm going to say it. I'm excited.
The whole wallet in the jar.
I'm ready to get on board. They look sick. KT's team fighter looks amazing.
I don't have any friends here, so I'm going to leave it here for now. KT roster leads that series. Let's see what TS can come back and do here in game 2. Guys, really?
Can you...
Really?
Looking to lead 369, unstoppable for a brief moment, dashing out to safety now. Ulti coming in from Cream. It's a bloodbath as Otacon remains in the mix, but it's a beautiful equalizer across the lineup. Hong tries to fire back. Across the veil comes BDD, bouncing to the other side, looking to finish up TES. Jackie left the barrier, keeping him standing. His barrier goes a little bit too far, and 369 is happy to punish.
Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't change the YouTube title. My bad, I wasn't, for some reason. I had some problems opening up that tab on the laptop for some reason. Don't know why. Yeah, I need to run some ads on Twitch.
베이징에서 월드 우승하고 좋은 기억들을 빨리 찾아가지고 다시 신인대로 돌아갔다라는 생각을 하고 촬영이나 연습, 대회 등을 서려고 즐길 수 있는 환경이 된 것 같아서 되게 기뻐요.
This was after it was live. This is after it was live. It's just like, for some reason it wouldn't load the chat on the YouTube tab when I was doing it. It's all good now though. Changed it over. I have to remember to change. At least it's not. So yesterday we had like 8 best of 1s and we had to change the thumbnail for each game. Whenever it happened. At least I don't have to do that today because it's only 2 series. I've learned a lot about running live streams this year, like a lot, because I never ran like YouTube live streams really before that. Did a little bit obviously last year. What I need to do is I need to maybe work on my thumbnails a bit next year. We want to get, but then there's so much extra work. It does get quite tiring. Just turning up and doing the casting is sometimes too much on an LPL day. If KT are the first team to quarters after getting farmed by the league, by the Legends group, that would be hilarious. That would be very, very funny. They did not have a good time in Legend. I really like how KT played that. That wasn't a J. I'm seeing so many people saying it's a Jarvan. It's like it's a Jarvan problem. It's not a Jarvan problem, folks. Navi actually played pretty well, especially in the early game. He played very well though. Imagine BDD. IMO BDD having an average game and KT winning is a good sign. It is. They actually played very well. That's actually fair, actually. There's a comment in the Nivea chat which I do agree with, which is, people saying, oh my god, it's a really bad draw if you draw an Eastern team in round 1. Arguably, you can say it's a better thing to draw the Eastern teams, maybe the ones which are like lower tier Eastern teams, better to draw them early, because you can't face them again. And, say if you face, I don't know, BLG in round 1, T1 in round 1, what happens now, if you get to 2-1 and they're also there? If BLG and BLG top esports end up at 2-1, and you end up 2-1 and say G2 from whatever reason, if you'd faced them earlier, I mean, you have faced top esports, right? They can't play against top esports in 2-1 if that happens, which is actually quite important, I think. Dogdam impressed me. Dogdam was an LPL, and he was pretty good there on the whole, actually. I'm not convinced about the Annie draft. I think, yeah, there's a reason why Annie has been less popular. But yeah, Annie is... I don't know, I don't think it's good for Cream, and I don't think the champion's good right now, so I was surprised that they ran it. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's quite a worrying sign. That's quite a worrying sign, because my worry is that mentally Hung and Cream might just nosedive now. Because actually Hung and LNG, when they got blasted...
Welcome back to
the
Worlds
last 2 years of Worlds in a row, Hung played very poorly in both of their losing series.
Who will be the first to advance
in terms of quarterfinals at those points. Of course, they made quarterfinals for both of them.
Game 1, we got to see something from KT that I think a lot of KT fans wanted to see, which is consistency. Because the way that they won the first 2 games we saw in Swiss against opponents who
GOL.GG is crashing from how many people are trying to use it. Yeah, that does happen. It's a very useful website. I don't know what the server space is like though. Okay, into draft, I need to move the camera.
And that's something that TES are going to have to contend with as we head into the second draft.
Yeah, KT with some mobile carries, and TES never found their engages. Never were able to connect. So let's take a look at what they do next game. Will they invest again in
Tobbies was on blue side. Again, I really think jungle matchup is something that they need to focus on. That's something which they did well there, but now the problem is, if top esports then have to not only do jungle matchup kind of fixing, but like prioritizing jungle matchup, what happens if they also have to kind of prioritize stuff which Hung and Cream are more comfortable in? The problem is, Hung was a very good Nico player regionally, so if he's playing like that, that is a problem. What happened in game 1? Top esports kind of, well, Cream and Hung kind of ran it. And KT played very well around objectives. They just kept going to objectives time after time. They reset less and fought more around objectives just to see really just stop top esports having a good pick attempt. Rise is good for Cream. He's played pretty well on that so far. Had a very good game earlier in Swiss. Okay, with Trundle up, typically Trundle's... Blind picking Trundle's a bit of a rough one. But then again, I guess some of the non-tank options are gone. You can't pick Sion now. There might be a Sion for Perfect.
We saw him. Something maybe safer for the bottom
side. He did not look like a monster on the end.
Sion's okay here, actually.
No.
Hey, how's it going?
No, it was... it's good he's not on social media right now. That's all I will say, because he is getting some heat.
Okay.
On the platforms across the world, across
How's draft looking?
So we'll see if he can have a redemption moment.
Yeah,
He
fine.
responds Casio. Conventional answer. Matchup that's kind of,
Comfy.
again, rising prominence with the Rise.
Interesting early.
It's a bad start to the day. Would you ask if they were right?
Let's see what the
Completely blanks me.
Because there's a few ways they can go about it.
Again?
But yeah, the Cassiopeia, definitely the other really common answer.
He's doing it on purpose now, folks.
No comment.
Let's see. I like the early Alistar pick for them to really bring that structure, but
okay, Cassiopeia to Rise, this is a pretty good matchup, obviously. The Trundle Cassiopeia is also really annoying, because you can pillar into the miasma and stuff, which is a real pain. Diving into that comp is not really an option, but Toppy does have a pretty low range comp. He don't have Vi to guarantee get onto them. No Rumble. I think Toppy's
blind picking Trundle's a bit rough. Kiana's permaban, that's correct.
But they can Scion on 4, and I think that's fine now, isn't it? I think if you
Yeah.
Scion on 4, actually, KT, you're in a really good spot, aren't they?
That pillar,
yeah.
so much more
what do you
difficult,
want as top esports then? I mean,
Maybe.
Theory kind of sucks into Cassio.
Kiana's obviously
I think
gone.
those are all the ones that we mentioned.
Braum
So
is
he's
not
pushed
available
kind of
because you've hit the
past
Rakan already.
The
I
top
think
tier of the
they're trying to give
Sundered Sky jungle.
Kanavi an option.
There has
You
to be
could
another
Zed. We just see
jungler.
quite a lot of Zed into Trundle.
I mean, yeah, anybody.
I actually quite like Kanavi's
Lee Sin,
Zed.
okay,
The
Lee
problem
Sin
is
does not
Zed, I
want
think,
that.
really wants to be able to stand and do some
Maybe-
poke.
'cause Lee
I
Sin
don't
with
know
the
if you can
mobility is
do
decent
that
too.
with Trundle, Alice,
That's
Cassiopeia,
definitely
where
still
if you
an
put your
option
shadow
for
forwards for
them.
poke,
Of course, Kanavi
they
has a
will
tremendous amount of options. I mean,
they'll throw a lot of stuff at you. Ezreal's fine here because you know the enemy team's not going to pick tanks because you have Trundle. Ezreal is buffed by having Trundle on the team because it means that Ezreal doesn't go against the hyper tanks, he can't damage as well. It's also fine in laning phase too. Ezreal Alistair is fine versus Zyrakan. You're probably going to lose a little bit, but it's not that problematic. Cassante's probably the only tank which can survive. At least you have the mobility to get away from Trundle a bit more.
yeah, poke against Zaya, always
Still
nice.
a bit rough.
So we'll see what they pair the Ezreal with. Is it going to be a
Okay, Cassante is fine. It's the one tank which can maybe survive Trundle by just getting out. Even then it's risky.
Absolutely trolling.
Last pick for Kanavi. I mean, Pantheon is available, I just don't love it.
It's not bad.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Maybe they go AP jungle. I actually think someone like Zyra could work really well.
It's
I
really Zed.
don't like Zed jungle here.
There we go, Kanavi carry.
I don't like it because if Trundle Alistair walk at you, pillar forces your shadow backwards and you never get to poke.
I know a lot of the LPL junglers talk about how they really like the matchup into Trundle.
I know, but they have played it, but I'm not that convinced. I'm not that convinced. I've seen Kanavi get super far ahead and not deliver on it.
I think it's also not bad into the Ezreal, right? Because Ezreal struggles to actually keep away from the Zed.
My problem is there's never going to be an isolated Ezreal because Ezreal's just going to what he'll do is he'll E on top of Alistair and Alistair will just immediately queue his Zed lane.
Yeah. I will say, I think Kanavi's first showing on Zed was pretty rough. I think it has largely since then become significantly better. I still think Tarzan's the best Zed. Pretty consistently. His Zed performances, like with the exception of one game, have been very, very good. He had really good showings on it at MSI and EWC. Good showings from Summer on it too. So there's that option. I think Kanavi has been better, and I think he can still definitely do some carrying. He's very, very aggressive about hunting Trundles down. He got, like, the last time I saw him do it, I think he got 2 solo kills on enemy Gromp against the Trundle.
And for those of you who haven't seen Zed jungle, because I know it's much more of an LPL thing, I don't know if there are non-LPL viewers in here. The thing which LPL Zeds do is they do very, very quick first to clear. They'll clear in, you know what, under 3 minutes. They clear through all camps, recall, get 2 longswords, fight for scuttle. However, with Kiana, what we've been seeing is 3 camps, recall for longsword, and then you stay out on the map for a little bit of a different timing, so you can mess with enemy instincts by being out on the map when you should have reset normally.
I think also what I think as I understand it, the Kiana has been nerfed a little from its absolute peak, so I'm not sure people are able to quite get the full clear into longsword angle, whereas you can get half a quadrant reset, come out with a longsword, and then be able to fight with at least that advantage around Scuttle Grab, even if you can't do the full double longsword.
Yeah, you can't get the double longsword with the Kiana clear right now.
We're getting ready for an early game with Kanavi Zed.
But yeah, there is a world, but obviously Cuz is a fantastic Trundle for years and years and years. But there is a world where the Zed can potentially just take that Trundle apart, who actually doesn't have a great time into Zed in the individual matchup at the very least.
Kanavi, my dude, please do not walk.
You know,
Oh, okay, it's only an Alistair.
about doing the tournament in China is
Yeah, sure, but like it's only an Alistair in terms of level. If it was a Nautilus, then you die, or a Braum, then you die, but you know, it's just the Alistair.
I'm sorry, I now understand what you meant. I thought it was only Alice on the bus. Like, no, you've been baited by the...
There's a guy next to us shouting his lungs out. No regard. If he has to speak tomorrow, he's doomed.
I can kind of feel
Why are
it
you
too.
talking about double elimination?
Our thing shakes a little bit.
Why are we talking about double elimination?
We get the the physical
World is single limit? Yes,
sensation.
it
Okay,
is.
so
Although Swiss stage is
let's
obviously
take a
a
look.
little
Is it
different.
going to be top
Zed
down?
ball. Yeah,
That's kind of what I would expect.
I don't know.
Top
Kanavi gets
win
ahead on
matches,
Zed,
Sante
and then my
Renekton,
problem is
sorry
in mid and
about
late
that.
game, he's
So
actually not been very good at converting that
let's
into
look
wins.
at
I know that
clearing
only
down
happened.
towards the
He's
bottom
got
lane.
still got like he's still
Happened
doing
twice. He's only played a couple of games at this year. It's happened twice.
I feel like he's got a better win rate than that this year on Zed.
He might have, Sam, he won one or two of those games, but it was with him inting in late game as well.
I'm not sure. I
There are
don't have the
definitely-
same memory.
there are definitely
I
some
know there was
games-
still one game really early which wasn't good, and we were both like, that wasn't great.
And there was one later on as well. So at least there are two this year. There are two this year on like where he got really far ahead, and they won despite him being really, really fed because he was inting a lot in late game.
We'll see if
I've
he
just seen
does
some
do
really
the
hard
full
carry
clearing
games
to
from him on
recall
this as
for,
well.
His early game's been very good
you
on
know,
that.
early
It's just that his
phase
late
and then
game
get
has
back
been a bit
out
sus.
to fight towards Scuttle or not. Regardless, it is going to be
Okay.
TES here.
I'm getting hit
with,
by Q. Oh,
the
Kreen's
onus
got
on
hit by like
them.
3
They
Q's
really-
level 1, by
they
the way.
really do need to
What are you looking at,
have a
GOL?
much different
Yeah,
look to
lol
this game.
fandom.
I mean, Hung,
Okay.
once again, Hung is
I think a lot of
on
those
squishy engage
websites are
support.
crashing right now because
And we
people are
saw
checking
him
them.
multiple times.
That's
you know,
what
he would
Dark
go,
Wolf was saying in
whether
chat
it
anyway.
was disguising himself as a minion and then going for the Corki
Let's
and
go look
not
up
being
the
able to
numbers.
get Doctum, or whether it was
curious.
him, you know, in the team fight going straight, you know, straight for the front line and then just getting immediately blown up and deleted. They were, for the majority,
So he didn't do the 3 camp. You can see he's like, you know,
So
10
he's
seconds
gonna have
ahead
to
of
have
Cuz.
Yeah, by a
game here on Rakan, who
crazy margin.
This champion is
way
absurdly good in
quicker,
early game.
but is kind of similar in the fact that you
Oh,
can get blown
but
up
that
too.
early,
so
I saw that
if you
Kanavi.
do mess up your
No.
engage, you'll get punished
So if you
quickly,
cast
so.
a spell while the
Alright,
shadow's
well,
in flight,
we
it'll cast
are
it at the end.
timing our Z clear here.
So if you
Dracos.
W E before it lands
52.
in Q,
That's
it will
pretty
come
good.
out at the shadow
And
as the
does go
shadow
for the
lands.
instant recall
Gotcha.
for
So
the
it's, yeah.
purchase. Okay.
All right, let's check Cuz.
That has always been
he's
the case.
Very far away.
In
I've
fact.
not really
Yeah, I
played
mean,
Zed.
but
so-
it's not fair.
But I
because
didn't think
if
he got his
Toronto
shadow
were to
off
start
in
with
time.
Tiamat, I think
Particle
it
is a
might
bit
be
hard to
close,
see when
but
on
he just
the
keeps
Toronto
projector right
doesn't
now.
need any
so
more
the
help, all right? This
stage
champ
isn't quite as
is
bright.
pretty good.
Okay, well, if Bull Bear was in the game, you'd be singing a different song, I'm sure. Suddenly
Fair enough,
Trundle's the
fair enough.
problem.
Okay, so here it is. Now is where the Z comes back with the
Unpopular opinion, but double
longsword we're talking
elimination
about,
shouldn't
and you
exist in
want to go
international.
to the craft
So the thing
of
is,
the
I think
side
that
your
so we did,
opponent
but
is
recall for
actually
the double
going
longswords.
to.
This is what we're
With
talking
your
about.
double
Yeah, cool.
longswords,
Yeah, I think double elimination is very
you
good
wanna
when your
fight him
seeding
because
is less
it's Cuz,
robust,
though.
which
So
I think
he's
is
like,
always
"Alright,
going to be a
Kanavi's
problem in
definitely
League
gonna be
because the
coming
strength
for
of
me. I'm
regions
not
goes
gonna
up and down,
give
or
him
is
the
just very
fight."
uneven.
Yeah.
For instance, the
And
foot.
so he
Hang on,
leads
this
the
guy.
side.
BD in danger here.
Level
second,
4, he has
Kanavi's
miasma.
so long.
So if
Do
he gets
they wanna
miasma on the turret,
punish
that's a
this push
problem.
on
They could kill here, though.
BDD?
They could kill. Yeah, they could kill.
50%?
Flash forward. Rude, it's only going to be the slow, but Kanavi immediately goes in. One more auto content for the week. He does
No
not
miasma.
quite get the damage.
Shadow-
BDD still living. Cream in trouble. Hung over the wall.
Oh, it takes a third person. They do it though. Cuz could maybe kill here.
Kanavi flashes,
Unless Hunger has E. I don't think you can do it now, maybe.
Are they gonna? They're fine.
I don't think they can do it now. I don't think they can do it.
Cuz.
Yeah, okay.
Well, look at the
Even
river.
though,
There's
look
the
at
Alistair and the
river, 'cause there is
Ezreal
a
roaming.
roam.
I think Kanavi's got Shadow up now, doesn't he?
That's
Yes,
right.
he's safe. And that also means you can get towards top scuttle. That was still really almost very bad from top esports.
So
But
you
yeah,
got
that's
Flash off Cousin BDD for that flashing off Kanavi and Korea.
that is but that's the Z tech where you recall for the longsword very early
long
on.
enough for Cuz to counter, but regardless, it ends up
Perfect
being
season taste scuttle, but can't do anything about
with
it.
the full
Kanavi
Camps
roam
are
from
respawning.
Rakan coming over as well.
And because he's already got the reset for double
Flashes
longswords,
blown
he doesn't
from
need to
both
reset
sides
after
in
scuttle
jungle.
now.
Which
If you
is
do
a
it
big
after
one.
your 6 camps
That
before
flash is gonna
scuttle,
be
you can actually
crucial
stay on the
to go
map
later
for
in,
your
right? That
second
setup for
clear.
Cream.
Which is really nice.
Easier to
Gem.
pull off now that BDD doesn't have access and really.
Yeah,
clutch
he missed a
timing
couple
for
of
BDD.
shurikens here, and
Instantaneous reaction.
yeah,
Any later, he
the
would have gotten
root didn't
rooted.
properly
Actually, a
land.
nice
Easy
back
pickings
step from
for
BDD
Kanavi.
as well, to be
And
fair.
Yeah, it's very good.
honestly,
It's
it
very
was
good.
movement
Very good
from
flash timing.
BDD
Breaks up
to
in
just
the.
last that long.
Oh my god, he
Unfortunately
slaps
for
him.
BDD,
Yep.
3 members of TES
Oh,
are
God.
enough to take
And
him
yeah,
down.
it takes a lot of sums and
That
stuff, but
third
they do
member,
get it.
That's Slippery Rakan, who shows up and just autos you.
And also Cassiopeia
So,
without flash and
all in all,
TP
still
is
positive for TES. Definitely the worst
gankable.
version of the positive outcome, as the goal does go to Hung. But maybe it does mean an earlier redemption, which can be crucial in those early fights.
Yeah, I mean,
Bot lane is
honestly,
going
too,
fine for Dogtown and
like,
Peter.
With both of them blowing flashes, I mean, it means these wards
Kanavi
are
is just
critical,
gonna
the wards
hyper
that are
farm,
gonna
folks.
continue to
Yeah,
track
that's
down
what
both, but
Kanavi does this
mid
on
lane
these
will
AD
continue to be
he
volatile.
saw like 80 character,
And
like the 80
I
assassin
do like
type
that.
champions.
I want to see more fights around
This is
Rise
good wards actually to spot Kanavi.
Yeah, and we were saying that was something which was good for top esports before, where actually their early wards in jungle pathing have been very good. I think basically because Hung had to roam up river and everyone had to reset, it allowed Pete to get just like a full set of wards in bot jungle.
Yeah, he did.
If the play had happened more cleanly in mid lane, this wouldn't have happened, but obviously this is the case.
Poking their heads up into the river, no one taking an early Drake this time around, and TES again in control in the earlier stages, but Kanavi on the Zed, a much more potent threat as we move further into the game.
All right, so they know there's a lot of vision on bottom side of mid lane.
You'd rather have seen players around bot side trying to take out Doctum? I understand the thought
and then they
process
can try and
from
attack
Nivea's
from the
chat,
other
but the thing is,
side.
the reason you look at that is because the
Rise does
Cassiopeia was a lot
have
more
quite good
killable from that
setup.
threat range, because
And
it
Navi
basically
is
was already,
quite close to
BDD
level
was
6.
already in,
He can
you
get
take
good
damage
backstab.
from, yeah, good
Cream turns his
backstab
back.
action, BDD missing the petrifying gaze kind of sucks for him.
And should be fine there.
He was
Okay.
already at Z
Dragon will
passive
get
range,
burned
right?
down,
And that's a
but
big deal.
Kanavi
Contempt for the Weak
gonna
is such a
go
big part of
Zed
Zed's
to the top
damage.
side for that top side scuttle crab, and get his level
Because even in
6.
farm, actually.
KT,
I mean, it's really
pretty
kind of
happy to
like
stack
the later
dragons,
the
though,
clear goes,
with this comp.
and the better it is
Definitely a
for
lot of potent
Zed.
scaling
Kanavi
as
gets
we
a
get
ward into
later
enemy
in the
jungle.
game.
Zed's also waiting on his camp respawns again
True.
now.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
As in, like,
top
well,
side,
his
Phoenix
response
continue
can make a
to
little
trade
sooner
flows.
than
Level
that.
6 is where
Yes,
we
they-
might start to see some
Actually, no, it's
action
pretty
here on the
even.
top side, but as you so eloquently put it, Kobe, it's Cassante versus Renekton, so...
Yeah. Don't care too much about it, but you're right that
Potentially
with
look
their
for a
ultis,
fight over the red
there's
buff
a
if you
lot more
want.
potential for kills.
No, not with
So
resets from bot lane
Renekton
coming
ultimate
through.
does
You know
actually
that there's
so much
potential of
damage,
Ezreal Alistair
ever
coming
since
over.
They buffed it. If you're allowed to stay close to someone and keep
I
them within
think this
range,
is
and
quite risky. Although he does level
yeah,
6,
enough has
level
been said about
5.
that ultimate, so you know the
How much damage does he
possibilities
do
there.
here? Okay, gets double
Navi
shurikens
poking his
on.
head
Anyone
and
else
see
running
if
over?
he can.
No.
Yeah.
Again, he's
he's
ahead in
behind
XP, so it's level 6 to step up here.
another
among
bit
there.
of Shadow Slash
There's
from
well
Card.
the
Shadow's down now. Ezreal say, I don't like this. I don't like this.
Waiting over
I
the
don't
wall.
like this at all. Peter can get a double pull.
Navi.
Okay, he actually misses the pull. That's big. They kill the Asuna. They kill the Asuna. Oh, no, they don't. Okay, he gets the red buff. Doctam goes forwards. He hasn't got flash. This is why I didn't like this invade, folks. This is why I didn't like it. It was always very risky. Your Zyra is not coming to top side. This was the risk of this invade. They didn't have the right.
Exhaust.
Exhaust was really good there.
He gets exhausted. It is rough. And
Yeah, even with the level 5 Alistair, it's fine.
In the very end,
This is what I mean about Kanavi's Zed usage. His shadow usage.
Doctam's gonna die for this.
Doctam only level 5, Jackie level 6. Surely this is another kill to follow. This game is an absolute bloodbath. Barrier there for Doctam. Tries to land one more Q, doesn't get it. Cream comes over
Like,
the wall.
Kanavi didn't have to die there.
Sir.
okay.
I guess he gets a quick recall
So
that
in
way.
the end,
I don't think that was on Zed's shadow usage.
Yeah, it was, because if you shadow backwards, you
Two
live.
members coming out.
I don't know if you
Take
do.
a
Doctam just follows you.
No, because he just shadows out of the way, and Ezreal's
I think I'm
even.
gonna get to here as well now, I think.
I don't think that's going to happen, no.
BDD now here, and once again, Hong might be the sacrificial bird, but is able to use Jackie
Wasn't
Love to
respecting
escape.
in my eyes, but didn't think Trample would come off in time.
Now you can take a never mind.
Zaya has flash ult because his hair has level 6.
we've got a pillar.
Feels pretty good though.
Based on Hong, he is the one
Rakan
who's
has
able to
infinite
backstep.
mobility.
Jackie Love, of course, still has access to the ultimate. Now you may explain what we just saw.
Well,
No, maybe not. Never
quite
mind.
yet.
Never mind.
Still messing with them.
Okay,
Even
so
though
Kaz got an
they
assist.
are
Kanavi's got
going to look
2.
towards the grubs for sure. They do.
Top
they
lane
do
match
have
is actually
teleport
going
advantage
completely
with
fine for
369,
369, who is one of the best Cassantes
Yeah,
of all
he's a
trying to
time.
walk
really
his
good
way
Cassante.
over
Alright.
to lend support, but it is.
Okay, gets
Covered
onto the
good there,
miasma
Hong
there.
able to get
But again,
outside of the
Rakan
miasma,
is
though, not
really,
quite
really
perfect
annoying to pick off
setup.
until you actually have
Because
significant
though it's
damage.
already started the
She
objective
has
crucially, they don't
just
really have
insane
mid-prio
mobility.
here. It's an even lane
Here's the
state.
grabs.
Because doesn't have vision.
So they've taken one
There's
grub
Zed
already.
Dropping
They'll
away.
get 2.
True Shot Barrage is used. They're able to grab 2 grubs. Likely to be just
That's
happy
a
with that.
dead
But here wants a
Rakan
little bit
now,
more
I
flash out
think.
from Hong.
Shit, okay,
So for KT,
okay,
able
even
to
I was
grab
bad.
Summoner spell as well as the 2 grubs, but TS firing
right.
back with the grub of their own.
Yeah, no miasma cooldown available there to follow it up. So Hung is able to get out.
I'm
with
not
his
that
flash and
convinced.
does
I
live.
don't know. I'm not that
Successful
convinced by
for
top
KT,
esports here because now they're going to have to go into a
grabbing
mid game.
2 of the grubs.
Fairly
Meanwhile, on the bottom
even.
side,
Dragon to
just
the side of
stays
KT,
close
2
to
grubs to the side of
369.
KT.
It's a
With a
decent
comp,
start for KT.
with a
sure.
comp which I think I
and
think
go up
KT's
towards
comp
that top
is
side, and
very
Kanavi
punishing.
only
Because
able to
the thing
slip
about the
in
Zed is that
time
if
to
Zed
grab
is
one of
punished
the
for using his
grubs.
shadow going forwards, I
Meanwhile,
don't like
we
Zed
do
as a champion.
get
And I think you
a
can be here
fairly
because if you put your shadow forward to poke
inconsequential
and then put
interrupt
Trundle Pillar comes in, flash Alistair combo miasma, that's just his dead Zed.
Shadow.
Because if you're on the miasma, you can't switch to your shadow anyway because you're grounded.
But you can already
Yeah, the
see
miasma
some of
would
the
get
threat
really
that
annoying.
KT's
I mean, obviously-
That said, I think
They
you
are
can
able
still
to group
you can still be
power
really
to
annoying for
miasma
Trundle, who
plus
doesn't
the
actually
Trundle
enjoy the Z
pillar.
matchup at all, largely in the
No. In the 1v1
I-
shop, it's the combos about it later.
I also think Doctam could
If
end
you
up having a
consider that
tricky
perfectly.
time there as well, especially if you've got the
Of course, again,
Rakan
perfect.
following
Holding
you
on
and
to lane
Cassante
prio
following
at the
you.
very least on the bottom
So I don't
side
think
for
it's like
now,
a
because
completely
Sven
done
only
deal, though I
continues
grant
to
you it's
climb
been
up.
a
Yeah,
scrappy
Reese's guys
early
stuck around,
game.
clear out the extra wave, and again, again,
I'm not
gonna
quite
be
as
used up
down,
very
although I
quickly,
grant
but
you
he's
this.
going to use his bottom, and they're going for the
It's not an
swap here
awful
for
Zaya
KT.
game, I guess. Not the
KT
best, but
sending
not the
perfect back to the
worst.
top side.
And Dracula, when he
Yeah.
gets rolling on Zyra, is terrifying.
And like the only person who really outranges you is the Ezreal, right? So there is a world where the Renekton and the Cassiopeia and the Trundle all kind of run through, like kind of get in your active range, and it gets a bit frustrating for them.
I think like, Peter had a bad game last game, but Peter, if he has like good flash combos, could completely destroy top esports here. Trundle onto Cassandra means that 369 Cassandra is not going to be as crazy.
Flip's done for
Zed.
Zed.
She does have a lot of sustain between the Roa and the Twin Fang.
And it's interesting, it's the Thornmail first for 369.
Yeah,
it's Renekton, and it makes a lot of sense because you're just so much auto attack damage from the Empowered W.
But you can't help yourself sometimes. You know,
also against Trundle as well.
Currently into I mean, I suppose it helps a little bit versus Castle, the fact you've got anti-heal, but actually does Twin Fang proc it? Is it only auto attack?
Only auto attack.
Only auto attack, so unlikely to actually proc it. Yeah. I don't know how the thought process that. Wait, does that actually
Is Thornmail ever procced on spells?
I think so. Unless the spell, that's the reason. Unless the spell is coded as an auto attack.
Yeah, but at that point it's like.
Yeah.
Okay. So Toppies was 5 Dragon. Peter has flash combo on level 6. This is where things get rough. It is below half HP, so Kanavi should still secure this. Maybe. This is not bad for. Hang on, Cuz is coming over now. This is the problem.
Good plan. Oh, but they can't.
There's no fault. There's no fault. 369's not in a bad spot.
Kanavi dies. He got headbutt.
And he got yeah. Trundle ult is kind of messy. And this yeah. And this is the problem I was talking about with Zed having to play like in melee range because you can never stay at shadow.
It was a really nice when you called the flash pole combo, right? It was very nice.
That actually wasn't that important in that fight, I don't think.
It knocked Kanavi back into the team.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Three-man pole.
Okay, yeah. In that case,
Kanavi back in.
just bad reactions from Kanavi to not get away from the Alistair.
He does cleanse
was
very
down
quickly,
flash
but the
and
pillar
shadow,
behind
but what
Jackie meant that Jackie had to
See,
also
they could have just shadowed over the wall from Kanavi. They could have actually just gone up.
They saw three.
No, that's not what.
So cleanse early, then the pillar behind him, and then as Hong comes through, Perfect able to gain the distance. There's the ultimate, and Peter gets the
Okay, that is very good actually. Yeah.
Q knockup.
That is very good. But yeah, this is the problem with like Flash. Alistair plays onto the Alistair into these enemies game. So what I was saying is that they could have just shadowed over the wall and not taken this fight.
Yeah. I think they saw 369 coming to the flank. We could probably fight this.
Yeah. No, KT, this is a good spot for them. I mean, they lose the dragon, but they're ahead of K early game. This is looking good. I think the comp is easier to play from KT, especially whenever Alistair has flash.
You know there's the potential to do a lot, but this is a difficult composition to execute against as the Zed.
Even Elk plays Jackie Love. I think Elk was very good at the end of summer. I think he was very good. But I think if you look at Jackie Love regular season, he was insane. And I also don't think he was bad first game, by the way, folks. I think he was actually pretty good on the whole. I also don't think it's necessarily about Jackie Love. I think these games have not really been about him. I think it's actually been more about
Cream and Hung in first game for sure.
Yeah, and I think in this game it is much more about comp, and this is much more of a macro and decision-making game, which I think top esports. Again, I'm quite worried about the Zed. I think that as soon as I saw that Zed into the comp, I'm like, you've picked for the 1v1. This is not going to be about the 1v1, and lo and behold, it's not been about the 1v1. Really, you got a good early clear, but then as soon as KT get more than 2 people on the screen, it's a problem.
Like we shouldn't have any.
Like Zed is a feel-good champion in the 1v1 versus Trundle, but it doesn't do that much in the actual combo sense things. You're good versus the Renekton in a 1v1, good versus the Trundle in a 1v1, pretty good versus Cassiopeia in a 1v1 too, because you can outplay that. But as soon as you have multiple put together, it's a problem.
Yeah, I do at least think you can threaten Doc down this game.
No, never, because all of these champions that counter you, like a Flash Renekton W, Flash Alistair combo, Miasma, Trundle Pillar and ult, they will be stood next to Ezreal. There is never a world where you see Ezreal alone. Like in the 1v1 is fine, I just don't think you ever get that, do you?
Yeah, the only reason I'm saying is I know a lot of LPL teams in general have drafted the Zed particularly against Trundle and Ezreal when they're locked in as a duo. We've seen that fair in
pushing back, random pole, I think.
Yeah, and I had the same issues there, and we had occasionally see that work out that way, yeah? But I think in this game, KT, particularly after they showed in game 1, which is that we will just perma-group and never let you play isolated kind of low-number skirmishes, I don't think you're ever going to get that Zed 1v1. This is picking for a 1v1 matchup, but this ain't LPL anymore, you know? And that works in some ways in terms of like the Kianas work very well internationally, but I don't think, the Zed I can just see strategically where it falls apart.
Q3, 6-9, looks like he's fishing for the all-out angle, but we'll hold on to
I still don't. They would be a trade of ults at best, I think. I guess you could do if you want trade ults, but...
Yeah, wondering whether, because he's got behind him, was like, could be another.
Okay.
Blue
Navi has one or two camps. Yeah. Oh, that is a dead
After the
Kasante.
sack bottom side, there's not even a way for them to play for. Now it's 369 who needs to get running. Cuz can just steal away all those resistances as well. Locked
He
up
was
the
trying to
pillar
get the
there,
all-out
too.
angle
BDD
onto
just
Cuz.
running him down. 369 nowhere left to go. The Q3
Good
not
TP by
enough.
BDD because he was actually on the weak side as well. So that means that Top Pieces can't play on the other side of the map.
They can probably shove the turret at least.
And you know, like he's coming at you. He wants to get an ult somewhere, and
They'll
everyone's
probably get turret back at the very least. And Kanavi gets a full quadrant.
You're on the miasma. It's the counterplay. The balance
yeah.
that promised us.
This is not bad. And a scuttle grab.
Infrequently see.
You lose the objective and BDD gets time on top turrets.
Yeah, you do, I think, still get bot turret for this.
Yeah, so it's not plates at least or something like that. Herald immediately slammed where, mid or top?
BDD just teleports out. They go make the cross map play on the other side.
Is that a
they get a kill. Plus, they're
Yeah, it
gonna
is.
still do.
Damn.
Turret as well.
So that also gets factored
That
into
is
the
a
game.
big deal.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
for
huge
sure.
actually. Herald into mid turret.
I thought Cream was going to
So
kill
now
that
you're
turret.
2k down, which
BDD is gonna get the
is...
top side one as well.
I don't know, man. I think Top Esports have picked a very hard composition, and while individually there are bits which work quite well, I think that KT largely outdrafted in this game.
The Cassiopeia is also working, right? Which we've seen the Cassiopeia and Rise not function in a lot of games recently.
It's been a lot better for LCK than LPL, I think.
I think even there it's had a bit of a weird win rate, but I won't swear to it.
Just starting to grow in the favor of KT.
Maybe we oversold Top Esports avoiding the collapse. Yeah, typically it's happened when they're in elimination games. I didn't expect it to happen at this point. Typically they're solid up until they reach the elimination best of
With the
five.
exception of first stand, where they were just bad the entire time.
Yeah,
which is where I think a lot of us like, oh my god, it's not first stand. They've had a couple of good games.
Yeah, true.
To sneak around.
Brings up one side. Kita has flash on Alistair. That's a good amount of chunk actually. If you manage to get Peter like below half, then it's a different conversation.
I think honestly, just keep 369 pushing top. Don't even teleport down.
The controversial arcane shift into the Z move, probably a testament to how comfortable
but again, I don't think that's a problem because you can actually just like Alistair.
Jack, you've got ult.
Ready to follow. Redemption coming down. Jack getting a little bit more space. The feathers ready to be pulled back. Double root.
Now they're completely corralled on the top side. But it's a very good combo. Alistair Flash is just broken ass combo. Because it's a reaction thing, I presume. I think it's got to be a reaction thing, right? He didn't flash or roll. Zed is dead. Folks, we're actually in a world where KT might just 2-0 Top Esports. Delta has flash and barrier. That's not a good flash there, Kanavi. That's not a good flash there, Kanavi. That's a bit of a tilt flash, really.
At the very least, during that game of hide
They
and
didn't get
seek,
to fair
Cream
shove
is
bot at
split
least.
pushing, so
That's not bad to be
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. The cross map's there, but like my worry is if Top Esports are like grasping at those, like kind of like grasp those kind of random plays with the Z or whatever, that doesn't speak well to what's going to happen for the next play or two. Like BDD is really quite scary at 2-3 items, and yeah, I don't know. Top Esports comp doesn't play itself, you know. You gotta, if you're playing from behind into champions like the Alistair, which we've said causes issues, it's a bit of a problem.
Are just getting smaller and smaller, especially as Hong is learning
Need someone to come out to give him any. Should be okay.
Oh, really? Did you need to quickness?
Yes.
The quickness
Yeah,
burned.
he needed the move speed.
He
actually would have got hit by a Cassiopeia Q and maybe died there from.
Fair enough.
Maybe it was pretty close.
I mean, it gets so hard
It was either that or
for
flash, I
TS
think.
now. No Rakan ultimate either to even try and threaten a pick play with.
Well, Top Esports have been very convincing on day 1 and day 2 for me,
guess it would
but
have to be like a trailing split push play
that being
where
said, I
you,
guess
like,
it was versus
trail
2
your,
Western teams that. Oh wait, no,
Rise
they
with
beat.
Zed,
Well, they
something,
beat
try and make a
G2.
quick
Who did they beat
assassination
yesterday?
attempt, or maybe they get some fancy realm warp play, but
Who did Top Esports beat yesterday? 100 Thieves.
Oh, okay.
So they beat G2 and 100 Thieves.
Methodically move in,
And while I
take
think
their
there were a lot of
vision.
things which did convince me
They're
about
taking
them,
red buff right now. Pings are coming down for TS to
I get worried
contest,
about the
though.
tilt now. I get a little bit worried about the tilt. It's the first Asian team that they faced, and they have looked. I mean, the first game was not.
The first game was fine, with the
Is there-
exception of Hung and Cream fumbling team fights
Yeah,
consistently.
at least there was some good takeaways. This game, 2.K down at this timestamp is a bit rough, man. We haven't seen a big grouped up fight. Oh no, we saw the one. And this is the problem about the Shadow going forwards again. No, you shouldn't have the way. Oh, I thought he was.
Yeah, no. It's a Shadow Slash. They get the ult off Peter. Jackie's still got ult and Flash.
369's not teleporting. Oh, nice ult. Nice ult. 369 is just not teleporting. He doesn't want to be there. Oh, KT are playing really well, folks. KT are playing well.
Anti-Khan angle.
BDD with the petrifying gaze. It's the stun. Cream down and Otacon soon to follow.
BDD kills Jackie here
Yeah, I think he might.
if he has ult and he has flash, he's likely safe, but he's threatened enough that he doesn't want to chance it.
Hung does not.
And
has spell, but
this
doesn't have
game,
smite.
with the Atacana and an extra
No
turret,
reason
I
to
think
walk
that's just
forward
a
there, but
very,
wants to
very
spot
difficult
it,
lead to come back
know
from
that
now.
it's going down.
It was already
and
pretty
can
difficult before,
the
honestly.
advantage
And
Oh,
now
no, I
it's...
know. I'm just
KT
saying
only
that was
continue to
that's
sack further
Yeah,
and
no,
for me.
further in their
For
favor,
me,
and this
I
time
think
around,
before
the
that it was
counterplay
like
is it's 3, 6,
within
9
the
instead
realm
of
of
creep, but it's the
playable.
same
I
thing
think
we've
this is
seen all
probably
game.
going to be
These
very,
desperate
very
power
hard now.
pushes
Yeah,
just to get something
that was the
back.
point I was making too. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're in both cases.
Like, it was already very difficult, and now it's like gone over the edge, really.
Sort of gold.
2 items at least. Maybe if you can fight around the next dragon before the gold lead really balloons to 3, you might have an angle.
This is why I think that stuff like the Zed into Trundle, I think for me feels very fake. Even like regionally, I know LPL junglers really liked it because you can kind of trade shadows and jump around out of melee range and whatever. But as soon as Trundle combos up with one other champion which makes use of the pillar, Zed feels very fake to me. Kiana's a bit different because you can hop over much more regularly with the W. W is just much lower cooldown than the ZW, and you can go to Grass Blade to go invisible, blah blah blah. You know, and these are regular abilities which help with that. I think Zed just feels very, very.
Is it quiet? Because okay, wait a second.
They don't want to believe, but
Uses all.
Oh no, he's not. I take it back.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Not bad. Not bad.
Oh shit.
Don't say not bad.
Okay, but that's not a Zed thing, Sam. Zed was getting his ass beat there.
A glimmer of hope for TES.
Top play as well. Teleport up here for a 2v1 on
Who did the kill go over to? Was that Zed? I think it was Zed.
Zed, yeah.
Alright, that's good.
They've got Costream here as well.
Coming around the wall. Cuz trying to collapse on Jackie Love in the meantime. It's a split play
Nice.
across 2 fronts. Jackie Love caught out Realm Warp to get them a little bit closer to Perfect.
I don't.
Holding on nicely. They don't really have an angle of attack there. Dominus coming out for Perfect in the meantime. One dash
Flash
going through.
Realm
Knocked back by 369, but he manages to make it over the
Hung's
wall.
here.
Hung now chasing. Flash forward. The stun to interrupt, but it's not enough to stop.
Okay, alright. So they got 2 kills across the place. They've already lost their mid turrets. That's not getting pushed by KT there. That's not bad. That's some good gold back. That's some good gold back. And now,
That's literally a third of the gold lead just to spit.
and Dragon's up in 10 seconds. If they can stop Soul Point, get another Dragon.
Perfect is the one. I mean, Perfect's just not going to be there, which is not bad. Oh, hang on, that's not the best TP of all time.
Arrival on.
So we can't
Right on
teleport.
top of
Yeah.
Okay.
He's in. He's out.
That's a hard
Safe
champ
for
to
now. So Dragon's up now. Baron's not up. I'm surprised they're not doing Dragon and Spawn, you
As
know.
we progress
That's
into
half
the
the gold league
1-3-1,
gone.
the Dragon being
Yeah,
available at
but
the moment,
I think that KT gets to still roll into Dragon, right?
KT are showing
Probably.
as
I
real
interrupted
top,
back probably now.
but I think it's
He has no
There's
teleport.
top side.
He has
with
no
no
teleport.
TP.
Perfect
That's
comes
true.
up
There's no
with
teleport for
Well,
either.
yeah, but I
So
mean,
no Ezreal or
1
Rise.
second.
Zed has ult again.
Ezreal's run down. Okay, they're giving it up. They're going to go for tier 2 top.
But they're just really not in a good spot here. Kanavi laying down the shadow, but immediately
That
forced
shadow.
out of the pit. Good.
Yeah, I know. I guess we tried to time it. I just looked a bit spooky and it was, so I wasn't expecting just blast going into 4 people.
Zed shenanigans.
For KT, they can continue to force TES to come to them.
Apologies to Team Secret Wales. KT is apparently just the best team in the world. True. Like, so KT beat MKOI and Team Secret Wales to be here.
Teleport, so he couldn't join either.
Cosmic Drive
Now
down
it's a
for
3-item
the Cassiopeia is going to be real quick.
Ultimate would have guaranteed Rakan kill and Drake that. Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't
Let me tell you. It's only going to get better here.
Yeah, I thought it was
Try for
going
the
to be.
castle.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be the ult as well. I agree.
Because Hung obviously had no idea.
Yeah.
If you eat, yeah. I mean, if you ult into Miasma, I think probably just dies.
Rise is often fairly often.
Hung has missed the knockup. Hung is. You've used an ult for that. Doesn't BD just run? Oh god.
Cream's pretty fast. Oh, Mr. Petrifying guy.
No, he hit the slow. He hit the slow. So he actually did hit it. It just wasn't 10 towards him.
I mean, he just didn't get the stun, is what I meant by that.
Yeah, there's a difference between like hitting / missing and it like being stunned or slower.
KT are almost honestly just dominating them.
I thought it was not the miasma stuff.
And they can push in on this secondary tower. There is split push going on, so they will get 1 tower in payment.
Yeah, I just don't see how Toppies was ever like group up fight against this team. It's just way too annoying to deal with Pillar Miasma and all the combos between them.
On this KT lineup, they will delete this objective if they're given 30 seconds.
Is KT good or do GT dog shit? I mean, look, Toppies was played very well versus GT. Toppies have not played very well today, and I think game 1 was not good play. Game 2 I think was less about that and actually more about comp and decision making, rather than like mechanics or something like that. I think yeah, as I said, I've spoken at length about the Zed and how I think actually it's a bit of a bait here. I think it's a bit of a false counter pick into Trundle if Trundle has combos which hurt. Which they do. I mean, Trundle Alistair, Trundle Cassiopeia. It means that the pillar becomes less of an annoyance, more of a, oh fuck, I gotta have to W backwards all the time. And you can't W forwards.
At least for TS's side.
You disagree?
I don't know. I'm trying to think what else we could have gone. I don't hate it as much as you do. Though I grant you, I do think that like.
Maybe we can
I was thinking about an AP jungle.
Is that possible?
I think AP jungle. If you go Zyra, I think it's way better.
It is concerning when you're playing Zed jungle.
Yeah, nothing dives onto you.
Enemy mid laner, and they didn't build his Onyx.
You do very well versus the jungle. I think you go AP jungle, you go for Bloodletters at some point, I think you're very happy. I think people have forgotten AP jungle.
Probably going like Rylai's or something next. But
Any Dino jungle?
I'm not as against the Zed as you are, though. Not that I disagree with you on as I think it's tricky.
Not bad quickness. That's a dead Cream, I think.
It's not Peter's actually not danger here.
Cream is dead. Very good petrifying gaze.
Yeah,
the 5v5 is just so much better from
I also
KT.
think Jackie actually fumbled a lot of combos.
No, it's not his fault. That's
I've
harsh.
seen him. I don't know, dude. I've seen he's died. This is the third time he's died to a combo with flash up.
I don't think it's Desire's fault. I don't think it is. I'm right. Yeah. Look, I don't think Jackie has played very well. I don't disagree with that, but I think pointing the fingers at Jackie I don't think is fair for this game.
I have more issues this game than last game for Jackie. I think that this is multiple.
Oh yeah, sure, I'll agree with that too. Yeah.
I just think that there's multiple fights down in a row. Like there's like 3 out of the last 4 where he's just not used the flash at all when it would have been useful.
Hey Medic, how's it going?
Hey,
we're currently despairing because we thought that Top East was only got their Worlds debuff when it was Elimination Series.
Yeah, exactly.
So Hung in this series has been a bit closer to what we expected from Spring Weibo Hung. So Hung was really good in summer for Top Esports. Like really good. I actually think he was maybe best support in the league across every very good.
Stop it, BDD, not like this.
I don't think there's anything Jackie can do here now.
But I think that my wonder is whether
I thought Top East was the better team coming into Hung's Diabolical, but Cream's also not been great. First game was not great for him. Second game, whatever. I also think this second game, we've been talking about it at length. I think so. Zed has been very popular into Trundle in LPL. I think what we're seeing this game is if Trundle loses the 1v1, but still wins by, say, pillaring into Alistar combo or pillaring into Cassiopeia damage, then the Zed counter pick is just not actually a counter pick, because Zed can never W forwards whenever there are 2 people on the screen, which is what happens a lot here.
Again, I've had less issues. I've had more issues with Top Esports overall, like, team play. So actually they've ended up in a lot of 4v5s where we've not seen 369 come to plays. They've not been ready for a lot of division plays. That's not bad. They don't get paid today.
Yeah, so what, don't see what the Zed actually brings. So what Zed actually brings, Top Esports are a very jungle lead centric team. They love having Kanavi ahead. What Zed does is does a full quit 6 camps very quickly, recalls for double longswords and can be at scuttle spawn with double longswords when the enemy jungler like Trundle can't do that. So you end up walking into the first scuttle fights of the game very strong, and you use that to then kind of roll into massive farm advantages, continually like invading, getting camp, stuff like that.
Like I've seen Kanavi and Tarzan like 1v1 blast the Trundle 100-0 on his Gromp multiple times.
So as long as you have a combo you can actually fight in mid and late game, the jungle advantage then just really impressive. The problem with this, I think, is that's the only thing you bring to this game. Really.
Bad from Kanavi.
Says Cast Q hits him, hits the Jackie.
Oh, Jackie, this is a horror story.
Again, I don't think there's anything you can do here. This Casting is so overstacked at this point. Jesus Christ.
But I think, to be fair, also BDD just had a killer game after the dive early was the one thing that's gone wrong for him.
Yeah, completely agree, Medic. I mean, if you don't punish early, then things go wild. And that was my problem. I think Zed into Trundle is fine. I think Zed into Trundle Cass, Trundle Alistar, stuff like that, that's not fine. So at that point, it just becomes, you must win early. And that's a problem. That is a problem. I think Top Esports early in the other Swiss games were way better at finding actual comps which worked mid and late. I think the Trundle really screwed them.
I had some vague hope it might be able to threaten the Ezreal who couldn't get away from the ultimate, but it's just not. You called out it's going to be difficult to find him alone or in a fight. I thought maybe if you could go in second on the Zed after over the cooldowns, then you can threaten the Ezreal then.
Yep.
That's the option.
How the hell has KT gone undefeated?
KT undefeated.
Jesus, that's insane. How have they managed to go through an man?
Did Atlas tweet? Did he not tweet?
Crazy. Okay, we want to get Vestian on for the second series if he's around, so we will try and set that up. Yeah. So then we have Anyone's Legend versus CFO. I thought this was going to be the easy match for LPL today. Jesus. Well, okay, now this is where KT rolls to do the LNG of last year, go undefeated, and they have like 2 weeks off or however long. I think it's less this year. But like they have like a bunch of time off, and then they come in really cold to quarterfinals and get blasted. Surely, right?
I mean, playing MQuay and Team Secret will probably help them.
True.
You don't, don't you dare besmirch the name of Secret Wales.
Yeah.
MCoy, you know what?
Secret whale. Secret whale.
MCoy.
Through the Swiss stage. Secret whale.
Perfect. You
Is this just the Welsh rugby fan of me hearing the word Wales going?
Been easy for him, but he to play, and so did the rest of the team. And I know that he's been
If I had a budget, you know what I'd be recording.
Yeah, it's true.
I do want to keep. I do want to at some point revive the tradition of doing Disney parody songs to happenings within the league scene.
Way more smoothly. The team fighting was
Damn, Top Esports got fucking wrecked.
They did a bit.
Oh god, I really. I said this earlier. I want. If Top Esports can recover and they get another couple of series out of Swiss stage,
No bad thing.
it could work because at that point they're then coming. They get a bit more practice on stage. They get to come in less cold into quarters, but I'm worried about the mental collapse.
Here's the big brain.
Yeah.
There is going to be a number of teams winning from a significant margin, because a lot of teams are going to go to 1 and 2, right?
Yeah.
Including the possibilities of T1, Gen G, HLE, BLG.
Yes.
By avoiding 3-0, you avoid the battle-hardened 1 and 2 team that is going to make the deep lower bracket run.
Yeah.
This is the mindset from Top Esports. This is a sandbag series, and I am all fine. Nice headband, Law. I appreciate it. She's even got the KT colours on. Oh my god.
It took him a bit of time, but I felt like this game specifically was his game. But on
I made a tweet praising Top Esports coming into this, and I'm just saying, KD fans, you can say thank you now.
When they took down Gen G in the upper bracket, it was a combination of BDD and Cuz. That combination is lethal when Cuz has woken up, and he is definitely wide awake. So it was great to see.
Yeah, I think I don't know. Like game 1 was very winnable from Top Esports. They had a good early advantage for the. I think they had a real winning position. That they were in a really good position to look for Hexal, stuff like that. Hung and Cream just completely sprinted it. Game 2, much more of a comp issue. There was execution issues as well. I think that Hung on Rakan was not good, and I think
Hung didn't really. The thing is, I'm aware that we're picking apart the holes in this Top Esports comp. But we actually also didn't see them really manage to coordinated invade outside of that aggressive one onto the red buff where the exhaust came on through and Kanavi's ult meant that they didn't actually kill the level 5 Alistair, who may otherwise have been under threat. Weren't expecting the spellbook exhaust to be in at that point.
But I was calling it before the play even happened. Yes. Why are you there? Because Jackie is clearly not going to be here. You've seen enemy bot lane reset. There is a real risk of both enemy bot lanes turning up. They did. They were in an uneven numbers fight.
Yeah, but that was the last time we saw like a proper attempted invade. We didn't really see Cream or 369 play the cross map very well. They would go for tier 2, just not really get much value, and then we didn't see the TP plays from them. So we basically didn't see a lot of proactivity from Top Esports that worked. I think Hung really looked lost on the map. I also think actually 369 on the Cassante didn't do very much. We didn't see a good all-out angle. We didn't really see a threat on the backside.
It's really hard for him to do that into Trundle, because as soon as the ult comes through from Trundle, this is the problem with the Cassante, is like, you pick it as a consolation pick, because realistically this team does need a front line. You don't get the Alistair, which would have actually changed. If you had the Alistair with this comp, if you change supports here, Top Esports probably have a winning comp, by the way.
Yeah.
If you change supports, but that's why I put Alistair as my most picked champion for Swiss, for Worlds. Because I think Alistair is just uniquely very, very, very strong.
I put Jarvan.
Fair play. He's really, really strong lead against him. Kanavi thinking he was Tarzan with the Z pick. I mean, he was really good on Z in early game in region. And the thing is, again, Top Esports are a very jungle. We've seen this the entire year. In fact, when a couple of the casters were asking me about LPL teams leading into first stand, the biggest thing is I was saying, like, look, Top Esports are the jungle focus team. They are the jungle lead focus team. They use strong bot lane. Winter Split is what they did. They use strong CV2 bot lane to allow Kanavi to invade on like second respawn of camps or even first, like end of first clear. And then they just like use Kanavi as a wrecking ball throughout the entire game. Clearly things. Oh god, I hope they don't mentally collapse. That's the worry. That's the worry.
Yeah. I think especially if you're gonna go for this kind of like skirmish invade comp and then fail to skirmish and invade, it's a bad time. I think also just they really struggle to actually. They end up like putting a lot of damage into an Alistair and not actually converting that into the kills. Or into the Alistair having to reset, which is also what you want to do. And then either just...
The greatest players
Yeah, KT. So what did I tweet before? I tweeted, top esports worries tend to kick in for elimination series, so I don't think their poor mental strength will be a factor today. Teams haven't had a chance to dissect the early game and drafts yet. Top esports have the advantage over KT, who've struggled early. You can thank me anytime, KT fans.
Oh, wow.
Look, I'm just doing the analysis which is available to me, Sam. I can't believe they made Worlds and now they're 3-0. And the problem is, now they're 3-0, they're obviously going to get their shit kicked in first round. Of course they are. I mean, KT have never gone beyond quarterfinal. KT have never gone beyond quarterfinals of Worlds. So they went quarterfinals in Season 5. In fact, we saw that live as they lost to Rox Tigers first round. And then they made it to quarterfinals in 2018, which was the next time they made it back. And they lost, of course, to IG in the 5-game series, even though they had the super team. And they've never been to Worlds outside of those 3 times.
I just landed in China. Let's go.
KT are one of the best teams, like, and most exciting teams. And, oh god, don't say exciting. And they're one of the most exciting teams across the league history, and they've only made Worlds 3 times. They made it to quarterfinals each time. They really should have been there in Season 3, but yeah.
Have you ever seen Great Wall at night? Play the local way. Pay your way.
Would be pretty funny now if they made finals. Yeah. Don't know what happened to KC, but definitely implosion. I mean, they stopped doing their team vlog. There was a bunch of like cryptic tweets at different points through the year and different things said on stream. Yeah, KC for KC. Okay. Yeah, KC. It just looks like internally, just a bomb went off. I don't know what the heck happened like over the course of it.
But the fact that like the thing is, there's a lot of teams where this stuff happens, but very rarely does it become this public, which is kind of wild. Probably with the exception of something like Breaking Point for Liquid, but even then that was post everything, right? It didn't happen during.
Is this a good time to remind KT fans that every time they've made it to Worlds, they've gone quarters and out?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I need to go find a photo of that KT Roster series from ages ago. Because we did watch it live. It's very, very cool. Okay, we should probably go try and get Vestion on at some point then.
We should probably manage that, yes.
Okay, so what you need to do is load up... I've got Discord on here. If you want to get Discord on your PC and add an extra audio
I'm going to just
output.
have a look about how to do that, yes. I know, it's just because of the way my audio setup works, it's been a bit weird before, so we'll give it a go, but I'm not.
What do you mean by it's a bit weird? Because what you do is you put... Okay, so for chat, I'm going to explain to chat, because Sam knows this already. You can choose where your audio goes out on Discord, and then which is different from the rest of your stuff. And then you can just, on OBS, add an audio output device.
I've done that before, it didn't work. For whatever reason, some of my outputs aren't picked up by OBS. No idea why. So for example, I can't run my audio through my speakers or the interface. I have to go through that. It won't work, it's not working. I have no idea.
Okay. See you, chat. I didn't know about that, so while I was trying to explain things, because whatever, I didn't have the information because it wasn't given to me.
What I was trying to say.
Then you could have just given me the damn information. So
when I tried
they're
to, then you kept
sassy with me.
Well, the reason I was being sassy, she wouldn't let me finish the sentence.
Nuh-uh. The application audio capture beta works fairly well with Discord. Is that an extra download app? Oh, application audio capture beta. Oh, okay, maybe that's another way to do it then. Yeah, but then you still need to choose the right output for Discord is the thing though, right? I'm pretty sure. Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get you twice. How are we gonna do this? We're gonna crawl.
Get me twice.
Yeah, well, I just need basically I want to just make sure it comes through.
Welcome back to the best
we do it
ahead of
this
our
way.
second series here today. Another team is
But
about to fly
how?
to quarterfinals.
What do you mean getting me twice? I'm going through here, Sam. So it's just going through your mic. So that actually doesn't matter at all. Because this is through the same audio input.
To take on CFO. I do hope they are ready though, because it has been an amazing run for CFO so far.
I haven't changed titles and I haven't changed the other things.
Is that really an upset though, given how they've been performing all year long?
I don't know if it is. Honestly, they have looked absolutely spectacular. Obviously, domestically, stomping people.
Yes.
But here at the International as well, they've looked great when it comes towards playing towards sides, how they've been drafting, they're controlling the early game, their team fighting has been spectacular. They are hitting on all fronts.
And usually, like all of us, we have experience with our top team having some peaks and valleys, the
Whatever
valleys
you
being
mean.
specific. You guys have a lot of valleys.
It has to be an up for a valley, Raska.
But for CFO, they have just been experiencing the peaks. It just feels amazing for them. Being able to experience those 3 internationals, Driver, of course, dancing because of the dub. Like, that game that they had versus T1 was exceptional through and through. And for me, Doggo was crazy. When I see the Draven locked in, you have some doubts. The game seems kind of difficult. He plays it out so expertly. The dives that he finds, like when he's that confident, I was like, oh, please give me some more.
And you can't be happy, honestly, when you see the way this team has been performing, because I remember at the beginning of the year, we were saying that it was all about jungle.
Let me know
when
we're good to go.
And the man of the hour yesterday was, in fact, Doggo. The aggressivity on the side of that Draven.
It feels like every time we come to Worlds, though, we end up seeing Doggo step up. Last
What,
year
do you want
was
me
the
to
guys
add
that played
you to-
versus BLG, and this year now in the Draven versus T1, this man, when the clutch is needed, steps up massively, and the fact you can rely on this AD carry to carry through what has been a strong early game for CFO just sets them up as very, very strong opponents here today.
And coming into today, what can we expect on the other side of the rig? Because AL yesterday, they beat Genji, an upset.
Hopefully that. Have you got the right mic input for Discord, by the way?
Well, here it came down to team fights.
Yeah, some of our expectations are just based
Just
off
checking.
them inside. I mean, beating HLE, beating Genji.
You might get us a little bit double because his 2 mic was going into the thing.
The coaching staff.
That just sounds better. Honestly,
yes,
you know?
you make the use of the HLE one. I was like, okay.
No complaints of hearing you guys' voice.
I have to mute.
Tomorrow won't be
Okay, so I'm going through Sam's
Boom,
mic.
It happens again, and you can see the light shining
So I need to
in the
mute.
Chinese
I need to
fans
mute
as they
your
see
account on
hope
Discord.
in this team.
Mute myself because I don't know what's going through the laptop, and then hopefully it's fine. Okay, chat, can you hear Vestian?
Hello, hello.
Take over, get the early kills that they need, and then when it comes
Cool, awesome. Right, that's working. Right, so now we need to figure out what the hell our audio balancing is going to be. But yeah, we have Vestian on. Vestian is LCP expert. We chat a little bit around ASI for some of the Vietnamese teams there. Bit of a different scenario now. We've got Enemy's Legend versus CFO for, you know, undefeated 3-0 out of Swiss stage, so stakes significantly higher.
And then there was that game where you're stealing.
I don't want to believe it, Sam.
Look, I was more nervous about Anyone's Legend than
carries
Top
out.
Esports.
Kaisa tries to dive back in. Steadfast presence to
I think AL
blocker.
could be a bit
3-2-1,
fake.
not allowed. And then
Oh,
shoves
look.
her into the
Hey, Young
to the
Vest
wall
got all
and
of his
makes it so
support behind
Kaisa
CFO
can't
today,
play
so
the
there's a
game.
lot. There's a lot
When they were
of backing
behind
CFO.
versus Genji.
Look, all
And
I'm
they get
saying
Soul
is
after
I
that.
believed ceiling for
And he's someone
CFO
that
this
has been
tournament was
criticised. He's someone
semi-finals.
that
I'm
has
seeing
had
tweets
the
saying,
best
wouldn't it be a
times
massive
when it
upset
comes
they went
to
out
AL
3-0? I was like, no.
the summer split.
No,
So
it
the
isn't.
fact that
If
he's
you
got
actually knew ball, you knew that this team was good. And this was more than a possibility.
Especially now when they are just
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, especially with who we drew, I think was the important thing, right? Like if we get like the PSG or even AL side where you're against Genji, Genji HLE, it's a lot harder.
But I mean, we got wouldn't be a shame, right? They could still happily make it up.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think importantly too, like Fnatic, I had no doubts about that series. I mean, there's always the question mark around T1, but realistically coming in, I was expecting them to win. Like I think going in, they should win. Obviously, it was emotional to see them actually do it, but that was my expected outcome through that series. Now, I mean, I think AL are a lot better than T1 based on how they've performed so far, but I still think CFO certainly can win.
I think, yeah, this is, because it's a best of 3, we actually get to see adaptation, and that's the most interesting thing. Because I think AL are the most creative LPL team. Yes, I will stand by that. They're the most creative LPL team. CFO are a very creative team in general. So we get to see, because the game yesterday, I don't know how much of you caught like I was talking about it on stream, but the CFO early game, that could legitimately change the entire tournament. I don't think you can blind pick Caitlyn anymore, because Caitlyn can't 1v1 top lane. Like, very, very good as a TVT champion, not great as a 1v1 champion.
Agreed.
So if you do lock in some, you know, like Doggo's Draven, which is of course very effective yesterday, you know that you're escaping the Caitlyn has to stay bot lane, you pick some motion swap there, that's fine. And because LCP/PCS VCS last year and then LPL this year actually had on-stage practice with 1v1s, because we had 1v1s for side select either in game 1 or game 3 and best of 3s, and then either game 1 or game 5 or best of 5s. We've actually got some on-stage experience for these players of what is the just raw role agnostic best 1v1 champions in the game if you just leave them in a lane alone. Particularly because of lane swap detection, you can see stuff like Draven come back in top lane, because Draven was absurdly good in those 1v1s too. We saw a bit of Lucian, Jace, Heimerdinger, Renekton was around a place too. But this could legitimately change the entire game.
For sure, and I think like that's one thing that the LCP has actually been reasonably good at. Now drafting, they just copy, like they copy what LCK and LPL do, but actually how they implement strategies is very different in general. Like, I mean, Vikings tended to be the best at it, but like the benefit of having the Vikings in our region is a lot of teams had to adapt to what the Vikings were doing, and in that you get to sort of learn what you can look for. And I think, I mean, that's what we saw yesterday, right? Like, it's not a new thing, this lane swap and whatnot, but I think how Junja actually played the jungle was very important, because it meant Doggo could just do whatever he wanted the entire time.
And that's also abusing the fact that Vi is not a champion at level 1 and level 2. She needs level 3. Kiana is very, very good at level 1, because people don't realize how much the attack speed with Conqueror gives you at level 1.
Casters, over to you for best of 3.
Cool, alright, I'm gonna go to tweet out, and then let's get a rolling.
This is going to be an incredible
Chat, do you want us to turn casters down a bit on the feed if we're yapping so much?
Because it is the 3-0 qualification. It's just to show who
what's the feeling in
I will
chat?
need a Discord stream as well. Sorry.
I don't know if we can do that. Look, let's just hope that it's in sync if you just watch the feed.
Okay.
Let's hope it's in sync. Hopefully it'll be fine.
To surprise us.
CFO, they have gained a lot of
I'm sure it'll be roughly the same. It's probably a couple of seconds, but that's no big deal. Not enough to put off the emotional gratification I'll get when CFO beat what is looking like the strongest LPL team.
Yeah, which is crazy in some senses, because effectively, folks, AL had a really not great summer. I say that they still finished 3rd, whatever. AL never truly came back from MSI, and I think that on the whole, look, BLG obviously, they recovered a little bit. Top esports. The AL bounced back in a way which we haven't seen this level of AL the entire summer. So I was surprised to see it come out at Worlds, particularly because LPL, I mean, I get LPL teams tend to ramp up through groups and through Swiss stage and whatever, but I wasn't expecting it from AL in the way that they did.
Sure. I mean, it must have been hard for them in the sense that, like, I mean, same as BRG, but like, they had Esports World Cup, their league had already started while they were still competing in the tournament, you know, it's like, damn, that is a rough schedule. I mean, it can't be easy to just have absolutely no break from the beginning of Split 2 to the end of Split 3 and now Worlds even.
To just go curb stomp a Rek'Sai. I love that version of it. And actually drafting for Doggo here to just have it.
So I just gotta tweet out real quick.
You know, Draven Gilmore, he ends up solo killing them very easily.
And really,
alright, I saw some people getting surprised that Poppy was being banned. It was really high ban rate in LPL, partly because you saw like these double removal comps where you had like Poppy plus, I don't know what, Mordekaiser occasionally or whatever, where it was very hard to play late game fights, even if technically you had the better 5v5 comp, because someone was just not there, because they were just punted out. And AL arguably beat Genji by using that yesterday.
Yeah, and the LCP has struggled a lot against that, so I think, yeah, a really good ban by us, just by virtue of we suck at versing it.
That's the same kind of thing with LCK, the Kiana as well.
Kiana, yeah.
Because everyone is flaming
And Junja is crazy at that champ, by the way.
Yes, I will say though, I do think that Kanavi is the best Kiana in the world. That guy
You just haven't seen enough.
Mate, I did see Junja miss like point blank ultimates yesterday, so...
We haven't put Reston to pick Driver's champ, have we? I guess it's open.
Also,
Okay,
hang on,
I mean,
whoa. Surely you're not doing that with Tarzan Trundle available. No, blind pick B1 Sion is not it, folks. If you go Trundle here for AL, isn't that super doomed? You can't go Sion B1 blind with Trundle up.
Yeah. I mean, this makes more sense. And to be honest, they probably never were, just because, like, again, driver's not in. So, like, I'm sure Rest can play it, and part of it could even
Is this
be
Rest's
the fact
first
that
game
Rest
Worlds? He played the first two best of ones, right?
Yes. No, yeah. Driver played the other two.
Yes, that's what I meant. I misspelled it. Okay.
Super solid in our first
Yeah.
Oh, Yunara Nico is very lane dominant. I wonder why the CFO are looking to escape this lane with the swap again. But my problem is, I don't think you can commit to the Sion and the lane swap if you have Trundle on 3 here. I don't think you can lock it in right now, so they might have to go Corki just to say we have to go 2v2.
Yep, and I don't necessarily mind it. I mean, the problem is, right, that Yunara is just going to be better than Corki the duration of the game. Like, it's just a champ that's good into Corki, but it's not like Corki has to necessarily interact with the Yunara. And, you know, like Junja can get onto the Yunara. There's not the greatest peel at the moment. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think it's like whatever. I prefer this over picking Ezreal, which is what a lot of people do.
Yeah, I think Ezreal isn't great when a lot of the hyper tanks are still available. I think that Ezreal into hyper tanks feels pretty bad, and particularly if you locked it in now, you can't lock the Trundle. You can't deny the fact that Honky Aurora. I mean, he's played 2 games of Rise so far, right? Hasn't Honky?
Yes, both games were Rise, but his Aurora is very. I mean, like maybe you'll remember back to MSI, he solo could fake it twice, I believe, as Aurora. And it was this matchup.
Wait, is he undefeated on Rise this year? What's his win rate? He's got because Medic was in our chat earlier and he was talking about Honky's Rise win rate. I have to say I don't look at stats like that nearly as much anymore. Maybe I should.
I mean, he is nearly undefeated on lots of things. It's the hardest, you know.
True. They have won a lot of. They've won a lot of games, folks.
Yeah. His Rise is 100% over 5.
Right. It's a small sample size, but strong.
His Aurora's only 50 over 6, but to be honest, he is very good at Aurora.
Right. Oh, I forgot to run adverts. I actually need to run adverts now. Oops, we'll do that at the end of the game. Not bad. I should. It turns out there's a load of things to sort out when we've got streams on 3 different places.
Yeah. When Young Vest comes in ganks.
Yeah. Shank's Rise is pretty damn good. Sets up for Tarzan to do anything. Rise is, you know, fairly tanky, fairly good early game. Gives you some X factor with the ult, and then has point and click for a jungle, which is a hell of a lot of green flags.
Timewing is hard engage guy. All right, he is definitely not looking for.
I mean,
I was really I'm glad that didn't tip while I was over the projector.
And it was a bit feast or famine domestically, right? But we
Sam, I just get anxious with water, like liquid Dorado electronics.
At the end of the day, we know his bread and
I get anxious with liquid Dorado electronics, Sam.
I'm glad to give him credit for branching out, but I know what I
some
want
words.
to see.
All right, so Zin is banned on the other side.
Righty then. So how are we feeling about the drafts, folks? I had been making coffee, so I could use a recap on vibes.
It's still really in limbo right now.
I feel like I worry about the AL bot lane priority. Yunara Nico is about as lane dominant as it gets right now, and I feel like the Corki Yunara into Corki, as we've been seeing, is basically if Corki ever misuses Frostbomb or uses it on the wave, Yunara activates Q and runs at you, and you cry. Quite a lot as Corki, which is unusual because Corki's normally pretty lane dominant, not into Yunara.
Tarzan Pool's shrinking here. I still think he's okay to pick someone like Neferi here.
Yeah.
Wait, what's the last ban? Did they just miss last ban?
Huh? No, they might have done.
Or is that just a graphic bug? It might be a graphic bug.
We had the graphic bug yesterday too.
Vi is fine here too. Vi is very good into Corki. Corki cannot play into that champion
What
very
should be
well.
Zed again? Oh, the Tarzan Maokai is fun.
We haven't.
That one in a
This is the
while.
first Maokai of Worlds. It was banned in the EU matchup because EU loves that champion. During the EU region kill we had yesterday on Kojitsu.
So what I will note here is for those of you who have not watched Tarzan on Maokai, Tarzan often puts up the highest damage in the game on Maokai because he was one of the OG full AP Maokai builders back on LNG. I have seen this man do unspeakable things on the tree.
I think I still have a clip somewhere of Monte Cristo VOD reviewing the game for Bangers Only and just like seeing the 9,000 damage team fight and just like
losing his shit.
completely
I
losing his
remember
shit.
that when it was
Like,
great. I miss Bangers Only being a regular thing. I don't see
but it's just so much of a time investment.
Yeah, it is, but it was really cool.
Thing is that I have to say, like, if we go away from doing live co-streams for everything again, because we have streamed over 850 hours this year. I think it's not good for mental health, let me tell you that. But I do wonder whether we do something like a VOD review catch-up thing, because there is definitely a window for that in terms of content around Worlds right now, just sort of globally.
Nico and
Are we Luluing?
I think Alice is the play, right? You can shrug off the Maokai.
Agreed.
The problem is,
okay. I mean, Kaiwing is a big Nami player.
Oh, Corky Nami?
But I've not seen this duo in a long... Okay, Vestian, have we just missed this as a duo? What's the context?
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen... I mean,
Kaiwing is...
Yeah.
The broken blade in China!
Okay, no, there is a chance that we could be prepared for that. Okay, so this is something that we've had happen in the LCP, where we had a Kled come through and we lane swapped the Scion into mid lane. I really wish we'd do that now.
Yeah, that's true. We saw that in EU from GX as well, but I do remember Honky playing that. There have been a couple of teams which have tried that worldwide. I don't think you can do that here. Kled is such an obnoxious lane bully right now. Also, Scion doesn't exactly like playing against Ryze in the mid lane either, because Ryze can quickly reset and the health rates just don't matter.
I also will say that when Flandre was first making his name primarily as a carry top laner, the Snake Esports days, Kled was one of his picks. He and Duembi used to kind of trade out who was the best Kled in the region type thing, so it's not like this is a new champion for Flandre. We've not seen it properly in a little while, but this is certainly historically one of those pocket picks that Flandre's always had ready. So this isn't new for him, though I grant you he is going back in time to pull this one out.
Flandre has always been, like, if you're going to have one scientist in the LPL, it is
Flandre. Him and Duembi were the two.
He's the guy that did Graves top back when he won Worlds in 21. Like, I don't know, this guy he invented Tank Jace.
Our Flandre who art in top lane, hallowed be thy Kled. Thy bear traps be hit, thy charges be sick.
We have a pretty cool team comp, and I actually, like, there's a chance that Corky Nami is able to just battle in the bot lane.
Oh, honestly, I agree. I also think, like, Tidal Wave to just counter a Nico ult, say, okay, the moment Nico ults, I just hit R, can be really, really nice. And giving...
I mean, same with Kled, right?
And theoretically, you have a bit more sustain and a second range bot laner. So if you can get good ebb and flow procs off, empower Doggo to get some powerful auto trades with the Q in the Sheen procs, with the ebb and flow and the Tycaller's Blessing. Like, I can see how that works. I just have not seen this duo outside of solo queue, you know?
Yeah. Corky Nami was the thing way back in, like... It was a thing back in Season 3, Season 4, back then. But it really hasn't been...
Yeah, but that was when nothing really made sense.
Well, that was that was when you just played stuff that was overstated. And in fact, both of them were ridiculously overstated for a very long time.
Is Kitty losing her mind right now? The great Nami Q misser herself.
Where is she? Damn.
She is a challenger Nami main.
I'm really interested in the early game here, folks. I'm really interested in the early game because we haven't seen a Maokai early game for a little while. Maokai typically wants to
that is a good trade.
Oh, in mid lane?
I'm a bit behind you guys, but yeah.
Alright, cool. If you go on YouTube and you 2 times split, we'll see if we can sync up. If you go on YouTube 2 times... Yeah, if you just go to YouTube and then you press 2 times speed, it'll bring you quote-unquote true live. I don't think we're doing that right now, but just... We're currently like, you let us know when you're on point, and then we'll try and sync up through that, because it's just easier than just running Discord stream and put Sam's PC under any more stress. We're currently running, 3 streams, so yeah.
Of course. Look, I'm just glad it wasn't me.
Let me get to work.
No worries. So bot lane control for the Nymaera Nico, no surprises there. I'm not gonna lie, I don't see that much value in the Nami. Kled can ult through it. Tarzan just has to throw his ult. Tarzan is probably the best Maokai player of all time, by the way. He might be. Oh no, Canyon is also really good too. There are a couple of very good players, but like, he in particular stands out, Tarzan. He's very, very good at this pick. My worry is that... Who does this work? Okay, what time are you up?
I'm at 2:48, 49, 50.
Slow down about 8 seconds or so. So we're at 43, 44, 45. You let us know when you've, like...
I'm at 54.
Okay, you stop at 3 minutes, and I will let you know when to go, okay?
Okay, yep, easy.
Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, you should be synced now. What's your time? Just checking now.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, close enough. Cool. Close enough. That's fine. We've done it, folks. We have the technology. Fantastic.
Close enough. We return to a state of League of Legends
We made it.
Interesting that Rest is playing instead of Driver. Yeah, what do you make of Rest playing instead of Driver and then picking Sion?
Okay, so this is what I've said. I think it's like, so this split, a lot of their focus in top lane has been bringing the same champions to like mixing and matching the pool so they can both play each other's camps. And I think what is likely to happen here is that CFO really highly rate just the Sion as a champion, and knowing that Driver's just played it twice and played incredibly well on it, they're not going to get the Sion if he's in, so they bring in Rest, guaranteeing almost certainly that they're going to get it.
Right, because they're not going to get it banned against him. So it's like, okay, well if it's Rest, they don't need to ban the Sion, so they still get the hold of the champion, even if perhaps Driver is the Nymaera.
Oh, go on! Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, I don't blame them flashing for that, I really don't.
The thing about the Sions here is that I'm glad that they... Hang on, is there a remount? No.
Oh, it's close! Oh, Flambe!
Get absolutely Flambe. Why have we never done that before First Rumble? Why have I never done that before?
Yeah, exactly.
Why have I never done that before?
Yeah, because you're not goated like me.
Yeah, I'm not goated like Flambe. He's so hot right now.
Allows him to stack up that courage.
Oh,
one of my
favorite
Twitter interactions of all time is Cloud9 just responding to Sneaky's various cosplay
brother,
pictures. You're so hot, brother. It's just exceptional.
Yeah, classic.
If AD carries are expected to be able to
I think this lane swap has been really good for CFO though. Like Flandre, I mean, he needs to recall right. Sion's going to be able to get the wave in, and he's ahead in CS, which, like, while that doesn't necessarily benefit the Sion amazingly, but it's good that Cled's behind, because Cled definitely does need resources.
Oh yeah, yeah he does.
Oh, that phosphorus bomb was dreadful.
I agree. Oh my god. He gets it because he hits the clone at the same time. He only gets that because he hits both Corki and the clone.
God bless Pocket Pistol.
That only works because of the Wukong clone.
Just autos, but then if he doesn't Valk forward,
jeez.
That is the difference of.
Okay, so about the resources for Kled thing, I will just turn nameplates on and say that Flandre somehow makes everything that needs resources work with 0, even though realistically he shouldn't be giving up. Flandre is the kind of guy that shouldn't give up the leads which he does, but then somehow muddles his way through to a win anyway. So against Gen G, very far behind on the Rek'Sai. Kinda shit when Rek'Sai's behind. Still somehow one was still quite useful in the mid-late game team fights. So, of all the players coming from LPL, well, I'm like, well, I guess we're gonna go see him playing from behind again. At least with Flandre, I know somehow he has a success rate on it.
So we will postpone our
300 gold lead for Rest and only 100 gold lead for Hope, and Experience pretty close.
I mean, early game, pretty evenly matched. I think Hope should have got first blood, but missed the W.
I think he did get a tick of the damage on the W. I just thought that the regen was working with Door and Shield and stuff. I thought it actually hit, but it wasn't quite enough damage.
So
maybe I was wrong.
Everybody still has flashes.
You're not wrong about the Sion being up a decent amount of CS hit. I mean, don't really go like, oh, that's not a bad little look box. That's wonderful from Tarzan.
Tarzan is really good. He is a very good. This is actually my big problem for CFO in this matchup. They are, look, Jundra is a very important part of their team. Of course he is. Tarzan may be the best jungler in the world on this day. If Tarzan's on form, like, Jundra is good. He's very, very good. I think he's probably top 5 junglers or about. The top of the jungle pool is actually very close, I think, basically. But Tarzan is just very, very fucking good when he's on his day. And if Tarzan turns up, I don't know whether Jundra can have the same impact which he's used to having.
And I think with that in mind as well, the thing we've always praised about Tarzan and Kyle in general this year is Tarzan's ability to basically chat with the coaches, chat with the team and say, this is what we are doing for the first 5 minutes. Here's how we're going to set up the map and set up the game. I'm going to be doing these things. And then basically having very, very scary early game plans can be rough for Jundra, because basically Jundra then has to be kind of aware that if he is red and if he's on vision, what that allows AL and Tarzan to do on the map is very scary, because he will pull off plays like that. It's like, okay, we know where the walls are. We're going to get behind you here. That's a big kill. But we'll see.
Yeah, we kind of get lucky that oh, okay. We kind of get lucky that it got picked up by KL, right? Like, you get your proto bout a little bit earlier, but
there are worse support champions to give gold, but I grant you. Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Like, if an Elise gets gold early, I'm like, great, that's fantastic. Elise getting to an item first, that's wonderful, no problem. Nico is a little bit more hit and miss, but hey, you also mean they have to get out of lane. It's allowing the Nymaera to continue just the grind. It hasn't led to a gold lead yet, and that's good news for Doggo, who actually, again, people remember him for his Rammus Yumi days and his Ultra Prime experiences.
No, why did I get to cast the shit years of Doggo? Like, I had to sit there watching these guys go 0-1 and 0 on Draven, doing absolutely shit all, locking Rammus Yumi and completely sprinting it. You get to have Doggo pentakilling Faker era. Like, this is not fair. In the same kind of way, like, I was casting LPL like officially for 2 years when Doomby was retired. Then he comes back after the broadcast is bloody gone. I mean, it's that too.
Yeah.
This is good for CFO getting going.
All three?
Yeah, I suppose. Now, the thing is, so, okay, caveat is, I don't think CFO are going to be able to hit towers that effectively. And Kled is getting instant gold on the other side, getting 2 plates? 2 plates. So, AL get the short-term gold reward, and I don't think CFO will get that much use out of grubs. Yunara's good wave clear. Kled's decent wave clear, you can defend turrets and Maokai quite easily. So it will help if CFO win a fight, very big for them, because then you just insta-kill a turret.
Gentle folks of the Discord call.
Yes.
I have a prediction.
Hello.
I think, and I'm going to assume at this point that they do make it, in some capacity, even if it's not this. That if anyone's actually making the top 8, Flandre is going to have the worst CS difference of any top player in the top 8.
Oh, 100%. I don't think it's even close.
Yeah, I don't think it's even close. Like, this is my carrot lane!
Good dive. Oh, no, that's some bad mistakes.
on 2 on the realm wall. Oh, no. Okay, Rune Prisoner's fine. Okay, and the Shanks.
I don't know if it's fine. You've used 2 big ultimates. I guess you get both summoners out of Nico. That's actually okay. You know what? That's actually better than I thought. That was better than I thought it would be. And the big problem is Doggo losing both summons. Actually.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have all the ults up for Dragon, so I think like there's an argument to be made about like Corki is probably better to be playing a team fight or like a fight around Dragon at this stage without Flash than Nico.
Though I grant you, Corki now becomes an actual pick target, and you have now got to be afraid of Flash Rune Prison, Flash Twisted Advance, Kled, the champion.
Yeah.
Some really angry Yordle just screaming.
Tell you what's underrated as well, because I remember seeing this in. Is this G2? This was G2 BLG last year Swiss stage, I think it was. Yeah, because I remember doing a VOD of this. That's why. Remember when Caps was playing Rise, and this was the Elks real game, and the only way you could catch Ezreal was realm warping right on top of him, and if he had no flash, E wasn't enough to escape. So if you do end up getting Corki with no flash here and realm warps in a good spot, Shank's flash follows you and the Corki can't live. So if Rise has flash, Corki has no flash, and you realm up on top of him, the Valkyrie won't save him.
And compared to last game, like yes, you had the Rise last game for top esports, but actually your ability to threaten someone like a Corki or an Ezreal from last game with a draft like this from AL is much higher. The Corki positioning is a lot more called into question. Yes, of course, you've got the Wukong who's actually pretty good on a disengage front because you can just double cyclone. Yes, of course, an army with ultimate is pretty good value. You're an enchanter,
got a position
all these things as well. However, Doggo's got to be very wary that there's a lot of people who can and will come for his head. And they can just take it.
Yeah, for sure. I do agree. I mean, yeah, the realm warp play is hard. I think. Just again, like you pointed out, there's a lot to stop it. Even just Scion Q.
Scion Q. Yeah. It is hard, but like, yeah, it just means that Doggo needs to be just very well positioned.
Yeah, this is Doggo. This is Doggo well positioned.
Just hang on. Okay, he has Wukong on the same side of the map. I'm like, my dude, you have a level 1 Valkyrie.
Kyle ready to cover.
Yeah, he has defensive ult, doesn't have heal. They could kill Kyle here. I don't think they kill Flandre, but I think they could kill Kyle if it goes badly enough.
They get the play. I think they're happy enough with that.
On the top side of the map. In the meantime, Furious ping.
And I will say the Corki also survived the Yunara potential early lane devastation level 1 run at you with Spirit of Cultivation vibes.
I mean, Dragon goes over to AL, so they get 2 early dragons. That's... maybe they don't actually, it's a little slow.
Yeah, it is. They don't really have any damage on it, right?
No, I mean well, Tarzan has Leandries. Tarzan has an early Leandries, actually. It's a cheap first item compared to Triforce. Not that it's, cheapest in the game, but...
Tarzan, again, one of the downsides.
Can't bush sapling a dragon unless you're Ivan.
Solo objectives well on his own.
You can
on Ocean
Zyra plant that bush, and actually what you do with Zyra is you stand in that bush, and Dragon will come to the very edge of its aggro range while you're using your combos. It's actually one of the safest spots to sit in as a Zyra while you're taking Dragon.
I think Zyra is... I actually was saying this last game actually for top esports. I think top esports actually should have thought about a Zyra in that last game instead of Trundle rather than the Zed. I think AP junglers, look, it's harder to pick them at points, but you can't forget them. They are actually very good in stuff like Trundle, who normally struggles against ranged AP power farmers.
Honestly, Lilia into Trundle would have been alright. Not as much fun as the Cassiopeia, but Kanavi historically was arguably the best Lilia in the damn world.
Finally get the setup around Drake.
Okay, I mean, I'm happy we're not fighting this because of the item disadvantage. To be honest,
this is
now
going to
we're
be a
getting
really
our
fun
Triforces. I'm going to be honest too. This Scion, like, while there is definitely damage, like, it's going to come a lot down onto Kled later. Like, obviously Hope's there, but like, there's a lot of magic damage. It's pretty easy for Rest to build. Like, I mean, he's got his magic resist now, right?
Hollow Radiance.
I think the question for me isn't whether they can kill Scion, because with enough time they can. But then the question is how much time. Like, if Scion lives long enough for Cyclone Between Worlds to come through from mid-jungle, and a Tidal Wave to break up the play, you've done enough. And I think... So as long as Rest is just too annoying to kill.
Yeah.
I think that's
and there's going to be a redemption. I think there's going to be a redemption next. I'm assuming, but I imagine.
So the problem with not what's up, Sam? You good? I think. Well, Nami needs Imperial Mandate. It's just way too much because it applies on the E. The problem is getting second item. You know what? That could actually be a factor because you can't get Redemption. You don't get 2 items quickly on Nami. Basically, by the time Redemption comes in, the fights which are won or lost to the game have already happened.
I mean, Imperial Mandate might be enough to set up for. I'm not gonna lie,
that's a great item.
But say Aurora Auto with Spirit Abjuration or Doggo with the Trinity Force proc. That's probably pretty scary at this point. I will, however, say that Hongchu needs to not get hit by that Tangle Barbs.
I don't think it matters too much though.
So we'll see about the setup for those team fights.
Yeah, but he might have been forced to blow one or the other.
Terrain of your fight.
And with Harold in 8 seconds,
I'm impressed that he didn't walk up to the minion wave, honestly. Okay.
That's not bad.
Shanks. He's got flash.
Oh, he's dead. He's
dead, I think. Second cyclone.
Yeah, nice.
Late on the
Yes.
Nice.
He needed to wait for the second cyclone where he gets interrupted, so I get why he had to pull it late.
But then at that point, just don't pull it.
Okay,
oh, Jesus.
Forced to ulti, almost able to threaten to kill onto Doggo. He's supposed to use the barrier in the end, but they get the heal out from Kaiwing too.
Okay,
Rest gets first turret. Not first turret.
I can track the
So it's going to come down to kills, actually. Likely going to come down to kills,
apply a little bit of pressure as well, but
Ale got first turret, kills, and objectives.
Kaiwing and Junja being back down ult here could be really nasty.
Oh my god!
Yeah, he's dead.
Yo! Okay! Damn. I don't get why Tarzan was there alone. You are not
he had Hope behind him. This is fine, right? They'll be on Herald.
Yeah, but what is Yunara going to do, like, in that situation with no ult, no berry, you know?
Yeah.
So quote-unquote alone,
oh my
I still...
God, nice.
Yeah. This is looking really good for CFO.
Okay.
Kyle forced to rocket belt out away from Doggo. CFO using these spikes beautifully.
Like, it's okay they don't get
I mean,
I think they have the control wards. I think, look, we've got control of this little corridor. I can walk on over and start to throw down saplings and throw down an ult if we need to. We need to go now. We won't contest the Herald, and we think we can do it because they've lost Nami, Tidal Wave, and Cyclone. Like, this is a playable option. I just don't think they're expecting Honky's damage.
Yeah,
AL, So, this is one of the issues we saw more regionally from them, which was the case that their objective play fell off a lot from MSI. It looked really good in the first 2 days, and the big thing about AL is that they've done it against 2 LCK teams, right? They did it against H-Lee and Genji. Now, they fell behind in mid-game against H-Lee, but their late game was insane. Genji was a much more comprehensive performance. But yeah, if CFO just calmly approach objectives like that, take space, then you're really only retaking with your big ultimates being used. And you have to make a power play rather than just like worm your way in the way that AL sometimes likes to do.
Well, I think as well, like, one thing that I think is really impressive that CFO have done here is that this Maokai has essentially become like a W and E ult bot. Because, like, you have a Nami that any sapling lands, like, sure, the poke's nice, it just gets healed up immediately. Especially with, like, how easy it is this game to... I mean, I am bewildered by Doggo's boots, by the way.
Well, that helps against...
I mean, it's good for the 1v1s versus the Kled and the Yunara who will run at you. They're the two you're actually going to have to duel.
No, sure, but, like, the tenacity is, I think... I mean, maybe you're going Mikhail's now? Kaiwing might just have to go Mikhail's.
You've got Cleanse, I think, is the dream. Yeah, as you said, and, like... So, Rune Prism, Twisted Advance here, and Maokai with a things you can properly see. And Tangle Bombs, probably use a fair amount.
Yeah,
I guess the problem is
there's also just a lot of magic damage.
I think the problem is like in the you're not wrong as well between the Maokai and the Rise. I just think that like you are going to be dueling Kled and or Yunara at several points in this game, and if you don't have the steel gap, you just lose. At least this way you can probably survive a bit longer.
Ginger being ahead a lot of gold is very nice for CFO. We're talking about how actually one of the problems could be, you know, Tarzan, if he starts really popping off. Ginger, does he have the same kind of impact? Well, I mean, Ginger just out-jungled Oni yesterday, so
yeah.
One of the best
It's
junglers
actually
in
the same for Ginger. It's just people know less about him. I'll be like, this guy is.
Yeah, no, Ginger's
jungler,
fantastic.
technically,
This guy's a world champion from 21 EDG. Technically, you know.
That's right. That's exactly
not
right.
sure about that one. Okay, maybe I am sure about that one. Okay, I actually think that's an overplay now. You've done as well. This is very good Marco play. That is a very good Marco.
No, it's on the clone. It's on the clone.
Flandra is very, very tanky, but
this is really good. This is really,
yeah,
really
they
good.
ended up, they put all their damage into a bloody Wukong clone.
Oh my god!
It was into a Wukong clone.
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, Ginger is so good at this champ, by the way. Like, I would not even lie to you. I think he might be one of the best Wukongs in the world. Like, that was centimeters for his clone, blocking absolutely everyone from getting hit by that Marco.
That was a pretty damn good angle for the Marco. Went across the team, threatening like 3-4 people. What the heck happened with Kyle's ult then?
He just only hit the Wukong clone. They all flashed out of it.
Yeah, everything hit Wukong.
I thought it hit two. I thought it hit two.
It was the Wukong clone. Everyone else, I think, might have caught one other person, but one of them was the clone.
No, I know that was the clone, but I was wondering if someone else was caught in it too. That's why I'm asking the question. But yeah, obviously a load of damage went in there, and then Flandra was really left alone, and the Rise couldn't close the distance either, so okay. So Honkyu, I actually don't think had the best start to this fight. Like, this is a one-man ult, and he's out of position, gets hit by a bush sap. That's a three-man bush sap thing. Then,
look at that.
Kyle's just too low HP, hits nothing.
We got 3 ults on that clone.
That is a very good Wukong Nami ult combo to stop there being any follow-up, leaving Flandra alone in backline. I think at this point, now AL are playing from quite far behind. AL's mid-game, if you look at the mid-game versus HLE and then here as well, little bit rocky. Are we really going to go from like...
Yeah, we might get zero. We might
got an item
today.
And I was like, oh, I'm so glad that LPL's... I mean, in fact, I was still glad that we didn't see LPL matchup in this to 0-2, because I think realistically, if you're going to have these issues, have them now rather than have them later.
It's also not the damage graph that anyone's legend ever wants to see.
No, I know it sounds like a hot take, but I'm not even kidding. I actually think Ginger might be one of the best Wukongs in the world.
No,
genuinely, this guy is so insane.
For years, yeah. He might just have...
Yes, clone.
Okay, he's fine.
His clone has Merc Treads, they have feats of strength. Well, he doesn't have upgrade.
Well, no, but he's got the feats of strength mark on them. Which is, I'm not sure what to call that at that point.
Yeah, but they're not like...
But then I'd call them upgrade, and then I'd call them Merc, and then I'd call them the Chainless Crushes.
Yeah, but then like that's confusing to me.
Yeah, but then how else are you going to call them up on them?
As well as the Poppy game.
I don't know. Just not that. It's confusing. I tell you.
And that's why I credit
Okay, another tower to the Scion, which means he's getting really kind of rough now. Kled is behind 1,000. Everyone's behind 1,000 gold. Jesus, okay. Yeah, I think this should just be a smooth win for CFO now. They're just ahead.
Yeah,
so many key rolls. It's AL don't... Because typically when you play with a marker, you either want heavy ability to follow up, or long range so you can buy space and time. You don't have ability.
They have got ability to follow up, but the problem is doing so at the minute means you're just diving into die more.
I don't. Yeah, the follow up is a little bit harder to do because of the disengage, and they definitely don't have the range.
No, they don't. But I mean, like you've got Kled Charge, which I think is underrated as an ability to help your team follow up. Realm Warp.
So is LPL not just not looking good this year, or is the rest of the world just getting better by comparison? They did just beat LCK twice yesterday, so I think.
We're going to do the overreaction.
We're doing the World's Classic of overreacting 2 days in a row. Yeah.
And it is only game 1.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, CFO are... I mean, also, yes, to the other part of it. I mean, folks, LCP is a major region. They had like 3-4 minor regions effectively, quote-unquote, merged together. I think teams have been... I think because there's not been a massive presence of, you know, content around LCP which has made it international, there's no like big co-streamers which do LCP. It hasn't had a well-established broadcast in the way that, say, the LCK has. Like, people just don't know what to think of the region because it's just a team that they've seen not quite get the results, and then they're just going to remember that rather than actually, oh my god, actually these players are actually damn good at certain points. And CFO are genuinely like a top 8 team in the world, probably. We'll see how it works out, but they're probably like a top 8.
And it's a good
I think it's undeniable. Well, obviously biased, but Doggo?
Okay, Cled's in a really good spot
Oh
here.
no, it's the funny objective. It's the funny one. Okay, Cleda's.
No, this is still okay. This is fine. They still have tidal wave.
Honky, yeah, tidal wave gets a big. Let's say Honky just maxes him.
Oh, Honky's dead. Honky's dead.
No, he's not. He's not fucking damage. Oh my god, Nami healing. Nami healing. Oh, Doggo's got something. Shanks, you can't miss those.
Oh my god, he just missed a point blank. He could have just hit it on the minion and it would have bounced. Oh, Jesus.
Bloody hell, Shanks.
And like, Hope just outplayed Doggo as well. Hope even just outplayed Doggo and killed him. I can't believe that Shanks just...
Oh my god.
He just realm warped in, missed his Q and died.
Oh.
Dude, oh, I love this team. I love this team so much. I mean, it's low key. We have such good champs against Cled. You know, like, okay, Cled's unstoppable during his ult, but it like stops everyone else from coming in.
Yeah, because it's the same issue you found with Olaf in seasons past as well. It's like, if Olaf ends up going in by himself because you've got enough CC to prevent follow-up, Olaf in a 1v5 still just dies.
For sure. I think in a similar vein to Olaf, like Cled, if he had an enchanter, feels way better, right? Because you just can buff up. You can make this the Cled
or just more successful dive buddies. God, this I love how both top laners just completely just fly into the play. That is so funny, actually. We need an edit of this immediately to like running in the 90s. That's a format. Oh my god. I mean,
dude, Honku lives.
But that being said, like Shanks just completely sprints this.
It's Nami. Nami empowers him.
I mean, also he just backsteps the W there, and then well, there's that. But then also just like Shanks, I want you to watch here. Gets the spread. If you hit the minion, you kill him. You kill him with the spell bounce.
Yeah.
I don't. So Shanks just completely throws himself to the wolves there. Gets full combo. Adacon's DPSing him too.
Remnants of their team.
And they get the Adacon off that. And they get the Dragon to stop it being soul point. We're in full smoke and mirror modes now for Endless Legend. Like full smoke and mirrors.
It's a tower. Oh, fellas, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's not looking good.
Yeah.
It's looking fantastic.
0 and 3.
I can't believe that I let myself get some hope for LPL after best of ones yesterday. I just don't believe in best of
But
ones.
the problem is even in the best of 3, like, you've gone for game 1, you'd think we win the game 1s and then lose the rest of the series.
True, yeah.
We've not done that either.
Yeah, that's true. Sam, don't make sense. Don't stop making sense, please. Oh god.
That's a 10-stack ring. Beautiful.
Yeah, Darksail is one of the most underrated things in the game. I think
it's the most... It's so broken.
Yeah, I mean, I think that to the point where I think that every mage should be getting it first back.
Yep.
If you get it early enough and you can fight early, free money.
I think the only exception is possibly if your first back can somehow have a Lost Chapter.
Even then, there are I think Lost Chapter is a very, very good first recall, and of course you need tier and shit like that, right? But for a lot of champions. But yeah, if you're a champion that can fight early, Darksail slam it. So it's efficient without any stacks. When you get somebody on it, it opens up another win condition in the Mojo's.
Well, I think tier stack is like it the most because it's really easy to get back with 750 gold.
True. Yeah. But then a lot of the time if you're going tier row, then it's like, well, you need a Ruby Crystal as well. It gets a bit messy. But, also, a lot of tier stackers don't want to fight early, so at that point, it's less rewarding than, say, obviously Ari's the champion I build up most on. But,
oh, yeah.
Baron on spawn, you have Nami to heal you up. It's Mikhail's second, by the way. Did anyone mention that? From
no, we didn't.
Which is really good.
I think it's correct. Yeah, I think it's correct.
Mark is now not fantastic.
Very good to see here.
And also, by the way, like who is actually killing Sion? I know later on, like a few items later, you will, but like right now, this Nymaera is not touching Sion.
In fairness, AL have not been aiming to kill the Sion even in any of their fights. They've been looking to kill people behind the Sion and then deal with Sion later. But that is clearly
but Sion's just been killing people.
Yeah. Just being disruptive. Just very disruptive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's all good and well to like go for that style of play, right? Like to try and just ignore the Sion, but they don't really have the champs that can ignore the Sion. No, like somewhat the Nico can in the Cleared, but like other than that, it's really hard to just get past Sion. I guess Realm Warp is like your option, but then you're just walking into a Wukong.
Honky just broke their ankles. Look, I'm not gonna lie, folks. I think Shanks broke his own ankles.
Yeah, he did.
Like the first bit, surviving and getting out, that absolutely was like backstepping the Nymaera W, fantastic. Like the Shanks dying after Just hit the fucking minion, which will not move, and kill him with the spell bounce. And like that one's not hard.
And also, we did full send in a dragon fight onto a Wukong clone.
Yeah.
Like that.
Hell yeah, we did.
Like that's not really on CFO so much as anyone's legend say we've got him, and no, you full send multiple AoE ults onto a singular.
No, you guys might remember this at MSI last year. PSG against BLG Game 5, and PSG were ahead, and my Nico Vi ulted a Wukong clone.
Yeah.
And we just instantly lost the game.
Yes.
So this is just payback. Like, again, this entire world, the story of this world is PSG sacrificing themselves for CFO. It's just a brotherly thing where it's blood for the blood god, and like, you know, unfortunately PSG constantly paying the price, but this time at least it's for something.
You know, funnily enough, back in
2023,
we had like this really fun roster for OMG. But they just played deeply unserious League of Legends to the point where I was convinced that each of the members was like a patron of a various Chaos God. We had like Abel, who was the Samira player, full-on Khorne for everything. We had PP God, obviously, Slanesh with a name like that. We had Cream, which was Nurgle, and the Cream was Curdled. And then, for some reason, it ended, Shanji was playing like the random shit top lane, so he was Zenith, with great mini plans. And then, Aki was Malal, Chaos Undivided, as the person who brought them all together. It didn't work for them. Cream did, in fact, play Kaiser Game 5 versus Top Esports versus...
Not the fly into the sun
and he did fly into the sun, 1v5 and die, much like Ruler did in that game versus AL yesterday.
I've never seen someone Leroy as hard as Jenkins that day.
It was very bad. He just flew into 5 people and died.
That takes me back to my favorite season of playing League, which was, I believe, season 9.
Right.
Was it season 9? Yeah, the Kaiser's Eye every game, and then it ends up getting like the...
Season 8.
Season 8, yeah. We get the Kaiser Kale combos, man. That was so fun.
Yeah, Jack Love the Shy were fantastic at that. Okay, so now it's just, I guess we're Baron flipping. This is a little dangerous because Markarl is very good at contesting this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I guess they just want to get teleport out of Kled, who's recalling. So Kled is not going to be here for the fight. He needs to get an item.
He can get in here
I don't like this from CFO.
I don't know. Honky's going to die. Honky's not having fun there.
No, he's good.
Oh, no, it's not. I don't think it is.
That's a very good sound.
Good clone again.
Okay, Rest is really angry.
Yeah, I think CFO can now go back to it now they've got the HP advantage. AL needs to reset. And you don't have Markarl now.
Oh,
that doesn't kill, but that stops the recalls. It stops the recalls.
Rest's gonna just stop
And we get a good passive.
Yeah, and
he's gonna recall.
Yeah, and Tarzan's not gonna be able to reset, so they just get Baron off that.
This is huge, nice.
Yeah, they've got it.
Okay, they played that really well.
No, I have to say, against T1, I actually think that Baron play was a little risky. Now I think this is much better from them. That was like kind of asking for a little. Shanks doesn't have Flash. He does have Realm, but he can...
Hang on.
Oh no, Shanks could Realm Warp.
Tarzan can flash, Tarzan
can flash.
He stopped It's just silly.
Okay, 2 kills.
Oh my god, Judge is dead as well.
Yeah, they got Judge.
I'm so sorry, Bastion. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
Doggo's been slowed.
Oh,
he's gonna remount. No, he doesn't.
No.
But no, he said the Honky can't get him. Honky can't get him.
Okay, so that's basically Baron gone, but Shanks is alive.
Shanks gonna die. No, he's not.
He has ult. He's gonna kill him. He should have teleported earlier. Fuck! Okay, so Baron's stolen and immediately lost, so CFO lose. Oh my god, why did AL go for the fight? This is one of the problems that we had with AL earlier in the year. They couldn't take small wins, they had to go for the big ones. They could have probably taken Baron, gone 1-for-1 and out. I cannot believe they've just thrown away a miracle Baron steal for that. Oh god. I don't like CFO's Baron play. I don't like CFO's Baron play at all, man. You good, Sam? What's up?
No. It's been rough, this Worlds.
What were you changing there, Sam?
Just the volume down on the desktop a little bit.
Fair.
Oh, we need to eliminate this Nico champ though. Like, how broken is it that you can just do this?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Regardless of which champion you use there, if you keep leashing it with a flash up jungle on the other side, that one's on you.
I agree.
You know.
I'm just complaining.
Okay, so at this point, you can leave. At this point, you can leave, and AL would have gotten out with 3 Barons and a kill, 2-for-1. That's fine. This
Flandre sends it.
even this is actually somewhat okay. This here is the problem, like the Realm Warp after. Because again, it was like, at that point it would have been like 3 for 2. Even then I would...
If they'd finished Honku there, maybe it's fine, but Rest has a really good flash to confirm.
How you ever finish in Honku though? Like, Yunara doesn't have flash.
I thought Shanks might be able to get another combo off.
But he has flash. One of the keys.
My thinking was if they can kill Honku before he gets a chance to flash, then maybe you got a world.
So he tried to teleport out, and Honku just finished.
Show us the reactions after.
So close to rebound, Honku having just enough damage to deny it.
Oh my god, okay.
So, Dragons down, CFO stole point. I mean, I think CFO have just been so they kind of threw the game and then got handed it back. It's been handed back to them. Honku has a death
scales better here.
Very weird question that, because I think with a gold lead, it's very different, right?
Yeah. I mean, CFO are definitely just stronger now. I think if everyone gets the 6 item, it's Yunara, and Yunara Rise.
I actually
even
think
now,
Yunara
I think Yunara's a fake late
I actually think, I think Yunara's very good at like 3-4 items. I think actually when you get to 6 items, Yunara falls off because you have 0 self-peel. Like your self-peel is really bad, and you often end up just immediately exploding. We've seen so many games where Yunara... I actually think Corki's very good at 6 items though. I think that Corki is a bit... Yeah, because you can just randomly insta-burst someone from 6 items, whereas Yunara is a lot... And also you just have like random rocket poke and stuff. Like, is Corki the best scaling AD carry? No, but I think Yunara is... She's good up until full
damage, but nothing else is the problem. Like, she's very...
very fragile.
Like, she doesn't build sustain. She, very much of it anyway, is incredibly short range, and much like Kai'Sa, you are obligated to get into everyone else's active range, so the moment you hop forward to try and do some damage, someone just like hits you with a bubble, or an Aurora ult, or a Frost Bomb, or a Cyclone, and that half of someone's HP bar you did is traded for your entire health bar on your end. Which I've seen happen like so many games late. So many games late. Elk in particular was notorious for getting to Elder Flips on BLG and getting blasted on Yunara late.
The resurgence, the level of this
the problem we have now for CFO though is because that Baron was stolen, it's just like halted the game.
Yep.
It's like evening out the state a little bit. But I mean,
I think the thing is though, like I don't think this is an outscaled game. Realistically, this is like a late game macro map play thing. It's like the game being stalled. I don't think it's like a killer because AL is suddenly going to hit 1 million items and then they're back in the game. Blah blah blah. I mean.
Well, the good thing is CFO are really good at late game team fighting.
Well, we saw that with AL too, though, versus Gen G, right? So this is going to be a really good game for late game team fights.
Look, this is the breakpoint. Overlord's Blood Mail for Kled, converting HP into damage. Over, guys.
It is kind of big.
He's going to get an auto. I
actually think level 16. If Tarzan gets level 16, that's pretty big for level 3 ultimate for low cooldown around objectives.
What's the auto reset called on Kled again? The W.
Vicious something or other, isn't it?
Vicious, yeah, that's right. Vicious strikes.
But now, because of the changes to Kled, basically if you keep auto attacking, the cooldown gets lower.
True.
On top of their heads,
Flandra is a half thousand gold.
Oh, it's so tense.
Yeah.
I should be CFO still. They've got a lot of summoners up.
There's also anti-heal onto the Merca as well.
That's actually
I mean, this is actually a pretty good item.
I feel like saplings are going to start being much more obnoxious now. Honku's not going to enjoy that if he keeps looking for flanks. Because between clones and saplings, like
why are we potentially throwing a game over a red buff? Okay, Honku ults.
And that's AoE red buff now. That's heal for him. That's actually.
Did we just see an Aurora ult to try and secure a team red buff? I
think at this point in the game, the team red buff is pretty huge.
It is. I mean, it gives you the HP regen and stuff.
I mean, he's going to have it up. It's fine.
Well, exactly. I mean, like, it's good. At this point, I think you can afford to blow an ult if you're level 16 or whatever, because it'll be up in 30-40 seconds anyway.
Yeah. And you never know, I guess, like, maybe it catches someone important.
Shanks is probably not getting Void Stacks, he only just got Blasting one, and maybe he had a bit more gold. Like, maybe he can get
I mean, at least you've got Blighting Jewel. I think as far as part items go, Blighting Jewel is one of the better
He's had that for ages.
He only just got Blasting one now, though, so I don't know how much extra gold he's got. He does have Teleport.
He had the Blighted Jewel before he had any components of Zhonya's, so he just got that item and started building Zhonya's.
Zhonya's is kind of critical for this game, thinking about it, actually. It means you can Zhonya's the tidal wave and stuff like that.
Arm Guard's just been bought by Honku.
Yeah, it's big. Very big. Now he can jump in, play, just break some ankles some more. He has been having a good game.
You've just got Mortal Reminder done for Hope as well, so he's got the 4th item in.
Both sides just continue to poke.
Bit
August from Doggo
This
there.
one, folks.
Not great from Flounder, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight on to
Jojo
rest.
didn't
That's
enjoy
exactly
that
what he
either,
wanted to
though.
do.
And that's Tidal Wave as well?
Dragons have a 10.
Run warp out. Oh!
Homestead.
Honku.
Very good Zonius.
Very good Zonius.
Oh my god.
Honku. He's just too good, guys.
No,
How did he not end up on the top 20 list?
I put him there.
Agreed.
I put him on the top 20. I put him on the top 20.
I respect that. I don't know how him and Junja missed it though. Honestly, I'm not even lying.
I think Junja was... problem is, Junja's probably, at least most people's minds, behind.
Like 5th jungler.
Yeah.
The problem is
behind
jungle competition is ridiculous.
Ona, Kanavi, Tarzan inspired them Probi Junjas in that conversation, right?
Sure.
He is
But
very
look, at this point, I would argue that two of the best performing... I mean, I think Doggo and Junja have been the best performing consistently so far this world.
Oh, yeah, they've
and
done
Junja
very
has
good,
been the best player in our region the entire year. For the last 3 years, actually.
I would have, maybe it's because I'm buying into the hype. I would have said Honku just for the highs, but I agree, Junja's been incredibly consistent.
Yeah, but they gave him a lot of resources.
That's true.
Holy shit. Are we actually seeing LPL go 0-4 today? Jesus.
Yes, we are.
Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen, CFO. Oh my god. Dude, I feel so vindicated because of the amount of people I see that are putting, like, trying to argue with me that CFO are worse than G2 and Fly.
No.
And look, this series isn't over. This series is not over. But the fact that we have now back-to-back beaten T1 and now AL, and obviously we got to beat AL again, but... Dude, I was so sure, and I was so scared coming into Worlds with what I've been saying that they're just going to collapse. But boy, oh boy.
Tournament, I think it was fine to put G2, FlyQuest, CFO on a similar tier to be like, well, we know that they have a strong upper level, it's basically who reaches it. Obviously, CFO are reaching that, well, they're playing a lot better than G2 than Fly right now. I think FlyQuest have looked pretty poor. G2, awful draft versus top esports, and they played a region kill in their second match, so how much can we really tell about that? Man, AL, this
will be much more telling for G2.
I cannot believe that AL had the Baron with steal and then completely threw it away after. That is some bad mid-fight decision making. I think if they just walked away,
are still looking good.
If AL had walked away with 3 Barons, even just losing the fight 1-2, I think the game stabilizes much better for them. They can get control of the map and start playing around Maokai Siege. That is a hell of a gift thrown away.
No, I agree with you, Altacore. Like, that's what I've been saying, though. Is like, CFO, they have an advantage. Like, they're a really good team. They weren't probably getting those scrims before, first stand. But after they turned up to first stand, it's like, okay, well, this is a real legit team now. So they do have that geographical advantage. But Honku, what a performance. Oh my god, this guy.
Imagine CFO go 3-0. Who would have picked CFO to go 3-0 in groups, like, outside of
me, by the way.
Okay, you. Okay, right. So you're going to be the one... Okay, well, how are the rest of your pick'ems looking? Who else did you have at 3-0? Genji?
I didn't, actually. Well,
Wow,
you
okay.
only pick one 3-0. You only pick one.
True,
so
you're
I
right,
picked
shit.
CFO. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So
okay,
wow. Who was my... I think T1 was my 3-1.
Right.
And I think like, this is the one that's probably not going to happen.
I think I had CFO as 3-2. Because I was like...
3-2, I can't remember.
Yeah.
Let me find pick 'em.
And I had my Team Secret Wales was my 3-2, and I'm very unsure of that, but I'm always very unsure of Team Secret Wales.
Well, as you should be. Like, they are one of the more extraordinary.
I gotta say, you know, the games earlier from Top Esports and then here as well have kind of just reminded me that LPL team. Look, we had a bit of a break from it yesterday, right? But LPL teams, their objective play has not been solid this year, not consistently, and particularly in summer. But like. AL, after MSI, their objective play was just as bad as the rest of the region. I can't believe this play, man. This is such a throw. They've just been gifted the game back. They've just been gifted the game back. You don't get opportunities like that often. That is a real heartbreak for them.
Oh my god.
Also, you know, on a bit more of I guess a sentimental level, I'm so glad that Rest had a good game because so many people just like count this guy out. Mainly because of that game 5 against T1, and like it's so unfair, you know. He played 0 on games. Even the team were like, it's our bad. We shouldn't have given him on because Driver was the on player, and for him to come in and like, I mean, I'm gonna say it. He just gapped Flandre yesterday. I think it was so much more useful this whole game while getting counterpicked.
Yeah,
I'm so happy for Rest.
Like, I think Flandre ended up playing the mid game just fine, but this is my worry with Flandre. I just don't think he's a very good laner at the minute. He is always down CS. Like, in fact, let me go check out GOL. I bet you right now, Flandre is the lowest CS diff 10.
Yeah,
he's got to be right up there.
They knew all along, and they're about maybe to restore pride.
Let me go find out, because I bet you this is the thing. Players,
CFO one more, but yeah.
Top laners. Let's have a look.
If they can't,
Rest does cop a lot of flack, and I feel real bad for him because, you know, I mean, for people that watch the LCP, he actually, like, in Split 3, carried, like, actually was the only reason CFO won a bunch of games.
He is! Flandre average CSD of 15, minus 30.
Fucking hell.
That's impressive.
Sam, you must post that. You must post this, Sam. No, just post the damn stats.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
That would look at.
I'm just clipping that for
Count
later.
30.
Yeah.
Especially, that is an impressive stat line. Oh my lord.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
Was nice, but he was still down like 20 CS.
Altacore, they've got a large champ pool. They have a very, very large champ pool. I mean, we saw Draven yesterday in their best of one. You know, like this team.
No, and they're very
the only person who runs out of champs typically is Kaiwing, but in Split 3, he, like, Molecule, I imagine a lot of you have seen. So, like, he was posting the amount of solo queue spamming of champs that he doesn't play that he was doing. So he actively worked to increase his champ pool, because he was the only one that was, like, actively targeted. Or targetable, I should say.
Oh, I mean, you can't control where the Kled ult's going, so if it goes onto the clone, it goes onto the damn clone, right? But... Oh,
but that was,
God, man.
Like just a Junjo
So the worry with series like this for me, I don't think there is a single LPL team with good mental fortitude. Losing in China to teams which the Chinese fans will, analytically whatever, but the Chinese fans will expect them to win. I think a lot of these teams may mentally just implode if it goes badly enough. I think Top East was obviously primary on that, right? But you look at, like, you know, Anyone's Legend Game 5 MSI, and then how it came back regionally, and then obviously the controversy around the team as well. I do kind of worry about, that's a tooth in that, but that's kind of metal. Yeah, I do get worried about the mental fortitude. I mean, obviously the good thing about this format is that you have, because you've now gone 2-0, you have multiple best of 3s to try and prove it, but arguably, I mean, I look at the 1-on-1 teams, a lot of the teams coming through the 1-on-1 teams, if they regain form, are maybe even, well, they probably are, they're definitely scarier than KT Rolster, and I think if Genji comes back on form, I mean, yes, I like CFO, but realistically, if Genji comes back with a vengeance, or T1 comes back with a vengeance, that's not going to be an easier best of 3 either.
No.
So, losing today might just start the spiral, which worries me.
It does a bit.
LPL is best of 1 merchants? No, they're not. No, they're not. They've actually been the opposite of that. Most of these teams have actually been best of 3 merchants, where they've lost game 1 a lot, and then they've bounced back in the rest of the series.
Yeah, big time.
Typically, that's happened. Now, AL, I think, probably were more game 1 favored than most LPL teams. Less so than, say, Team WE. Team WE were like the crazy best of 1, and they'd lose. They actually lost 9 series in summer, where they won game 1 and lost game 2 and 3. 9 series where they did that. That's ridiculous. Even against, like, BLG and AL and what have you. Top East as well, I think it was. I think IG were the only team that they couldn't take a game off of, weirdly. Weirdly enough, I think the team with the best mental fortitude was IG, and because they went out first, well, they're not here, so, yeah. If CFO win game 2, they'll be the first Southeast Asian team in World Quarter since AHQ in 2015. Are you fucking kidding me?
What's that? Really, damn.
Is that really true?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh my god.
The closest we got was PSG in 2000 when it was
yeah. Oh my god. I mean, they've gotten through to bracket. They've been through. Yeah, well, they did. Flash Wolves notoriously did way better at MSI than Worlds. They were so for instance, MSI 2018, they went top of the group, and then they bombed out to RNG in semi-finals, and then finals. Obviously, RNG won. But they've been, and of course, then also we had PSG Talon go 5 games against a bunch of different teams in best ofs and MSIs. Flash Wolves did something similar. Yeah. I'm gonna tweet that shit out.
Yeah, that's wild.
Oh my lord, man. Oh, I feel so vindicated, fellas. I'll be honest.
I expected anyone to... The thing is, this was the matchup I was less sure about. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Because I was still worried about Flandre. And I was like, Shanks might be a bit fake still. And what do you know? They had a good showing against Gen.G, and that was great. Genuinely fantastic. However, I expected Top Esports. It's like, you know what? This is more what I wanted to see from Top Esports. If they're playing like regular season Top Esports, I breathe a sigh of relief. And then they did not play like regular season Top Esports again.
I'm gonna have to. If we can win one more game here,
yeah,
I'm gonna have to start thinking of the hot takes. I'm gonna have to drop because, like,
oh my god. I mean, I think, look, I mean, I've been a champion for this region, like, for a long fucking time, because I've had a lot of friends who broadcast the region, and, like, we've always had some, like, minor region solidarity. I was a little cooler on CFO, because I thought that the top Korean teams were looking really fucking good. I thought they slotted into the top 8. I still underestimated them. Which is, I did not expect that.
Everyone did, man, it's fine. Everyone in the world had, like, so little faith in this team. But, like, my opinions were, from the get-go was, like, okay... We were like they were very good at MSI in my opinion. Like AL were an absolute beast of a team. T1 were looking much better than they do now. We went to 5 against T1 and we still took a game against AL, which I think even that is like at the time was impressive. And since then, CFO have done nothing but improve.
Boris, I would argue AL were better at MSI than they were now. I'd argue that.
And T1 as well, right?
I mean, BLG have improved since MSI, but they were at a lower level, so I actually don't think the peak, I don't think the ceiling of the LPL has improved, whereas the ceiling of CFO has.
True, and actually that's a really good point that Frigerson pointed out, is that if we win this one, we then took out the 2 teams that beat us at MSI.
Shit,
T1
you're absolutely right.
Yeah. Which would be, I mean, just storyline-wise, that's really cool. Kind of fitting to the region, it almost feels, you know, like the come up. I honestly kind of.
This would also be the only. This has surely got to be the only undefeated. I mean, what, folks? Can anyone from season? No. This would be the only undefeated run at this point, I think, from their region ever. Can anyone remind me? Season 2 with TPA. Did TPA drop a game? Like in the earlier stages, like before knockouts at season 2, or was it only a bracket? I can't remember how it went. Can anyone remember if they auto-seeded to quarters, right?
Quarters. Yeah.
So actually, yeah, I think that technically counts. Then it would be the only,
Yeah. I mean, if you auto-seed there, you can barely. That's barely fair comparison. Oh. Damn. Dude, I can't believe it.
I mean,
we still got to get one more across the line. Like, it's too early to call it, but, like, I'm still proud that they're at this point. Look at them. Aura farming.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. CFO.
You know, one thing I think is really cool, too, is that, like, I think Junja's individual level hasn't necessarily improved over the last 3 years by a considerable amount. But it's a really, to me, a testament to the coaching staff and just the entire team as a whole. That he's come to this Worlds and it's the first time he hasn't looked clocked out. You know, like he has looked as good as you'd hope he'd look coming in.
Have you seen Sion lose? I have not. We saw Top Esports destroy with Trundle. But I think if Trundle is out, Sion is probably most busted champion on the patch. He gives you too many early game options. His team fighting is insane. Has great laning because his level 3 is actually just absurdly good in standard lanes too. As long as there is no Sion on the other side, no Trundle on the other side, you're normally fine.
Oh, rest again. I mean, this to me means we're trying to put Cassante or Ambessa.
I think I'm not gonna lie. I put Cassante as my lowest win rate champion. I think Cassante's been a bit fake lately. I think we might see. I think if they Cassante, it could be a bad time with some of the nerfs that come on through.
Absolutely not. I think this is kind of one of the
possibly, but he is a like that.
I mean, he is very good.
One of it. I mean, I think Ambessa's his best champ, but I think
yeah,
that's true.
You don't get to fall down. You don't get to go BLG or whatever.
I mean, it'll be interesting, and also like it doesn't seem from what you guys are saying. Obviously, I don't know well enough that Flandre's really going to punish Cassante, and if Cassante's in team fight, he's always just going to be Cassante.
Yeah, Flandre, typically, what I want to see from Flandre is something which doesn't need resources to function, really. Because as we said, like, did you tweet out about the CSD?
I did.
I need to go find that then.
But it's just like, you know.
Yeah, me too. Let me do the search.
Wow, they are really targeting Doggo, hey? Kaiser Poppy away. I mean, Kyle also had a bit of a meh first game, actually.
this guy, Doggo's gonna win you bottom lane or top lane.
Oh, the went to lane top was like, yeah, but that's relative to their opponent, right? Well, you're minus 30
But
down.
look at that Draven respect ban, by the way.
Yep. I think they're afraid of random lane swaps level 1. I think they haven't... Look, I think the thing is, CFO will have the advantage until teams, like, do the research and development to figure out how to deal with the Taeun swap with the Draven top lane. Because Draven is so good in isolated 1v1s, which you get just de facto from lane swap detection and stuff. Sam, can we move our camera? It's blocking bands. Oh, yeah, sure.
Even though they literally changed top lane players.
Sorry, thanks, folks. I missed that. Cool. Just leave it there now. It's all good. Okay, Azir banned away from Honku. He's a good player of that. So what's left of him available? Orianna, very lane dominant. Easy pick in there. So now Honku. What? I mean, Galio's probably the answer, right? I mean, do they fall for the curse of Jarvan Galio and pick Jarvan? Can they break the Jarvan curse? You're probably looking at Galio either way, though. I think. Honku plays it, and it survives the matchup versus Orianna and brings value in team fights. It's likely the pick.
One of these tier 1 blind pick mid lane champs up there with the Rise right now.
Yeah.
So nothing out of the ordinary so far, but let's see what CFO want to cook into.
I wonder if they're Jarvan here, folks. This is actually not a bad Jarvan angle. You take it away from the Orianna, and you can get the Jarvan Galio and the Rumble. I know that I don't think all of the Jarvan losses have been a Jarvan problem, folks.
No, man, it's a blind pick Jarvans into, like, you haven't seen any of the carries, and you've blind picked Jarvan, and then the enemy carries end up being Corki, Aurora, and it's like, okay, who are we ulting?
You think we won't see
There's no way. We're going back to
okay.
Pantheon?
Well, they banned it against anyone's legend. I wonder whether they want this to be a takeaway. They banned it first round last game. Pantheon's clear speed is really low. Tarzan did look really fucking good on it late game versus HLE. In fact, that was a huge reason why they won, because he was so good at just finding another angle and doing damage. Yeah. Shinzao is a winning matchup early into it. Tarzan at MSI had probably the best Shinzao game I've seen all year versus T1. I think it was in game 2. We had that insane Shinzao game. It was arguably the perfect Shinzao game, really. He has a good matchup here. I think Shinzao's fine. And again, both teams have avoided Jarvan for now. You can be safe. J4 open? Yes, it sure is.
With how well CFO have played the map. So let's get back to regular skirmishing though. Leona and Xin, a jungle support that you know well. The Leona pairs so well with the Xin, working around that duo.
Okay, Leona for Kyle, it's a comfort pick. Is there anything that can punish it in lane? Well, almost certainly yes. You could Braum lanes here. You could Lucian Braum against it, which is really nasty. I mean, oh god, don't tell me we're Sam, I've got a nasty feeling we might be going towards a Ziggs Leona when we've already got the Orianna in. I don't love it.
Akali. This guy is sick at Akali, by the way.
Yeah, he is. I've seen a lot of good clips from him. But the problem is, I mean, Orianna is still just very, very strong in lane. And there's a lot of point-and-click CC to... You need to be very coordinated, because there's a lot of point-and-click to stop Akali doing Akali things.
For sure, but I mean, you saw the Vietnamese teams in the, what was it, tournament? I forget, the Galguo tournament, and how good they are at playing side lanes. And CFO are even better than that. And we have Pantheon Akali against an Orianna. It's so hard for Shanks to do anything in sides.
Yeah, Shanks does play into a lot of Akali's regionally. This is not a surprise. Like, there are a bunch of Akali pickers in LPL. Galio banned. Oh, they're afraid of the Galio top into the Rumble. I mean, I think they need to ban Ambessa. Ambessa's the other matchup, which a lot of people pick into the Rumble. It's also very good against the Akali, and just point and click CC. Akali doesn't get to do anything. I think you ban Ambessa here pretty straight up, right?
You know, the Ornn and the Galio, blah, blah, blah. We say that literally every time.
And then Flandra maybe thinks about Ornn Cassante. Yeah, I think he thinks about Ornn Cassante after the other thing is gone.
I think you just think of the Ornn Cassante to begin with, right?
I think Ambessa is... I don't know. I think Ambessa is kind of rough here for the point-and-click craziness.
That's true, but like Pantheon, I mean, I don't know if Ginger will do it, but you can get Serpent's Fang pretty easily on Pantheon, which really does like genuinely hinder that champion a lot.
Yeah, for sure. That does help. Yeah. I'm just worried about like Shinzao knock-up in, or like Kael going in with Leona and then Ambessa kind of... Having said, I mean, Ambessa, Shinzao's not the best duo. I don't love
For sure,
it.
and like I think generally whoever they're going on is going to typically be Junja, and he can kind of cheat that damage. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Ambessa is that bad, but I think I prefer the Ornn ban. I think that makes it a little bit harder when you already have 2 AP, one of them being Akali. You know, it's going to put a lot of pressure on Doggo.
So we're going to get another...
I don't like the Xayah pick. I do not
I mean,
like
you
the
see
Xayah
the
pick.
Leona, so you know you're not going to get range support, which is often the thing which really destroys Xayah. I think Hope might think Ezreal, maybe? We might see Ezreal
Yeah, for
from
sure.
Hope.
Regionally, though, our Xayahs have really struggled with
Oh,
Orianna.
okay.
Just because, like, that's not bad. Zinzao, you already see Zinzao, Leona.
Hope's, please don't, so, Hope is not good at Xayah. It's the big meta champion he's not great at. I did talk about the frickin' Ziggs. I don't know if I like it, but, okay. I mean, if you go Ziggs, I think you do need the Ambassador. I don't love it, folks. I don't love it.
I don't either. I think this is good for us.
I'm just reminded of the Twisted Fate Ziggs from MSI Game 5 versus, what was it? Was it against T1 or Genji? Which one? Which of the disaster drafts was that? So you need the Ambassador, but you have like 0 damage, like consistent damage outside of that. But then you're playing Ambassador into Braum, Pantheon, which is a bit rough if you get Braum passive into on powered W from Pantheon, just insta perma CC.
This is like a dream game for Akali, by the way.
Yes and no. There's a lot of point and click CC where you immediately die.
I think if you get hit by Leona, you will get eviscerated. Plus, I think there is a world where if Orianna gets to a decent point with a what will likely be a Roa Seraph's build, if you don't get far enough ahead, you may just struggle to get the full combo to blow up the Orianna. I know obviously you get to scary points.
I actually preferred the Ashe. I actually preferred the Ashe. Lucian Braum. I mean, the thing is, Lucian Braum is a very good lane, very, very good at skirmishing, and there's a lot of champions who can actually pick apart with that. But you don't do that much in lane versus Ziggs Leona. Like, Ziggs Leona just survives. It just gets farm. You get a triple teleport because Ziggs goes teleport in a way that very few bot laners do right now. Fairly squishy team from CFO. You have temporary frontline with Braum Pantheon. This is going to be very early execution, skirmish heavy game. Whoever gets the early lead is probably rolling with it, I reckon.
I'm wondering if Doggo can also take teleport this game though. Like the only CC that he's got cleansable is Leona.
But that's so important. I think you're obligated to go that cleanse, aren't you? Because if you don't, then you just get insta CC'd by insta killed by Ambassador Ziggs. I think you need it, don't you?
I don't think so. Like, okay, if Leona's using things on Lucian, I feel like you're quite vulnerable in the backline to Akali. Like, right, you kind of your only CC for this Akali typically is going to be the Leona, like maybe a third auto attack from Zinzao, but that's
my problem is with that is like, so normally I'd agree, but the range of the combo is so annoying that I think Akali then has to like flash ult you to get in. It's not like you're diving in to follow up as much. Like Ambessa will, but I think Ambessa is fine to just do her own thing after all. It's not the if Lucian dies, Ambessa is pretty happy running through the rest of the team fight, I think. Is this a better draft than last? I think this is a better AL draft than last time. I think CFO still have a lot. You're absolutely right. I mean, this Akali could just absolutely pop. There's no AD carry for AL. Hope is a good Ziggs. He is. I'm just wondering if Ziggs is enough for this draft, you know? CFO don't have good
honestly,
engage.
I do prefer our draft in the sense that like this is just quintessential CFO. Like they're very aggressive at the right, like, but it's more measured aggression, right? Like I mean, our whole region is aggressive in general, but like
someone's asking,
you get Team Secret Whales.
Someone's asking one of the other chats on Anivia, by the way. Does Doggo have a Lucian license?
He does.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, for sure.
He has been really good at Lucian and regionally, of course. But I mean, it seems like he's even better here at Worlds than he was regionally. So
yeah, he's
take those.
I mean, I think it's really easy for me to forget at points because you know I got to cast the shit Doggo he is. He was very good when he emergency subbed in to CFO, not CFO, to PSG when Unified was had health issues, and then he had some good games on BYG as well, despite the fact that team was a bit of a mess. His first year on BLG in 22 was pretty good. 23-24 was when he looked really quite suspect. Like Doggo has had some insane, crazy ceilings. It's just that we've not seen it because he was just very bad on LPL.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I've obviously biased, but like I have the pleasure of watching him when he is playing very well. Getting the Akali game in before the second win nerfs.
You mentioned it before. If you can just get that Orianna's flash, the second Akali ticks over to level 6, she has so
it is a scary game to be Orianna. If your flash is down, like you're just dead.
for early ganks, you don't want
I'm having to argue with someone on Twitter that Flandre being 30 CS down is purely a product of having to lane swap into AD cards. Like, yeah,
I mean, he's
sure.
also been dropping too much farm in those situations.
Exactly, he's also been dropping too much farm in those situations. Like,
no.
Yeah, like that.
Like, yes, the lane swaps are a thing, but also, like, if that's the case, the other top laners should also be dropping similar amounts of...
Yeah, but then you're in a 2v2, that may change things. You've got support items, like, it makes a difference, but not to the tune of 30 CS.
Also, like, support items still count as CS for the person they give them to, too. They just count as CS for us, so that doesn't show up on the stats.
Yeah.
Too meta, you know, post-worlds and stuff, and
But it's like, yeah, but like, of course the 2v2, because it's the 2v2, the top lane of the 2v2 gets some advantage. Like, yeah, but...
By the way, Riot really tried to remove lane swaps from this world, and in fact, I think the 4-minute... You know, weirdly enough, I think the 4-minute lockout has actually made it worse, because it means that you have a more of a guarantee... You can pick heavier for the 1v1 top lane now.
And you can't keep switching to get out of it, yeah.
Yeah, you can't just swap in time and time again. You don't want to jump into the wave there as Honky, I don't think he... Oh, his W came back up. Good try from Shanks. You see, Shanks is fine in the lane here.
Oh yeah, he will be.
Wow.
It's jungle intervention that makes it.
Honky missed a Q. He missed a Q.
Yeah, if you miss the Q early on, it can be really sad, especially if you don't get your energy recharged from it as well.
Akali is very much about Q accuracy.
Yup.
Yeah, 100%.
Akali does have ridiculous base regen. She has one of the highest regens in the game, plus Door and Shield, because that's how they forced her into, like, actually being viable.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why second one got nerfed done.
I'm sure you know this, but like that's also part of why Cassante is so good, because he has literally the second highest after Vi. I don't know why Vi stands alone at the top of the tower.
This is a decent dive attempt. You can maybe satchel out of the W here. Yes, you can cancel that up. Nice. Okay, still got one.
Yes!
Double flashes. That was pretty well played for... Now, the thing is, Hope does have teleport, and he does get most of the wave.
You got triple flashes there, by the way.
You got triple flashes. Hope gets the teleport back to lane. This is not the best dive ever. It's still good. It's still good for CFO, but it's not the most important one.
And you're having to burn all 3 flashes to secure that drop. And like, yes, Chunja getting it is nice. The Pantheon having an early kill is good. But it's not really affecting the lane that much. Oh, Honky's having a horrible time.
Although now Shanks is out of mana, so it's not as bad.
It's a late recall from Junja, so even though he's got the kill, he's a little bit late on the next reset. Doesn't matter too much. Shanks still has teleport in mid lane. He's happy just farming up. Because Orianna, typically, if she dominates the early phases of lane, can just kind of extend it until she gets the best possible first back. So now she's likely to get... I mean, if you... I'm trying to think how much CS you really need. You're going to get... If you can get to tier and Lost Chapter or tier... Well, I guess you go Rower first a lot of the time now, actually. If you go tier Catalyst, you are just... You can't be removed from lane anymore. You just have way too much HP, mana, and regen. And again, like, he's staying for an extra wave over Honky as well. He's 10 CS up already. He's going to actually be... So, Honky backed on 30 CS. Shanks is going to back on, like, 40-something. So he's going to back with, like, an extra 500 gold or something like that.
Yeah, that is true, but his items are going to be less powerful.
Yes, but he gets them on a great timing, and now you can't remove him from lane.
That's true.
Ever, basically. So while, yes, Honky has now survived the first bit of lane, and he'll actually have agency in a way he didn't before, Shanks can recall now, and what's he getting? He's going to get tier Catalyst? He's got Catalyst straight up. He doesn't get the tier, but that's whatever. He gets Catalyst first back, very happy.
Yeah, he's pretty immovable. Kowing is planted on a ward.
Yeah, Honky's trying to freeze the wave so we can have a better phase of lane, because after you reset, it doesn't matter what trading happened before that. If you get the HP advantage, the phase before that doesn't matter.
Good.
So Honky...
Okay, Loki. CFO are breaking ankles macro-wise here, by the way. They got the Ziggs teleport bot because of the dive, immediately went top, so Ziggs then recalled, went top, and by then they'd pushed the wave in and recalled, and now they're on Dragon with a numbers advantage.
I think CFO are happy... I think AL are happy not fighting early, though. Right, as it stands right now. I say that, please don't fight here. You're against a Braum, you're against a Braum. Honky's got a great angle. What are you doing, AL?
Oh, Honky could just murder Tarzan. Oh, actually, that's not bad onto Honky, who's probably dead. Oh, no, the shot!
Oh, okay, he traded.
Kyle missed his flash Q at the start, by the way. So he's probably just dead here.
I think this is bad.
Oh, the shot! Him out of it! Yes! Oh my god, he's still going in, Kyle.
Well, Kyle had no flash. Shanks actually might still kill here, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Kowing's dead? Okay, so they actually still win the fight. So this is...
hell, son.
So CFO get the Feats of Strength marker, but the fight is 3 for 2 for AL. That Satchel stopping the Ambassador ult. Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
And Rest got two plates, so Rest is really a hit now.
That's true. It was a 5v4. So though, yeah, I mean, CFO win the trade.
2 for 2.
So CFO actually get the advantage because they get Dragon and they get 2 plates.
Yeah, and an even trade on kills. Thanks to Hope, of course.
I thought that AL wouldn't want to fight this, but they're bringing down everyone. Ziggs is coming over, doesn't have 6 yet, obviously. And like Kyle flashing into Mrs. Q, completely anti-synergy with everyone else. I'm really worried, man. So Fondra gets out. Oh my god. Honku is just such a badass. And then this is anti-synergy.
Yeah.
Ah! It would have been so much more clean.
So beautiful.
You probably get it. No, you don't get to say that. What do you mean, beautiful? Oh god.
That was arguably the best play CFO had in that fight.
No, the freaking anti-synergy, the synergy, and the ambassador. Yeah, yeah, best play that CFO have made.
Hope's my favorite bot laner on CFO.
Shut up. Quiet you. Why do we invite you here? Oh my god. I'm crashing out.
Oh, it's still a close game. It's still a close game.
Yeah,
it shouldn't be.
That being said,
much easier.
like almost 1,000 gold down at 8 minutes is nicht sehr gut.
Yeah. And I think this Rumble is such a crucial part of the fight too, because like, again, if Shanks doesn't have Flash, you pretty much just have to Pantheon stun him and drop a Rumble ult, and you don't really need to commit all that much more.
Yeah.
Like either you're able to find a way to kill.
Lucian Braum is kind of spooky hit. That's a very good.
Oh, this is good. This is good. This is
Crescent
good.
Guard is pretty damn good too, though. I think this is good for AL now.
This is,
oh no, Braum's passive. Braum passives.
Yeah.
Honky's
Shanks has to. Honky flashes away. So that's what, 2 for 1? Oh my fucking god. CFO may be like the only Southeast Asian team / APAC team to ever go undefeated in the preliminary stage of Worlds. That's kind of insane.
Yeah, they are. And deservedly so, too. It's not like we've just moonwalked our way by getting lucky with draw. I mean, AL was the hardest team based on the strength of what was shown earlier to have drawn, and we are, so far, really, really doing well. We're going to give over the 3rd grub, it seems, but like, who cares? There's no 3 grubs. It doesn't really matter.
Just AL's
choice. It is annoying against Ziggs.
Again, AL showed a bit of this throughout Summer Split as well, where like they just don't know when to give up in early fights. But like, we will win the early fight, and they don't know how to take small wins. They always buy
such a good Rumble ult.
BOG do the same thing, but they tend to win them.
Well, it looks so good, but I think it was because none of us were able to see the fact that there were 3 people just sat on top of a Rumble ult.
I thought the Crescent Guard would mean more for that, but it did not.
Yeah, well, yeah, Rest was the one that was challenged, so he didn't actually get hit out.
That was a mistake from Tarzan then. Oh, well, I guess he didn't have a choice. He needed to just bot back the He needs to bot back the Pantheon to stop the stun coming through if at all possible. I mean, so Shanks is still strong. He's about to get to Roa. He's actually had a good early game still. He's actually winning the 1v1 versus Honky, forced the flash out of him as well. It's a big early lead to give up pre-10 minutes. That's a lot. 1,000 gold lead before 10. That's rough. Braum value's gone insane, by the way.
This is a game state where, you know, if you look at any LPL team or LCK having it against someone, you're just like, oh, this game looks over. I'm not even trying to exaggerate, you know, like, I mean, Artican aside, I guess. That objective is funny, but like, this is a really substantial gold lead now. With objective advantage, too.
Yeah, the objective advantage really helps. If they get a second dragon uncontested, that's when, like, all green lights are on for CFO, I think.
Yeah.
Shanks, I just don't get why look, I really think they needed an item to fight, especially against Lucian Braum with a lower range comp. Well, it contends like a lower range trio of Ambassador, Shinsei, Leona. I just don't get why they fought into it so heavily. Your Orianna's doing fine. You have a Ziggs that's getting towards items. Just don't chance it, you know?
Shanks is laning well enough into Honky.
Yeah, no, he's actually doing very well here, and this is why...
he's 2-0. That's your way back in as Orianna just being too good.
It's way more about Honky, about what he does in teamfights later. Honky is happy to not win the individual match and just smash the fights later if it comes out that way. Oh.
For sure. I mean, Doggo has flash,
but he does have to burn flash. Which I think
He doesn't have flash. He has ult. He doesn't have Predator.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
I don't think he is. I think he's gonna get CC'd up here. He might fly onto Shanks now. He might fly onto Shanks now.
He's gonna have to, isn't he? He's got hope behind him now. He can't go forward. He's dead.
Gets the Q3 onto.
He's dead.
Redemption! Redemption! Oh, Kale got it. Kale got it. Okay.
That's pretty bad for AL.
You've got Grubs and Ziggs. This is gone.
Oh my god, Kaiwing's
they can
going for
actually
the solo kill.
They can actually support combat this.
Oh my god.
They
Oh
can
my
satchel
god.
Pentakill.
I can't get any more.
That was almost an empowered Q onto Kyle, which would have killed, I think. So, Dragon for CFO, defends top tower, they expend some ultimates to do it, but I think it's a bad thing. Like, yeah, CFO have been the better macro team on the whole. They have been. They've been a little bit ahead in terms of what they want to achieve. Again, they're onto the tower next after this reset as well, because they all committed very heavily topside, delayed from resetting. Shanks has Roa. I mean, Shanks is scary now, in fairness. Shanks is actually pretty scary. And this is the kind of game where a Shockwave can turn an entire fight. Oh, Mega Cone.
Oh my!
Mega Cone. Woo.
It's fine.
Got the.
I love when observers do that.
Yeah.
Super blast cone. Braum coming in with
Just a Braum coming flying in. Yeah, no, Shanks is the one worry, but like again, it's so hard for him to play. If Pantheon like ever has flash and Shanks doesn't, it's very hard to play.
It was further antics and survive, but good for AL to be able to finish that kill and get out because the game had been kind of.
I've got the LCK casters thanking me for mentioning that KT go out in quarterfinals every Worlds. Like, yes, good. Like, don't worry, I too will participate in these KT shenanigans. Don't you worry. Went out in 2015, 2018.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, the 2018 one was tough, right? It was probably the best series at that World.
Oh, it's fantastic. It was basically the finals.
Yeah.
As we get later into the game for AL, if they can find that big team fight win.
We heard talks about Tabe being a GOAT coach, but what about Chowie? I mean, Chowie never coached. Did Chowie ever coach in LPL? I don't think he did.
No, I don't think so.
Because it's quite hard to compare across regions. Is in
Who did he coach in NA?
Team Secret. No. Yeah, what is it? Team Solo mid, mate.
Oh, really? Yeah, because it was that when they had when they blew the sword
Maple
stuff. Right.
Yeah.
I feel like Maple got hard done by, because I actually think he had a decent showing on the whole.
It wasn't his fault.
Oh, that was just. I mean, he's trying to fill in the shoes of Bjergsen. Good luck.
Yeah, true.
Team Secret Mom.
You can argue that Maple's had a better career than Bjergsen now at this point, by the way, in terms of the showings that internationally compared to Bjergsen, who ran the region, never had international results, besides that one IEM in Season 5. Whereas Maple's actually...
Maple also has the IEM in, what is it, IEM 11? Maple 1?
I can't... I'm trying to remember which year
it was
that
Season 7, 2017.
Oh yeah, that was when teams weren't. That was when teams were not participating as much though. Whereas like, TSM had to go through an LPL team and the Tigers. They beat the Tigers.
Yeah.
That was one of the biggest upsets of the year. Yeah, that was.
I'm opening up.
Yeah,
there was. Oh, Flash Wolves beat G2, Rocks, Tigers, H2K. That was.
Oh, okay. In fairness, okay, whatever. That's legit then. Fair play. That's legit. WE beat the Tigers for them. That was it. That was the 0-7 team WE or 0-10 WE.
Oh yes.
Ended up making that. That was the Spirit roster, right?
Oh lord.
In this year, there was no WE at this one.
Right.
Let me see. Where's the Rocks, Tigers? There they
are.
It
CS,
was. I don't even. Key, Sangyun, Mickey, Songhwan, and Linderang.
Oh man, those are some names I remember very well. Oh, what a time to be alive. Okay, so gold leaders held steady. We're now at 1.5 items. Anyone hit 2? Well, of course not 2 items just yet. I don't know. I mean, I think AL actually have better positioning in this one. Honky's a little late to this, although Harold's still alive, so we can fix that. No one has first turret yet, and Bess is pushing bot side, teleports with both top laners. Tarzan's alone on this. They have grubs. I don't think CFO... I mean, giving Harold to a Ziggs team with 2 grubs? Not loving that, actually, for CFO.
Not a fan.
Poke's been decent from... so Rest just doesn't want... He doesn't want Flandre to teleport.
Yeah.
He doesn't want him to teleport. He can recall now, though.
Did Flandre just flash as well? He did.
He did flash. You're right. He did, yeah. So flash for equalizer. Okay. AL have Ziggs, they have Herald, they have 2 grubs.
You just said as well.
Dragon's up in 30 seconds. CFO might fight for that and Soul Point instead. If they get Soul Point, I think they're happy. Also, Chemtech's all pretty good this game. Because there's a lot of people that are going to be hanging around on low HP. And the tenacity from individual Chemtech Dragons is kind of baller. Heavily overlooked thing about basic Chemtech Dragons. It gives you is one of the few sources of tenacity in the game, plus heal and shield power, which is occasionally very good. Not really in this game, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a tenacity thing in this game, but even then it's...
Well, I mean heal and shield power,
tenacity's better for AL.
If you stack 2 of them, extra 12% healing on Sundered Sky, actually pretty big.
True. And Redemption.
And Redemption. Yeah, and Redemption. Fair play. Okay.
And Mbessa.
Yeah, if Mbessa gets it, then it's ridiculous, yeah, for sure. If you stack 4 Chemtech Dragons, not that if that game goes that long, there will probably be other issues in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, Hope is not going for the tier build, so he's not going Saras later. He doesn't want to be he doesn't want to drop off gold for that. Herald in mid lane. This will be mid lane turret kill.
Yeah, it's gone.
Yep.
No way that's survives.
CFO, but CFO don't even get Dragon off for this. I'm kind of worried, actually. You know, I think that they.
Yeah.
I feel like they should have at least set up for Dragon.
And now you've got to try and get through a Leona, Ziggs, Ori, Shinzao, zone control-y space.
Honky's getting alone time on top lane. He
I
does
think
get the
they're just happy
turret
with top, yeah.
And Mega Inferno bomb mid.
I don't know if they should be happy with that. They're giving up a chance to Soul Point. They lose mid turret. They need a fight.
Well,
soon.
Can they TP in?
Yeah,
They are very fast. Oh, Rest being jumped on.
Oh, so they are fighting for Dragon.
Rest
Rest
being
is
jumped on. He's dead.
good. This could
He's gonna get his equalizer down though. He's
gonna die. Okay.
Okay, this is still going good. Honky's in a good spot. Good spot for him.
No, the slow can probably kill Flandre here. Not
This is good for it.
Shockwave!
Hope's life. Hope's life. Hope's life. Hope's life.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's close as hell.
Nice.
Oh,
Much
damn.
better.
Well,
Disaster.
I think CFO made a grievous error not setting up when they knew they were giving up
And they
the
just
Herald.
face checked far too many people there.
I mean, the fight was close, but I think they didn't set up for the fight well enough in advance. Rust was going over enemy vision to get there.
Yeah.
Honkyu did do a decent amount of work, but now, I mean, you've
And
given
he's
up.
1 and 3 now versus 4-0
The goal-
for Ori. It's gonna get tough.
Gold leads flipped. Doggo is still very strong. Going back to Cleaver though for the extra HP. Not sure I love that actually.
So AL got so much
Also
extra
the
damage
shred.
into rest and force out
I know,
Just kids.
I know, but also it's just better on Pantheon a lot of the time. I don't love it on Lucian because he's so crit dependent nowadays. I mean, Doggo doesn't have many Brawn passes to work with right now. The Pantheon's whatever, and
It's a good flame spitter thing, the angle from Rest during the zone years, but like it's just not enough.
It's just a little too spread.
Yeah.
You actually, I think CFO are pretty good if the spread is a little bit
Oh,
closer.
Jundra out of his W?
Insane,
Yeah.
Oh.
He misses onto Hope, not that would have mattered
And
anyway.
Hope also dodges the Winter's Bite. Yeah, very nice.
Nice from Shanks and QW. Shanks had a great fight.
Yeah, he did.
Shanks
Yeah,
had a
he
very
did.
good fight.
Really, really good
Shanks
fight
and
from
Flandre.
Shanks.
It's just, if it was a little closer, CFO have the mobility to go from one side of the fight to the other. When it's that spread, you don't.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, we've been talking about Flandre and like, oh, not sure about how he's managing the lane swaps, dropping a lot of CS. I've not had as much issue with him. Assuming he survives the early lane, he's actually still been team fighting and playing as part of the team pretty well.
Just the early game.
But
That's
the
always
early
been
game
the case the
has
whole
been
year.
problematic. We've seen that even without lane swaps. Like, he was having those issues in playoffs and the rest of it. And he's just not been laning well since MSI.
Good Orianna played there. I believe he got a key shockwave.
He did, yeah. He managed to get the pullback on the Pantheon stun in, so excellent.
Yeah, I mean, the game is still close, but it's like Doggo has a big job to do.
And I don't think it's the easiest to play Lucian once the game crests 20 minutes from this point, right? You are going to hit a point where you're going to just start dashing through Ziggs mines. Like, you don't get to play fights slow as Lucian. You have to go in with the Pantheon. You have to go in with the Akali. You have to get value out of the Winter Spite. And yes, you can do that. And especially if it does get fractured, you can do a lot of work there. But I think before people have started dying and blowing flashes in fights, like, you are at risk of just sitting there, getting zoned off, getting hit by Ziggs poke, getting threatened by Orianna Ball, trying to thread your way through those fights before the lines are fractured is going to be very tricky. And I don't envy Jundra and Kaiwing's job making that happen.
I do think the Black Cleaver makes Lucian like a lot stronger in terms of his culling though, so like he can get a lot safer damage off.
I mean, obviously Black Cleave Evolution was a huge thing ages ago, but remember that the culling also scales on crit and attack speed now, right? Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty sure there's
just
some crit
attack speed, but yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. I mean, obviously Black Cleaver has been good on Lucian in the past.
A bit of HP is probably not the worst.
That's what I
thing,
mentioned
not
at
gonna
first.
lie.
That's what I mentioned at first. Yeah.
And,
It's just
and the movement speed is pretty nice.
Oh yes, Phage item.
But then at that, I mean, yeah, you do get that twinned up with the flicker blades as well. Hang on, Jundra's full sending it here.
Oh, this is good. I think this is good. This is
good.
good.
Shockwave. Shanks step.
Oh,
Shanks step. No flash. I'm surprised that the Hope is safe. Hope is safe.
So you lose 2. You lost 2
2 for 1.
Can you ask Khan on this?
Who got the shutdown onto Shanks? Who got the shutdown on Shanks?
It was my boy Kaiwing with the Winter's Bite.
Fantastic.
Fabulous.
Braum value. Braum stocks are increasing by the minute. Atacon for this? I mean, you don't have Smite.
Yeah.
You don't have Zigzalt. You don't have Leonarol. I don't think you can. I mean, if Ziggs comes down, isn't the poke just too much? Hope's out of position.
I worry. Yeah, but I worry about Ziggs
teleport back.
Shanks does as well when that comes in.
And Honku as well.
Yeah.
So,
Kaiwing, that's not your best TP.
So Atacon's going down for free. They're not going. Oh, bloody hell!
Public execution! Oh, they killed the
They don't have Smite. 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 Doggo's getting really fed.
Flandre will probably die. Oh,
Wait, do they just take Atacon? Can they secure it with Shockwave? They might be able to leash it with Shockwave. I actually think they should. I think they should. They should just try and kill it with Shockwaves. Use the Shockwaves as a Smite. There's no Smite on the table. They're tanking this for too long now.
Reset.
I actually think they could have. I think they could have secured it with. Oh my god!
Culling's
Wow.
back, ult's back for Honku.
So that's one.
That's
for
a big
one.
shutdown on Doggo. Doggo's got an 800 gold kill though, so I think it favors CFO.
Yeah. 3,000 gold ahead. What the shit? I mean, I say that, but like Ziggs is still actually pretty strong. I actually don't think this is Dog. I don't think this is Hope being behind. I think this is Doggo being massively accelerated. I mean, there are people on like 1.5. Honku is on 1.5 items. He's on 3.
Yeah.
Okay, how far back are we going? We're going back to the scuttle start. Yeah.
This was a really good engage. This was so good. And this is the struggle with the Orianna, is like if you don't have flash, you just can't be that far up ever. It doesn't matter if like you're really strong, you're just gonna get one shot. Good lockdown on Honku though.
Hoopy Esports about Hung for Game 2 against KT. Worse than Ricky. Who's Ricky? Ricky is my dog. What the hell? Hoopy was just
brutal.
Savage.
Brutal.
Doggo made it hard on himself
Nokia
for not W'ing the bush.
Yeah. Did he have it up? I didn't see actually. I guess we're flicking.
Yeah, he W'd towards the outer
right.
Oh my god, we're going again?
Satchel charge. He's dead. He's dead.
He wanted to flash and see if it's an instant W. He gets the ult out.
Honku is actually possibly in a lot of danger here.
He equalizes him.
But that's an equalizer down as well. They can't Atacon.
The thing is, Hope does have teleports.
Yeah.
Dragon is a good win though.
But you've lost a lot of your ults here, so Doggo needs to do a lot of work. Unless Honku can find a really good angle. That's a fairly shit culling.
It's okay.
So he gets what? 10% Tarzan?
Tarzan gets it. Nah, what do they get after?
Flandre's really deep. I get the ult onto Honku. He's out.
No, is he for long?
So
yeah.
Honku's out, but he doesn't get to do anything.
Oh shit!
Far out.
Nearly.
As well.
Yeah, but also like there's no TP for Honku, so he can't join. So this should be Atacon.
Okay, Ginger doesn't have flash.
No ult for AL.
Doggo
nice Talon strike.
He's a flash.
But he has to burn it.
So Doggo can't fight now.
You can't play this now.
As
All the
actually-
gold's gone. Oh, John Jett.
Oh my god, they just keep going again.
He's gone. There's no way he gets to get out of that.
He doesn't have flash
Yeah,
either,
he's
okay.
gone.
Okay, oh my god. Atacon scares me like very few things do.
Oh my
Atacon's gonna reset. Oh my god, it's reset again. Wait, can they actually go for this?
It's reset again, they can't do it.
I don't know if they can. I guess
Kyle can tank. No, Tarzan can tank. You're right.
takes a lot of time. Now the problem is, because it reset, does that mean that CFO get to punish AL being really slow back out on the
You
map?
might get mid-tier 1. But I think with Ziggs down bot, you can probably just satchel the turret and leave.
That was such an extended
That's
Atacon
worth more,
fight.
though. Yeah.
How many petals do they get from it? They went to 27. It's not a bad amount of petals. And of course they get the 25% bonus from it. Okay. I mean, Tarzan has just smurfed. Tarzan has smurfed the last like 2 minutes. I mean, he gets the steal, and then he gets like 2. Honku's Mega Cone is actually pretty damn good. Well, no, I take that back. It was pretty damn bad thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, basically the ult from CFO lead to very little.
So they knew they had the extra advantage. They set up again.
Doggo walking in blind was the worst thing that happened there, I think.
Oh
no. Okay, he's out.
Tarzan's got quite deep for that. Okay, you get R2 out. Mega Inferno Bomb puts Honku down to about a third. That's quite a lot of ults burned for that.
Yeah, even though this Ziggs is like 3.5k down, I don't think it matters too much. He's pretty much in line with most of the
he's
items.
got spell sling issues as well, which is quite nice. He'll be fine.
Yeah, sometimes pretty good. It's just that Doggo is just so unreally fed. The point and click CC from AL is becoming really, really quite dangerous for CFO. They've got Still have a slight
You're
lead,
just
but it
a
doesn't
very
matter at this
short
point.
range comms. Like everyone is short range into the moment you walk forward to make something happen.
Oh, we've
your
been talking about
turnaround
it.
pounce from AL is ridiculous.
Yeah, we've been talking about the build from Doggo Mabby.
Yeah.
I mean, the Black Cleaver gives you some HP and it does double stack the movement speed, which is kind of helpful.
And he has liked these bruise
Well,
builds.
it's
I mean,
really
he did
good
the
against
Hexblade
Ziggs,
build on
right?
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
like the more movement speed you have, the harder it is for Ziggs to actually have effect on you, and
but
that's
then
the
you still have
hardest
to dash.
chance
You still have to dash through minefields. So it's just not fun.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, by the way, he can't build. Hang on a second. If you go Executioner's Calling, you can't build
He's
more.
going Campunk.
Let me finish my point. You can't finish the Executioner's Calling into the Mortal Reminder because it's 2 pen items. So you have to go Campunk.
Yeah.
So you can't get anything. You can't get 2% pen items because you can't double stack percent.
Yeah, you can't. It has to be Campunk, right?
He has to go Campunk Chainsaw.
And that's just not a great item at the minute, still, is it?
No, it used to be a very, very good stat stick. It's not anymore.
That is a nice coming.
Ish.
my God!
Pantheon's coming.
Oh, the stun on the Pantheon.
Very good stun.
Oh, boy. Oh, the Mega Fireball did nothing for the shield. Oh, nice Crescent Guard.
Honky.
Oh my god, he survives.
Ambassador.
Oh, that's a shockwave on the Ambassador.
There were like 3 Atakan procs in there, by the way.
Yeah.
Very rarely does much, but that was like 3 in a row, just insta-obliterate the team. Okay, that was too far. Kyle somehow survived through to the back end of that fight as well. Well, CFO have figured out what happens if you overdive into this comp. If they don't land the actual knockout blow, it's... I mean, Honky is 1-5 on Akali. He's not been able to land... He had a very good first skirmish of the game, but done nothing since.
Yeah, he's just getting absolutely destroyed.
Okay.
I mean, that was also just another.
This is looking like it's going to a game 3, Sam. So I'm gonna build this food in.
Do it.
So I think this is going to a game 3. If this doesn't go to a game 3, goddamn, this could have been a 2-0 if AL had actually taken the Baron throw and not thrown it right back.
Oh, Doggo just struts straight into the shockwave.
I don't think Black Cleaver saves you from that, friends. He realized his fuck up. He sold Executioner's Calling because he realized his fuck up. Oh, Doggo. Oopsies.
So he's not even doing Campunk, he's just saying no, and that's just getting worse, isn't it? Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I mean, Rumble can just build it.
Yes, but why did they not communicate that before? Because Rumble is very, very good at collecting anti-heal.
Yeah.
Leveraging this Baron to its fullest potential here. Red Bull Baron power play.
Shanks with the 5k damage in that last fight, and Shanks is, if you consider a stacked up Dark Seal a real item, which is like...
Stacked up Dark Seal is a real item, there's a ton of AP.
Yeah, for sure.
It's genuinely very good. It's very efficient. 350 gold for basically an extra... It basically gives you an extra 700 gold that you don't see.
Honky's recalling. We give mid inhib. We don't have the greatest champs at clearing super minions. I think we're probably going to have our last fight. Okay, nice on yours. Do we have flash? He does have flash. Oh, he's dead. He doesn't even get the ult. He doesn't get the ult off.
The solar flip. Yeah, it's tough.
This is done. This is
it's
done.
over.
And you got Ziggs on turrets now, so...
It's not a whitewash.
It's not a whitewash.
It's not...
Only force a fight. It's their only recourse against the push, against the pressure that AL are putting down. Junja gonna kick things off. Wander still has the GA. Aegis Assault to keep him standing for now.
Honky doesn't get enough done. Shockwave pulls him back. Oh, that's just mean.
Damn. This is a game they could have won as well.
Yeah, I had Orianna being a very scary pick this tournament, and it has proved to be, in fact, a very scary pick.
Yep.
JJ!
Damn, Shanks. What a game from Shanks, man.
Yeah, he played
really good game. And that's really important because my worry coming into this tournament was Shanks was going to continue his mediocrity from regular season. He has not. This is good news. I still think Flandre in lane is...
He's a liability.
He's been a liability. He's not managing lane swaps well. He is dropping CS. Even this game, like he was still down 10 CS for a lot of this game in a straight 1v1. I get it's into Rumble, but still.
Well, we're getting driver.
Right.
We're getting driver and
no
game
doubt.
3.
No doubt.
Yeah. I mean, not that this game was Rest's fault, but that's just the CFO way. Doesn't matter what happens.
It's the vibe switches, yeah.
That's kind of the BLG strategy as well.
No way, you have it?
The OG Snake. If you like this one, I'll give you that one. I got a nice Snake jacket here.
Oh my god, he's got the Snake esports! He was like the huge Snake fan back in yeah.
#1 fan.
Right when you think the man's not
Look,
playing.
I'm running the bathroom. Right. Well, I get the chance.
One picks up, of course, the Kled. Game 2 dominates. Honestly, he was really a center.
Remember to run advertisements.
So good. The fact he was finding these opportunities to constantly get into the back line, disrupt everything.
Oh,
trying to set up.
all right. I'll be right back as well. Give me a moment.
There were so many moments in this game where CFO had started to teeter away, started to pull away, but just Flandre constantly being in the moments he needed to in these fights was huge.
What did it come down to for you guys here?
Oh,
for AL.
Those team fights.
Those
It
team
is always
fights?
the team fights.
All
I
right.
feel like you can like not watch a game, close your eyes, wait until the end of the game. If you just say AL team fights, you would be correct. This one starts with Flandre picking off Rest on the side. This team fight worked so well because they're able to catch Rest immediately. And so I was like, okay, that's how it opens up. As the team fights play out, as you would expect, even though at first I was like, okay, maybe this is Hong Q's RQ, no, it's his R2. And then re-engaging on the fight when it looked kind of iffy, Flandre really takes over.
I think it's that. It's the moments where they find to re-engage because it is such an upfront burst heavy composition that's coming through from CFO. When you look at like the Lucian wants to try and get through with the culling, you've got a lot of that follow-up damage coming through from Hongq. So as long as you can survive it, you can suddenly turn it around. And again, I think that's why it was so crucial of an understanding for AL as to when they had those moments to turn those fights back around.
Yeah, absolutely, because you had to play around the sneakiness of some of CFO's CFO's champions here. I'm thinking about the Akali. You mentioned the Braum. You mentioned the calling, also being able to chunk them before the fights. I want to take a look at the Baron.
Okay, let me put some ads on.
27 minutes in game because they take full control from this point onwards.
Let's take a look at this because CFO was hard forcing this fight. And like you said, very similar to the last fight. It was looking good for CFO because they were hard finding them. But then Flandre comes through. The ult was immaculate. They clean out instantly. And so CFO, their team.
Will you sub in driver? Yeah, probably. Probably. It helps. They tend to do that.
Okay, because you have like options with you. You're allowed quite a bit of damage. But no, they just got stamped out.
But I mean, they just made that play on the bottom side of the map, just beside the Dragon, right? Where they actually got the pick, and suddenly they started to bring that game back in their favor. I mean, you can look at that goal graph on this graph there. That like you saw how ridiculous it was, this back and forth constantly trying to vie for this attention, and it was just that at the end AL were able to pick it.
You look at the goal graph, I'm looking at the damage graph here on the side of AL, because the discussions we were having, who do we want to highlight? Do we want to highlight Shanks? Do we want to highlight Tarzan? Do we want to highlight Flandre? In the end, they all did such an amazing job, but it's the clutch moments that Flandre was able to find that made the difference in those fights.
100%. And even
I think Tarzan was exceptional. I think Tarzan was exceptional this game, folks. I swear AL strategy is just keep fighting until you win the fight. Yep, a little bit. This is a I don't know. I feel like both of these games have been some very floppy early fights. They've just they've not been picking the right fights. They've just been fighting and hoping it works, which is a worry. That is a worry, actually.
He didn't allow it.
It's just his presence in that fight as well, where he steps up, knows the TP's coming in, so he can separate out the support. Then he manages to go in. Like, and again, I think this is what has been such a rock for anyone's legend throughout their summer split, was that Flandre can.
Isn't that just most LPL strategy? No, not really. No, I mean top esports very much not like that. AL. I mean BLG are, yes, BLG are, but yeah.
And it's just funny because while we were watching that game, and I saw Pantheon with you know, his Q max and everything, I was like, okay, this should be an easy Drake pickup. Like, you have Q on Pantheon, you have Smite, this should be easy. No, Tarzan still is able to take the Smite. So I was like, do I ever doubt Tarzan in a Smite fight at this point?
Absolutely not. He has been stellar so far, and so have both teams, honestly. Here going into Game 3, which is what I wanted to see between those two teams. What have we learned so far from CFO and from AL, and what's the expectation moving
CFO
forward?
are scary as all. Like, this
are.
team is insane. Like, the fact that like anyone's legend is so good at controlling and dictating the pace of the game from start to finish, thanks to players like Tarzan, having great team fights. But CFO have mashed them.
Oh my god. Flandre really fitting the sacrifice theme by sacrificing CS to win games.
We're nearly able to pick that game back in their favor. So realistically, all I've learned is that you cannot down CFO in any of these games.
Yeah, and it's not as if it was like clean on both sides, right? Really early on, when Flandre is looking for an ulti on towards the Dragon Pit, and then of course the lack of synergy with ZiggsW, you're like, okay, well that sucks. Like the fight could have been a lot easier for you. So it gets scrappy, it gets a little murky, but like whoever comes out at the end, in this case it was you know, Flandre and the boys. it could just be CFO. They look evenly matched. It's such a fun series.
I mean, I'm mostly excited about the fact that, again, it is a best of 3. It is fair left draft, which means that we're going to see some wacky picks. We're getting deeper and deeper into those teams' champion pools. Who's taking adventure guess, please? And something.
Oh, Doggo. I mean, I don't think the Mortal Reminder snafu changes things. At the end of the day, we're still going to get blown up in the same fights he was going to get blown up in. CFO chosen blue side. Well, AL have got them. They're on the board now. We thought this might go 2-1. I didn't expect game 1 to be as... I don't know. My problem with AL and Top Esports today is that they've been playing worse than they were showing earlier in Swiss. That was my big problem with them.
You would have had all that information, but... No, it seems like Rest is still in there, so that's fair.
Damn, we're still playing with Rest?
What do we have?
Huh, I guess they are. They chose blue side.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, he has some pretty fun counter picks, but, like, I think more likely than not it's Cassandre. I mean, there could be Renekton.
I think if it's Cassandre, I think that AL will go Rek'Sai and they'll ban out the champions, which they think CFO can swap on Rek'Sai with a level 1.
Yeah.
Cassandre Renekton, like, I think Flandre is very happy to handshake top lane. In fact, he probably prefers that. He doesn't want to play winning matchups top lane. He want to find things which he can survive in and impact team fights. Not that I think that's bad for CFO, because I think they're happy to do the same.
All right, I need Doggo on a big pumper champion.
Right.
I need him on one of these crit 80 carries is what I want to see. I mean, those were crit 80 carries, but you know what I mean, the auto attack based ones.
Yeah, the hype carries and stuff, really.
Yeah.
No, sorry, you're getting Misfortune.
No.
Yep, I've seen it in the stars.
I'm worried he's mind controlled into Jhin.
Oh yeah, your hatred of Mr. 4.
Now, okay, there's actually a world where we get Junja's Zyra and Doggo's Jhin, and I'm happy with that. I think Junja's one of the best Zyras in the world.
I was so surprised that first game. Well, not so surprised, but I saw in the Z game for Kanavi earlier. I think that was a great Zyra angle. He's a great Zyra player too. I think that AP junglers are really slept on so far at this tournament. We've had have we had 1 or 2? Do you think Fly will have an easy time? Do you think FlyQuest will have an easy time with Team Secret Worlds? I think they're on average a better team than Secret Worlds, but I think Secret Worlds can occasionally just flip games into the abyss, both good and badly.
That's right.
So it's a best of 1. It's a best of 1. Flip it in the right way. Who knows? I mean, yeah. I don't know. When they were playing against KT, they just chose the 1 fights, right? They actually had some winning angles against them. They had some like good early game. They had good early game presence, and then they just kind of flipped into the abyss, which was not so good.
That's just the classic, man. That's the Team Secret Worlds roller coaster. I came in towards expecting it, and I have not been disappointed. I think, realistically, it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, if that team plays to their ceiling, they can probably win. But, if they play to their floor, they are not at Worlds. So...
Yeah. True. That's true. And yet they are... What is it, like, PSG tweeted the other day because they drew, like, a load of first seeds, right? Because they drew Genji, and then who did they draw after that? Okay, so they drew like 2 LCK teams there. And it's like 0-3 might be the limit for how many times you can lose in Swiss stage, but that is not our limit to how hard we can lose in this tournament, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, they're fun. The PSG socials are always fun. Their tweet 47 minutes ago as well. Speaking from the BDS incident, we will stay until the series is done. Oh, that was so sad too. Just getting reverse sweeped after forgetting Kaiser exists. Oh, this can't be real. 1 minute. Oh, I can't believe we're using rest again. That really surprises me. I mean, they're just...
Is it just a habit that they do? Or they? I mean, maybe they're just locked in right now.
This would be the first series this entire year they did not swap.
Wow, that's interesting. That is interesting, huh? I mean, Secret. It wasn't Secret Wars. It was the team at ASI that were doing the same thing between Style and Artemis.
Garm.
But was it they?
That was Style and Shogun. Sorry, MVK Vikings.
Vikings, that's it. Yeah, not Artemis. It was Style and
Shogun.
Yeah, and Shogun. Yeah, they were swapping them every series though too. So I don't know whether that was just an ASI thing, but maybe it's a more PCS thing.
They did swap occasionally, but it wasn't like set in stone. Whereas CFO, literally from Split 1 to now, have just swapped in and out. Like, I mean, there might have been some 2-0s where they didn't, but from memory, like, if a game went to 3, it was always both of them playing. So, I mean, Rest is the carry top lane out of the two. You know, like, Driver, I mean, he carries, but not like playing carry champ. So maybe they just think Flunder is a liability and can try and punish that way. Which, I guess, based on how these games are going, is a reasonable way to view it, just by virtue of like how far ahead Rest has been able to get. Although that was a very good Ambassador game, he's definitely not been a liability.
There's a player called Stalin. What? Hey? That's okay, right?
Oh, no, I think he's asking. No, that means Style.
Style. I thought... Right. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, Style 1E. Style 1E. Yeah, okay. I'm just saying, like, that's not the case, folks. Like, let's chill out.
Absolutely delivered in these last 2 games, and I doubt game 3
We're good. Crisis averted.
Action-packed, just
okay.
the way
well, we don't have to worry about Oriana again. Nice.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's true. I mean, so you have Azir as a must-ban for AL, pretty sure.
Yeah, Honkyu will pick that.
Remember, this is the 2-0
and there it goes.
So, you do move on to quarterfinals if you win.
I mean, Honkyu, I'm not worried about his champ. He will play anything.
I'm just worried about if Shanks gets a dominant laning phase, that is a problem for CFO, I think. Because he's very good at controlling a lane and then just bringing that to a side lane as well. Galio is still up. Oh, Jarvan! Anyone want a Jarvan? Can I interest you in a first pick Jarvan?
Yeah. I think if AL don't ban...
First pick Yana, I'm going to say both sides could do it. It'll get banned.
I mean, yeah,
it'll ban red side, yeah.
I think,
they're never gonna
as well, I don't think Shanks can pick Galio if they don't ban Swain. Because Honkyu will immediately slam that, and he has done it multiple times, and he has absolutely ran the game.
Yeah, the only person playing Swain in LPL was Rookie. Rookie was playing it. So wait,
no, Bin did it. No, Bin Knight did it in 1.
Yeah, Knight did it, yeah, but he only played 1 game. Rookie played like 3 or 4. So there's like 1 or 2 players. Like, it is a known pick to the LPL teams, but whether they consider it in this draft is another thing.
Chovy got away with it the other day, but he was the only one.
No, Honkyu, this is a man, like, Honkyu did it in Split 1, he's been doing it the whole year. Like, if he sees Galio, he just locked it in.
No, I know, just we saw Maple try that into Chovy and it didn't work.
Well, I actually thought the pick did, but it's just Gen G were a better team.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Like, I actually think the pick was good, and it actually worked out fairly well.
Concur.
Yeah, they just took some weird fight, Wayne didn't have ult and stuff like that.
Also, just things like they tried to pick Braum and Braum didn't die and people collapsed a lot faster.
I was wondering if we were in Caitlyn territory now. I think Sensei Rek'Sai likely top lane picks. Maybe an outside chance for Jax. Yeah. Which now if they pick Rek'Sai, you know what can happen with that now.
Yeah, I mean, Doggo, I think that's like a one and done type thing. He is a very good Draven, don't get me wrong, but I don't think
it's very draft specific.
Yeah, it's when you see Rek'Sai, you immediately consider
I think there is a deeper way to establish that playstyle. Where you just have an AD carry pick for the 1v1 top lane rather than the 2v2 bot lane, and Draven's very good for that. There are other champions which can do that. First pick
This is solid, but it opens up.
Galio's easy lock.
Galio
easy lock. And then you're looking at. Well, I mean, it could be terrible.
Does Shanks want to go for something else?
You can Alistair
also stops.
You could also Sivir for Hope. I don't think there's that much lane dominance. I think if you can Alistair Sivir, that's really good for AL.
Does Junju then just lock Jarvan because you're into the Sivir? Trundle?
Trundle means that you can then Cassante safely.
And you've got Alistair to already take away the tank option.
That's
that
a point.
Rest is, and at this point, what does Rest have that will be...
Yeah, with early Trundle drafts, the mindset switches to what champions can you pick which can tank Trundle.
Braum's gone already as well.
Braum and Alistair are the 2 big ones because they get resist through % damage reduction rather than resist. You've taken the Alistair away.
Yeah. You've got Renekton. I think this is a good pick.
It's fine. Yeah, it's best of the rest, really. Best of the rest.
I mean, there's also Jax, but you wouldn't want to pick it here yet.
No, not yet. Jax is pretty bad into Alistair on the whole.
Yeah, but it's very good into Trundles.
Will get interrupted by the
Now,
Yeah,
I mean,
you've got the jumps and the pillars, you can get over very easy, I agree.
What do you pick for Jump? Maybe, I don't know if you want to pick Zyra or Talir, I think that's bad. Also, Zyra's not fantastic into
Neferi's not bad, you get over the pillar quite well. Vi's okay. Talir is fine.
Vi's okay, but my
no
worry...
Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
there's no Kai'Sa. You might,
no,
I hate to say it, you might be forced to go as something like the... You need follow-up, you might need the Jhin.
Jhin, yeah,
Well,
you might go Vi's.
Yeah.
It's rough, but what do you do to
at the
follow up this
moment,
comp now?
Zeri.
Oh, Zeri's not bad, yeah.
Yeah, and you got the Alistair lane you're into,
I
so
don't
you may
think
just be a Taeyun swap.
you don't need to AD carry here. You can pick Galio.
No.
I don't like this at all. You've got point and click from Nexus, point and click from Vi. I think that's not... I mean, Shanks wants to bully lane. He wants to bully lane. But I think Galio's way better for the comp. It stops the Vi having impact because you can just ult on that target. I guess Galio's bad into Renekton, because if you ult on Renekton just ult some power Ws.
And it gives Shanks a little bit more agency, I guess.
Yeah, this is a hands gap type angle that he's going for. Like, Galio, I agree, is much better, but LeBlanc is, like, gonna be fine in the lane and much more explosive out of the lane. But I think it's a pretty weak pick in general.
Yeah, I think if you do go hyper carry bot as well, LeBlanc can threaten those a bit more freely, which could be nice. And in fairness, we have seen from what we've been hearing. So like, I know ASI is only like it's the tier below, but we have seen a lot of LeBlanc priority, particularly from the LCK and LPL teams. So we'll see.
Not really the LPL, the LCK mainly. Xiao played like a game of it.
Played like 2, but yeah, I agree.
You played 2, or is it just the 1?
Okay, the Rakan ban is really important because we have Vi.
It was a lot of games, to be fair.
Yeah, but I thought it was mainly from
Kaiwing left with. Kaiwing can just go like. Yeah, Rel is the obvious one, but I think like I genuinely wouldn't hate to see a carry like a hyper carry Yumi or a hyper carry Lulu. I mean, Lulu actually makes more sense.
Lulu's fine here actually. Yeah.
The only thing then is, as long as you track the Vi, your engage becomes very delicate.
This is open. No, but it's not banned. It's banned. It's banned. Outside angle of hook support with the CC AD carry. Outside chancellor. We could go like
Blitz.
Aphelios Thresh. They played it in SI.
You could Nautilus here with...
Nautilus would be fine, that's true.
Nautilus is very good with Talir.
It'd be quite annoying for the LeBlanc as well, because again, point and click, following CC.
That is most likely they go Nautilus, just knowing Kaiwing, but there is like the outside chance of the Thresh Aphelios, which they've played.
Please hope do not Zaya. Zaya is bad for hope.
We're back.
I hope Jhin is good though is the problem. So while your region may not be good at it.
No. Our region's fine at it. The champ just sucks. We're good. We're back.
I also think people just don't get how Jhin scales, like, at all. Because again, like, he comes, everyone talks about 3 item spikes on AD carries. It's just not how Jhin works. He is very, very, very level dependent for damage. And basically, if you have 3.5 plus level 16, your damage then spikes to being threatening to everything. It just means that 2 items, you get trapped at 2 utility items, you do bloody jack all on Jhin. Oh, fabulous.
Someone get the clip from like 5 minutes ago. So in the breaks up, you were out of the room, and Vessi was saying, I want him on an auto attack, hyper carry champion. Is like, you're going to get misfortune.
Incredible clip it.
Oh, God, that's funny as hell.
Misfortune made it ready to set you up.
Okay, so we've got the battle. We have the battle of the hated AD carries. I mean, Seraphine is good. Seraphine is very good for lane dominance. Nautilus is the easy one.
Okay.
This is good. Look, I think this is a great draft into LeBlanc. I think Shanks has really shot himself in the foot with this. I think Shanks might have totaled this draft by going LeBlanc.
We'll see.
Last pick. I mean, you can Ornn him. You can Ornn for Flandre, right? I think you Ornn here, don't you? You can set up your own combo with the Trundle Ornn. It's fine into the Renekton. You might go Casantex as a better matchup into the Renekton. Rek'Sai's also a better matchup there too.
I
don't love the Rek'Sai here, folks. I actually don't love it at all.
Flandre is one of the few people who's won with it, but I won't say it's necessarily looked phenomenal. He did have, in fairness, he did get the win on Gen G versus it, didn't he?
Italy, sorry, yes. I just think that, I think Ornn gives you another cancel versus their misfortune. Rek'Sai does not want to stand in a bullet.
Rek'Sai lane's better against Renekton, at least.
Yeah, it's a better matchup, for sure. That's why they're picking it.
AL are cooking a little bit more.
And in fairness, it's
Yeah,
another good
classic.
skirmisher. Like, you've actually, like, AL have got very good skirmishers, because basically everyone offers some pick / some follow-up, with the exception of Trundle, who sets things up.
I kind of agree with chat. I think both drafts kind of suck.
They're not great, I agree.
Okay, so you have Vitalier, Renekton, Vitalier. Like, you have a lot of point and click from CFO. So if someone missets from AL, someone can die with the burst damage. You have very little DPS. Trundle, if LeBlanc pulls Vi out of position and gets Trundle and then gets Trundle onto Vi, Vi's gonna have a hella bad time.
That is one thing I will say, is like, Kobe has this conversation every time he sees Vi, because obviously he was a big Vi main for a long time. Every time, basically one of the big things you have to do on Vi is just track flashes. It's very possible to flash, to ult someone and get flashed in an awful position. LeBlanc has that all the time. If she's got double distort and flash, you will be dragged to Narnia, and it will be an awful time. Yes, you've got some follow-up, but there is a very real world where that happens, and then there's a Trundle Pillar, and then there's Jin W following up, and there's an Alistair combo, and then Rek'Sai ults you, and you just die. And I will say, like, AL's ability to skirmish this game does scare me a little bit for CFO.
I want to play devil's advocate here and say that, like, while EMF in general I don't think is that amazingly strong, and they don't really have an EMF comp here, I find it, again, like, it's a really good pick against LeBlanc because it just first items a Bloodthirster. And, like, LeBlanc pretty much turns into a poke champion when it comes to skirmishing, right? So if there's any access to a minion wave for Doggo, the LeBlanc is kind of neutered against him.
But not against the Talia. Talia doesn't have the most fun time into LeBlanc, actually.
That is true, but if LeBlanc's being tracked, LeBlanc also just gets stunned on her way in.
I also think that Renekton actually has a really irritating time against LeBlanc, because if you ever misuse your slice and dice, chains really screw Renekton, who does not want to go Merc Treads this game.
But I think CFO have better combos, worse matchups.
Yeah, and I think there's still the danger with AL, their ability to just skirmish with various champions.
Shanks starting lane with 100 HP down because Honky got a full channel Q onto him. Bone plating's gone from Honky because Shanks broke it with the auto. That's
you got that?
W autoed.
It's just me and you, Vestian. Okay. Looking after chat.
That's right. We'll take care of you guys.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's a good...
For the record, by the way, just to glaze you a little bit, for those who've not been watching, if you don't know who Vestian is, I'm not sure if I've actually done this for you. Vestian is one of the official LCP casters, LCP casters, been doing a wonderful job over there.
Thank you.
With the excellent New Zealand accent, which is just one of those cheat codes to having a wonderful tone of voice on broadcast. Annoys the hell out of me. Stop that. And is a real defender and advocate for the region. A very funny guy. The rap song that was out on Twitter earlier, excellent. I saw the Chiefs Hopium video. Like, one of the very, very dedicated enjoyers of Oceania in general. So please do give them to love over on Twitter and enjoy the official broadcast when you get the chance. I know it's at the same time as LPL, and I can't tell you to go watch that instead of us. However, if you can do a second screen, it's a great second screen, guys.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, but a bunch of fun. I mean, I just, like, partly because I mean, the games are just typically quite fun in our region, but also just the personalities deserve so much more than they get. Obviously, they get a lot of people in, like, Vietnam and Taiwan that watch it, but
I mean, there's actually a massive LJL co-streamer audience these days as well, which is quite cool.
Oh, nice.
Which is good fun. There's a few really, really dedicated players that end up with a fairly big fan base in its own way. I think the problem is basically that a load of the Japanese players did not enjoy living outside of Japan, which is a bit of a shame, because they actually looked pretty solid last year, and then the great collapse began. I still think Ari is good. I still believe in Ebby, even if he had a shit year.
Dude, yeah, Arya is a beast.
He's so good. Him and Honkyu going against each other has always been fun. I just think Arya needs better teammates around him and he'll be good again.
Yeah. Rest is absolutely dominating top again, by the way. My lord.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you say that, but again, this is Rek'Sai, who will disappear for 3 seconds, wait for grass proc, charge up Rage, and just do it again. It's clone, which is good.
Nice headbutt back to stop Kaiwing from freezing the wave as well, so that's going to mean a few less.
Okay, Kaiwing, do not hook that bush.
Do not hook the bush. Do not the bush hook.
first
Look,
buy.
Kaiwing gives me a little bit of a jump scare every now and then.
He does, doesn't he?
Yes, he has some amazing plays, but sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when Kaiwing, the last time we were really seeing him internationally before this year, when it was the Kaiwing Doggo Lens, we just see Kaiwing just sort of like full run it out of nowhere on like Leona, just going, where have you gone, my boy?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what he did in the T1 series in Game 1.
Yes! Yes!
It's just a timeless classic.
It's real nice. You get your BT.
And like, at the same time, you understand why like, he kind of took over from where Sword Art left off in the Legion, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, very much so. It was looking like for a moment that it was going to be Woody. And this year's been pretty rough for him.
Hello, I'm back. I've got food.
Welcome back.
Anything interesting happened? Everyone's got summoners available, so it's the same really. Like heals for later trades, I imagine.
Yeah, they're pretty much.
Pretty close in terms of overall clear.
What's the build on Ruckside top? Titanic Hydra? Then it depends on the second item.
Often Shojin.
Shojin if you're ahead, tank if you're behind. You often go unending despair. The healing which scales off your HP, which is very good because Titanic Hydra gives you 400 HP bases a night.
I really hate, and it's the same thing the same problem I had in 2023, is going this Executioners on Renekton, because it doesn't actually necessarily find any value, because you just wait till the previous wounds are gone and then burrow. And it's like Renekton, you know, back in 2023 when Gore Drinker was a thing, didn't actually need to auto-attack you to get his heals.
Same with Aatrox as well. You can just wait until the end of the trade to get his death defense.
When it's reactive anti-heal, it is very possible to play around if people understand the matchup. Not that everyone does, especially when it's new tech, or tech they're not used to seeing. But if you do, then it's just a big deal.
Yeah. Well, to me, it just feels like Rest has lost 800 gold.
Single bucket of water on a raging.
But, I mean, it is valuable as the game progresses, right? Like in team fights, you're not going to have that luxury of choosing when you burrow. You kind of need to do it when you're near. And it's also good against Trundle.
Yeah, basically, good into Trundle. Actually, surprisingly good into Triumph Raw from Alistair.
Yeah, true.
There's bits that it'll help with.
And just Triumph, which I'm sure there's Triumph on Trundle.
The Triumph of the LPL, baby.
No. Hey, hold on.
Junja getting closer and closer to that level 6.
Honorable smash CS waves back into each other in the mid lane.
What I love to see.
Okay, Junja's starting this. Trundle's really far away, but I'm a little scared. We do have much better vision. But yeah, I don't think this is the correct decision.
I don't think you want. I'm not sure I like CFO starting this. Shanks has got Cryo.
No,
Celia can teleport in and has 6. No, that's better.
There you go. There's a TP.
Shanks is half HP. I think you let it go, Azale. Just let it go.
We have
Don't buy
much
into the
better
fight.
condition now.
Last game, they chose some really bad early fights, and game 1 even worse actually.
But you take the TP. You take the TP out there. That's fine. Shanks gets the wave shoved.
You get the ward, the venerable ward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with that though, right? You're like, Honky will lose, what is this, 2 minions, or 3, I guess, for the teleport. Shanks also doesn't have TP, so...
Yori Alejandro, by the way. Thanks for watching from Brazil. I hope you have a good time. Bom dia. Don't know much Portuguese.
Okay, and level 6s, I mean, the fight around Grubs, I typically, if a team has a Renekton, favor the team with Renekton, if he's in that lane.
Oh yeah, level 7 to 9 Renekton.
There were actually some metas when the first Herald fight was so important. Renekton, despite being shit at all other stages of the game, would be picked just to win the Herald fight, because he is the strongest champion in the game, besides, like, occasionally Sway and occasionally Wukong, depending on comps.
Yeah. No, I agree. And so, like, I think... if we can get control, but like, I guess they're really committing to these Grubs with Hope being here. And I mean, AL don't really have a team that's hitting towers either. Sort of similar to CFO in Game 1.
LeBlanc does.
Yeah.
LeBlanc is in fact one of the best users of Grubs in the game. She hops beyond the wave, gets a single auto tap, plays the DOT, goes back. Yone and LeBlanc.
Rek'Sai's really annoying because of the amount of tunnels. If Rek'Sai can set tunnel systems and just keep threatening turret, can be a bit annoying.
Into Renekton is a little less easy.
Yeah, into Renekton is less easy.
Trundle hits tower. Yeah, Trundle hits tower, but only in cross maps. It's very good for cross maps. I mean, this is the thing. You got to view Grubs in a couple of different lenses. The best value for Grubs is you're already hitting turrets. It helps you just destroy the map quicker. Second best is if you cross map, it means that you win cross maps when you wouldn't before. Third is after you win a fight, and this is I guess the base value of it. If you win a fight, you destroy the map a lot quicker before you have to reset. That's the 3 uses of grubs. You either hit turrets already, gives you cross-map potential, or clean up after fights with crazy amounts of gold on structures. That's basically it.
Misfortune Nautilus back down here, so
Oh, and then I guess for feats of strength as well, sure, whatever. Minor value there. Sometimes very important for the boots.
And it's just going to be the Jin versus Talia.
Actually, speaking of that, I hope going for the armor boots first is... That is one of the things that Jin can do. Just boots first and be really annoying.
Damn,
nice.
It's largely AD focused, actually. I don't hate that.
I don't know how easy this will be. You don't have full rage from rest yet.
Oh, TP in.
Okay, calling off the dive. Okay, good for them to call off the dive, actually. That's... You can't commit to that. Shanks was resetting anyway, so it doesn't change that much. Rek'Sai can actually... What Rek'Sai can do is reset, teleport mid, and then they switch waves after 1. So LeBlanc will push it. Oh, yeah.
That's annoying.
So about the whole Trundle hitting... Ooh! Nice flash away from
Needed to be.
Ginger. Needed to be. I don't know. I feel like AL are actually starting to wrangle control of the map now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think it's too bad because they're also just losing in bot lane.
Well, there's also bullet time used for it. It doesn't lead to all that much.
I'll also say as well, MF Nautilus is way more lane dominant. Alistair is now out of lane and is now a more useful champion than Nautilus in a lot of ways, unless you're comboing Nautilus into everything else.
True. I mean, the person benefiting off what's just happened the most is Shanks, though, and I think this team comp from CFO is just perfect with dealing with exactly Shanks.
Unless AL can actually use side lane matchups in a way that teams have not necessarily been doing at World so far. There hasn't been that much side lane.
No, it's not.
No.
Been a lot.
Just been battling over objectives.
But like permanently as well. Like one of the way LCK teams beat what we saw top esports get done in earlier, right? Was just like, okay, top esports, you don't get to play slow between objectives. We're going again.
They choose not to reset after objectives and just go reset, just fight, 5v5, you don't get to play split map.
Don't get any kills.
Yep.
And CFO might have a pretty manageable situation.
The game is even, 2 grubs, 1 dragon.
As of yet.
I'm a big believer typically of the dragons just being easy to execute upon if you're able to continue stacking them up.
But a nice pullback means
Rust is not in a happy spot here, actually. Oh, he is really not in a happy spot.
The headbutt failed.
It did, but he still just dies here. Oh, good 3 MQ, actually.
A 3 change gets him.
Yeah. Ah, that's a problem, because AL are playing through side lanes. They have Grubs winning on sides. Londra, does he die here? He can ult still. He can ult still, actually. Oh, he doesn't have the mark applied. If he got Q, he could have ulted through that.
Good job surviving on the bottom side. Top lane.
Okay.
Yep. Rek'Sai lives.
Quite a late first blood, yeah, especially given how much these teams can brawl.
And what I will say is, like, for all there are good 5v5 answers to LeBlanc, I think 2v2 and 3v3, the LeBlanc actually has a lot of agency, especially if she gets some kills, to threaten pretty much everyone on the enemy team.
Normally I'd say Vitalia is good at that, but actually if LeBlanc jumps backwards, Vitalia can't follow up cleanly, then gets to chain and escape.
And like, pretty much whoever she's pairing up with on this team would be a good pairing with her. Alistair, good setup. Bundle Pillar, good setup. Rek'Sai, you know, Jin W.
He has no flash. Oh, nice Q.
Close. If he misses that, if he gets hit by that pillar, it's dead.
It's a bad time.
Especially with Kyle with flash, he would I guess maybe you can ult in... where was Talia? I guess you could, if I ult and then hope Talia gets there.
They're giving us up.
Yeah, they're giving up. They're looking for top. Flandre, no teleport. I mean, sorry, no flash.
He's got Tiamat, so he clears out. Renekton Talia. Yep, that was a combo.
Yeah.
You can ult if
I don't know if they kill, but... They don't
The
kill,
Vi's
but
there.
like... He did.
Close. Can you get ult? Can you get ult off? You can get ult now, maybe? No, he'll have to go through the minefield. He'd die. Okay, good play. Good play from Ginger.
Very, very heads-up play.
So you lose first turret on the bot side, though. Is that Trundle? I was LeBlanc. Yeah, oh yeah.
Trundle there as well.
So you lose first turret. Feats of strength go to AL likely now after this, really. They also, hang on a second, they also don't get full turret top anyway.
They don't.
They might not even get on the next wave. Shanks is getting quite a lot of gold from this. That being said,
they're going to donate in the turret as well. That's a big deal.
They'll let another wave die to it because, of course, you need to time it right though. Talia's going to be hitting a fair amount on top side.
And you give the solo, you give the gold to the LeBlanc here. Quickly funnel this
425, that's basically an extra kill.
I mean, Talia will get that matched sort of here. But only an extra play.
I love when I get to see like Zed and LeBlanc in meta because they're like my 2 and 3 most played champions of all time. But like LeBlanc, this is the kind of game I look at like as a LeBlanc player. Like actually, everyone here is a genuine one-shot target. Eventually, if you get ahead of the game, everyone can be one-shot if they misstep. And if Shanks plays well with this amount of gold, 2 stacks on the Dark Seal as well, this is a game where if LeBlanc avoids obviously the obvious pitfall of Nautilus vibe point and click into death, your one-shots are disgusting on people out of position.
I've hopped melee range of a Renekton who has W'd me, you know? We've seen that before.
Yeah.
Honestly, too.
Do you wonder if he'll go Banshee? I don't think you want to go... No, you go Zhonya's maybe. I don't think you go Banshees because Vi can just smite it off and there's no reaction on that.
Level 11, it's rank 2 ultimate for Shanks.
I agree, and there's not actually that much magic damage either. Zhonya's value is just higher into triple AD, and actually...
That plus Jhin possibilities of picking
You know, if you manage to Zhonya's through Renekton, Misfortune...
Has been mostly
you actually already get quite a lot of value.
Has been mostly answers pretty equivalent.
I'm a little surprised that Rest has gone Black Cleaver over the Stride Breaker. Just because, like, you know, Jhin, Trundle, both pretty mobile.
I mean, it does mean that your Misfortune will actually hurt whoever you pick now.
It's a triple melee game. Your versus triple melee. I think you need it for the meat grinder.
Yeah.
When people
and also, I guess it also means that, I mean, Junja can now go second item, Steerax, and so
yeah, I was just about to say that as well. Yeah, I agree. Also helps Doggo quite a lot. If you get your first stun onto LeBlanc, get the Shred, MF ult after,
he should be just dead, yeah.
Get a big chunk combination.
I would argue Kyle's best champion might be Alistair, you know. We'll see how he does this game.
I would have said Rel at one point, but I agree it's Alistair.
Rel's just a weak champion right now, sadly. Yeah.
Okay, Honku's in top. He can teleport down. They're trying to get Flandre's. Okay, teleport has been used. Kale goes in, but it's onto Kaiwing. Nice ult onto Ho.
Hook misses.
Oh my god, Kale's getting one shot. One more auto will do it.
They don't get it. Bullet time should get it.
They got it.
Bullet time on one, but it's worth because the fight's disengaged. They have Curtain Call.
Hang on.
Not great from
Ho. They're just shearing the tanking. Yeah, they're just shearing the tanking. Now Kaiwing can take the last one. Nothing really gonna come from it. Okay, nice.
Okay, it's fair. Good single kill. I mean, that was through the Alistair ult, but they managed to play it slow, get enough CC down.
They just melt through the front line.
Yeah. It is also hard. Like, I mean, Honku's wall was really good there because he just puts the scattered earth down in front of it and LeBlanc
can't hop
Shanks got nothing done in the fight, too.
Honku could be ending over.
LeBlanc's here, says Ginger. I think
that's just dead. They shouldn't have showed themselves. Oh, Honku's dead. Honku is so dead. Yeah.
Oh, that's probably 2 dead, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Flash force from the Chomp and the slow.
Trundle, you dead. Oh, he's still dead.
He's still dead. Yeah.
So they get feats of strength because they get the kills.
And they can run at this. How many bloody tunnels?
Dude.
I'm telling you, man, this is like London Underground.
Yeah.
TFL.
Rek'Sai Underground.
So typically around fights like this, you do want to engage on the engaged support first because if you knock an Alistair or Nautilus to below half HP, they don't get to influence the fight at all, and your carries are normally safe. So Kyle trying to go towards the Nautilus, fine. Managed to get super tanky very quickly, puts on the shield. Is he running Aftershock or
I didn't see actually Spellbook?
Well, Spellbook, which one's he running? It's Spellbook, so whatever, it wasn't the Aftershock. But yeah, he got pretty tanky from that and had the redemption down too. So Kyle just didn't factor in his team's damage much at that point.
Of their burst damage, they get Rek'Sai ultimate to finish off the kill.
And now Shanks is 2-0-1. He's going to be a problem.
5 Dark Seal stacks.
Yeah.
I mean,
upgraded boots.
So okay, I'll put it this way: Shanks will be a problem until his first death in the game. So Shanks needs to not die in a really bad spot.
I agree. Spell splint issues could be a big deal as well here, actually.
Shenzhen Metro. True, Chinese cities have some insane public transport. I will say though, TFL gets a lot of flack, and it does for the cost because it's very expensive, but it actually runs pretty damn well given how many people it carries every day.
Dragon getting top tower.
That should mean that guaranteed mid and top side is guaranteed here from Honku, so
all over the
I'm also
top lane.
Sorry, it had a quick song and dance break. So you can go now.
Continue. I'm like, there's always the it's hard to work out this game if Rylize is better on Honku because like there's mobility in like the LeBlanc, right? So you don't really want Rylize against a champ like LeBlanc, but then it's also really good against champs like Trundle who scale off movement speed essentially. Junja? Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think that was the correct decision.
Trundle pillar will stop the herald charge anyway. Oh, that's not bad. That's very good from that. Very good from that. Shanks flashes. Rek'Sai's not coming. Rek'Sai's not coming. So that's turret 2 kills. That's really good for CFO.
I thought that was a done deal.
Yeah, that was really. I mean, Tarzan was not expecting that much damage. Neither was Kyle.
He's still stuck on Trinity Force.
Is that 2 towers and 2 kills?
That's
wow.
Nuts.
That's a great play from CFO.
Oh my god.
to break over.
Dude, I was scared that Junjo was going to crash that into the tower.
Yeah.
What a decision to just go into the wall.
And this is not the kind of fight which LeBlanc wants to be part of. He wants to, I mean,
Yeah.
hop back early against
the...
the...
with a really good seismic shot that Shanks had to flash away
Oh no,
from.
but even before that, jumped over onto the Nautilus, used a lot of cooldowns, just doing nothing to the Nautilus, like right here, right? And reacted to a hook which never actually did anything.
Oh, Honkyu had Rek'Sai on him and managed to shove him away.
So what happened here? Shanks jumps forwards and the Violet comes through. Shanks then has to jump back. That's a very good Saleo wall. That's a very good Saleo wall.
Vile into Mortal
anything.
just does insane work. And Kyle still just didn't get any value out of his ult there.
Is Chemtech Soul particularly good for either team? I mean, it's a meat grinder fight, sure. I guess it's good. I think Chemtech Soul is kind of underrated anyway. I don't know. I think it's like whatever for both teams. It's fine to good for both teams.
Yeah.
The base Dragon for heal and shield power and tenacity doesn't really have impact that much, really.
1600 gold lead for this Misfortune, who's now 2
The
items
heal
in
and
the
shield power is actually like low-key really strong on Vi.
Yeah, extra passive.
Because
and
just
Starks.
yeah,
Oh no, he's not
yeah,
going Starks.
yeah.
But again, I'm looking at this Misfortune, who if she gets another ult like that, it's going to be problematic, because she's 2 items already. She stings.
Yeah,
I mean, at least LeBlanc has got the second item as well, but it's a 3000 gold lead. That's a big deal.
I think the LPL teams are just assuming they can win 5v5s with the comps that they're drafting for not 5v5.
Yeah.
I mean, Top Esports had that earlier in the day when they didn't draft really for 5v5. AL haven't done it here either. This is not a 5v5 comp. This is a split pick comp, really. You have side lane pressure, you have very good mobility, you can traverse sides of the fight when you're ahead and you've got that first pick. But they're going into a 5v5 against, you know, the combo team, which is combo team. Like, yeah. Considering that AL are meant to be the strategists and are meant to be, you know, Tabe Tarzan, very cerebral team, this is one of the worries that we had for them coming back from MSI. They were way more susceptible to this kind of pitfall than they were before, where I felt like they're actually very understanding of what their comps could do and couldn't do as well.
Has their summoner spells, so you kind of have to do 2 layers of work of like, well, you know, we gotta force somebody's flash, and then
we're in a good spot again.
To really open up a kill angle here.
Yeah, they're trying to punish on the side lane, but I don't actually think Rest is particularly killable yet.
But this is risky, right? If he shows
oh, this is good. This is good.
This buys double teleport out of Flandre Shanks if they want it.
They're both bots, so yeah, they've got to know.
And this is how Top Esports lost to KT. Very good flick, very good flick, very good flick. Now Jin doesn't need to be in range though, is the problem. So it's good, but it doesn't change much unless you can capitalize. That is double teleport single. That's just Flandre.
Shanks on the other side gets a big
Honkyu.
Bloody hell, curtain call.
Out of range, out of range, out of range. Fourth shot. Oh, not a bad one time.
Bullet time's not great. Rest in a lot of danger.
I think this is bad for CFO.
This is bad for CFO.
It's bad for them now. Good W.
Flourish.
Really good from Hope.
He's got it. That's so good. Oh,
Gets the 3. Holy shit, who gets it?
It's a disaster for CFO.
Intercon!
Triple for Flandre. Oh boy.
The old man's got a triple. Oh, it's an Intercon. It's an Intercon. Oh, it's brutal. So the flick onto Jin is just not the target who you're like. This is the great thing about Jin. He will always do something in a fight, even if he's not in melee range. Like the W and the ult just have incredible value to get around to a second cooldown and get multiple routes. The bullet time was not nearly as good. That's a really... Oh, so it stops the combo because Alistair gets stunned by the minefield midway through. But then Honky's just out of the fight, and Jin can actually still do stuff, whereas the Tilly can't, really. Bullet time does nothing, Tarzan can walk out.
Junior just goes in for the 50-50.
Which I suppose you have to at that point, you're like, well, fuck it.
Yeah.
No, 1 for Atakan is worth it if you get it. Damn. Well, and now the game's going to snowball from this now. I think the gold's too much. And there's only 9 petals on CFO, so the petal difference is actually kind of insane between the 2 teams. Even though it's not that high from AL, at 23. CFO have so little that it makes it look worse, really. And Doggo has a gold lead, but I just don't...
They lose Dragon.
They lose Dragon's that sole point for AL. Shanks has 4 kills. And he has a 10-stack Dark Seal and a Shadow Flame. Which means that if Hope actually gets some poke with a W on someone or whatever, then Shanks will kill, like straight up. Typically we see the Cosmic Drive, or not Cosmic Drive, Horizon Focus for Stat Stick. This is combo up for the assassination now.
And now, the stacks that we were keeping track of for Shanks is fully stacked. He could upgrade it into a Medjai's.
Flandre Rek'Sai world skin. The problem is, I don't think Flandre should pick Rek'Sai as a world skin because no one's going to buy a Rek'Sai skin. Not a popular enough champion.
What should Flandre buy? Or buy, get?
Scion.
Scion would be a fun one. He's a really great Scion, to be fair. Flandre's Scion's been excellent all year.
Yeah, I think Scion would be a good one. I think it's probably better for all year, right? You might go. I mean, no, I guess T1 just got a Jace skin. I mean,
there's also just a lot of
no. I mean, folks, we just need to ask the question: which champions would look best as pandas? Obviously, we already have like the Meowric splash with like the panda skin. What champion would look best with pandas? You tell me.
Only 50 seconds until the Baron. Jin not normally the best at taking those
okay,
objectives.
Steerix on Renekton. That's actually
Shojin for Flandre is kind of broken with an extra tunnel though. At this point, like, Flandre is actually an assassination threat on the entire team. There's no one tanky enough to survive a full burst Rex. Weird, when you're this far ahead. Flandre can actually... that's
from this... Oh, that's really nice.
Tarzan might die
here. Really
good.
Tarzan failed the cancel on the ult. Tarzan failed the cancel on the MF ult.
Shanks! Oh my god, he just double sigiled and killed them.
Oh shit, that's a lot of damage. And Flandre now gets to go Shojin.
Oh, he gets another Judge of Malice, and the Q's going the wrong direction.
Just Shags! Fucking smoke and mirrors. But like, Flandre also just assassinated someone midway through there. He's got another tunnel. So that's... Even with the double shove into the crazy bullet time, still only a 2 for 2.
Oh. And Hope stole red.
Oh shit.
Let's go, Jin.
Fine, it's not the good red yet.
But really, Shanks over the back of the Krugs wall is what.
I mean, Shanks just put on a fucking clinic there.
He did.
AL losing the first member due to the pick inside.
He did lose Flash, but I mean LeBlanc has a lot of flashes.
Jin and LeBlanc burst damage we talked about. The re-engage really good for AL.
Yeah, I mean I really wish Junja went Steerix second. I mean Steerix is so good against everyone on AL.
His best to follow and get the kill, but he couldn't track down Shanks. LeBlanc escaped out the bottom side with a little bit of HP left after just assassinating 2 targets there, taking down Junja.
I mean, Doggo's close to getting. I mean, I say close. Doggo's on his way to getting IE, and like once he gets that, those moments are a lot easier.
How do you get her back under control? Yes, you have Vi ultimate. Yes,
guys, when did Rek'Sai top first become a thing? Was it in 23 winter or was it 24 winter?
24.
Yeah.
So Flandre was one of the first players of it back there too.
Yeah, I was thinking, when was it like? When was it? Because we saw it had got nerfed really. I think it was Broken Blade.
It was Broken Blade.
Broken Blade.
Yeah.
But Flandre played a ton of it in.
On the map, so you can play with vision a lot. Already having control on Baron and then threatening towards the other side of the map.
Oh, this is so scary, man. We can still win. It's just hard.
As you mentioned, unlike last game, right, when it was HonkQ on the Akali, so many great tools, such good diligence to make sure HonkQ could never do anything. Shanks has that freedom to go in and come right back out. So if you waste any cooldowns, you're going to lose out as Doggo.
Doggo's fine.
From
oh my Kaiwing. I'm very happy that Hook did not connect.
The only way we can... So, Flandre, only person to win on Rek'Sai so far at the event. We need him to play Jarvan. Surely, he's the only person that can win on
Jarvan. The return. The return. What was the one item? Because it was a ridiculous one item spike for top Jarvan.
It was Ravenous Hydra.
Was it Ravenous Hydra?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Ravenous Hydra.
It was a long time ago now.
Titanic Hydra was a build. You went Hydra one way or the other.
Those things.
And then there was like Duskblade Jarvan at points. And
Junja's going GA, which is okay, but I still do wish it was Steerix.
What it does mean is if you're actually getting Rek'Sai ulted / LeBlanc comboed, you kind of burn a lot of cooldowns for your GA and it's still not a confirmed kill.
There is an answer for those delayed.
Oh yeah, you were also part of our Grasshopper tournament. We've had God Guo as a special guest on our stream the last few days, and by that I mean I purchased like the €50 Grasshopper outfit of questionable quality and hopped around in front of the projector screen.
Very good.
Only the best production quality here.
That's
right.
As well. Shanks is going all in right now.
Okay. Dragon in 30 seconds. Oh.
Shanks is so hard to kill with the Seekers now.
Yeah, and the Medjais. He's got Elixir in inventory as well.
Which makes sense because this will give
rest. Oh, this is the problem of Rex Renekton into LeBlanc poster, where that gets ult as well.
Oh, and he dodges his own redemption but gets hit by the enemy one. Flandre might kill HonkQ here if he's unlucky, by the way. Flandre is very, very scary.
This is Dragon down.
Its own. So this this is probably Sol.
Yeah.
This is probably Sol.
Yeah, this is
now,
Sol.
can they rush Baron? No, they don't have great Baron DPS.
No.
They don't have positioning on it, then they're too late.
Shanks is going to go scouting.
So Shanks, by chunking out Rest, effectively denies CFO
TP. He just got a chunk onto Doggo, by the way.
Rest just teleport back in full HP. They want to. So what they want to do is rush Baron before AL can reset and get back in position. Because this is one of the only times I think they'll have map position to take an objective outside of AL's control. Not bad damage on
They
the
can shove
Shanks.
through mid. Do they care?
I don't think they have the Baron damage to threaten this. I think AL will call the buff. I don't think they have the Baron damage. They have Leandries on Talir, and that's it.
And maybe Miss Fortune burning bullet time?
No, but that's not great DPS. That's securing it, but it won't.
Kyle?
He's spotted here, right? Oh no, he's not. Oh my god. Kyle. Okay, so he goes into... Can you get the cancel onto Doggo? He can't. Doggo has to cancel early. He has to cancel early.
That's it. That's it. Oh, the bullet time's really starting to sting.
Well, the bullet time is cancelled.
No, not the bullet time, the chemical.
Yeah. Doggo's dead.
Doggo's
Right.
dead.
Oh, Shanks.
Alright. Well, AL gave us a lot to be worried about in game 1 and bits of game 2. They do deserve this throughout the way to games. They have been playing very well.
They have.
I still expect CFO to make it through. At worst case scenario, they have 3 best of 3s to go through. And I think that having no weight of expectations on the Oysters really helps them. I think of the teams at the event, they are the team which I'm least concerned about mental fortitude.
They were the team that I thought was the most heavily underrated as well. So I think a lot of teams just haven't done their homework versus the Oysters. No. I just think they don't know how good this team is.
No. Yeah. Oh, that's so unlucky.
There we go.
Oh, they were in good positions as well. Like this game after the mid lane play, they were
it was a great mid lane play.
Yeah. But it is what it is. That happens. I mean, it's just Shanks was just so dominant, man.
Go damage builds. You know, this is not that tank Rek'Sai. This is more
Shanks just... I'm not going to lie, folks. Shanks in laning phase kind of dunked on Honky.
Yeah.
Now, I think in Game 2 with the Akali, they were accepting that. Game 3, the first big blind pick to Lear was a mistake.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. Even though the LeBlanc was countered by the comp, the laning phase went well enough, and then the side laning went well enough that it just didn't matter. So, honestly, real credit to AL for kind of silencing Honky after a very good Game 1. And Honky is obviously a very good player.
Yeah.
So answering a lot of questions.
In terms of player of the series, I mean, it probably is Shanks, right?
I think it's Shanks.
Yeah, even in game 1, he was actually doing quite well on his own.
I'm really surprised we didn't see Driver come out. Again, no criticism towards Rest. It's
just what they've done the whole year.
Like, yeah, exactly. It's really weird that they just decide not to in this series.
Here in game 2 and game 3 as well. What did it come down to, guys? What did you think about the series overall?
It felt great. And even just taking a look behind us, as you can already see, the LPL fans, the Chinese fans, extremely happy because first series of the day did not deliver. And it was a library. Second series, after the first game, I was like,
damn. I mean, it was a good showing.
Yeah. And you know, my favorite thing about this, it means that we get to see more games from CFO.
Indeed. I'm just putting this out there. I have them going out 3-1. I checked my pickings. That was my take, was they're out 3-1.
Yeah. Okay, so we have KT through, AL through. Obviously, top E. There is a chance now that we see. There's actually a chance we see CFO top eSport.
Is that the way it works? They would be in a separate pool.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure they're in. That's a fair point. Actually, guys, do you know if teams which drop down play each other, or in this? I would imagine they're in this. I think they have to be. I think they have to be because you can't have rematches. And at that point, I could imagine there would be a case where you could have it like 2-1 and 2-2.
CFO versus top esports could be a blast, actually.
I'm not looking. I'm not looking forward to seeing top esports after this. I think they might mental boom a bit, folks. So we won't have a draw show after this. I guess we'll watch the highlights and then we'll head off, I guess. What have we got tomorrow? Is it 1-1s tomorrow or 0-2s tomorrow?
I actually don't know. Rish really shouldn't have jumped over.
No, I think the Renekton was not great. I think on the whole, Flandre had a better... But game 2 and 3, he was much more valuable than Rest. Game 1, obviously, Rest was really, really good on the Sion.
In and of himself, and you can see the score lines there. This guy was fantastic on the LeBlanc.
Yeah, I mean, put it this way, though. Like, I mean, very clearly, though, this is not a team that is out of reach of CFO. I think AL, after beating Gen.G and HLE, are considered one of the top teams. They have to be one of the top teams. Of course, they're 3-0. But CFO were not out of touch here. They've been fantastic. And they will continue to hopefully be fantastic.
Those fights feel really hard.
Yeah, man. I mean,
from the angle of
there is some scary teams to be drawn at 2-1.
From the Rek'Sai side,
like regardless, you know, there's either Gen.G, like they can't get T1. So what is it? What could there be? Like Gen.G, there could be Hanwha.
It's Genji or
that's
T1 depending on who
BLG.
wins. BLG.
Well, that can't be T1. We've already versed T1.
That's true. Yes, that's a fair point. I mean, I'd love to see CFO Genji because I just want to see how far they can push them. Obviously, makes it harder to qualify, but you have to beat these teams at some point, right? So.
Yeah, legit. I mean, this team, like, again, not expected, but they have the ability to win well.
Oh, they got Tarbit. I really want to listen to this actually.
Yeah, cool.
I didn't even notice him.
He is the GOAT coach of LPL.
Amazing series today. How do you feel?
I feel a bit frustrated.
Okay.
Because I thought our game one, I didn't make a very good draft. There was some minor mistakes during the draft, but I'm very happy because I felt my team.
Can you turn the broadcast up a little bit for people on stream?
After losing the game one, and I kept on telling them today, if I fix the draft, we will win, and I hope them to be patient. And very fortunate that we won the series.
Took a lot of patience indeed.
I always feel like you're a very emotional coach in the sense that every time we see you throughout this week, you have been.
It's very special for Raz and Dagda to get to chat with him. They cast the LPL for years, of course.
A real tear of a run so far
Hope I
this
get to do it
world.
someday.
How's it felt from that perspective, getting to watch your teams play at their best, and now moving on past the Swiss stage?
I will answer two questions. First of all, why I'm so passionate, because every time when we face LCK teams, we were the underdog. And maybe most of the fans think that we may not win our opponent, and that's why every time when I succeeded, the success, I will be very happy, and also because the gaming process was so tough. And the next question?
It was more so about like the reaction now, being able to move past Swiss and take down Genji, HLE, and now CFO.
Mandarin. After yesterday, I saw the game, CFO and T1. I knew that CFO is a really strong team, and we knew that they will have
the
strategy, the AD go to top. So we have a lot of discussions, and we are very happy because we are 3-0 and we have a lot of time to prepare ourselves. And I think that AL is a team will be much more better in BO5. So I'm very happy that my team can move on. And I hope that everyone can trust us, our Evolve. We will keep on Evolve, and we will strive our best this tournament.
We always trust you, Tabe, to lead the team to success.
Yeah, I think of the LPL teams, BLG are the one, not BLG, AL are the ones which benefit the most from prep.
We were talking about Flandre throughout the series. He is the Oppo player of the series today. So what did you think about your top laner and what he did with Ambessa in Game 2, and especially with that Rek'Sai in Game 3?
To be honest, I'm in love with Flandre. Every time during the draft, we will discuss a lot. Maybe I will ask him some suggestion of picking what, and he would give me a lot of options. And maybe during this tournament, sometimes he will say, "Oh, trust me, my Rek'Sai, my Ambassador just now," and we will keep on connecting. Our brain wave will connect, and I look at him, and he look at me, and we stare at each other, and okay, go. Yeah, because
oh, that's great.
During draft is very difficult, and there are so many different situations during draft, and because of the bonding and connection between me and Flandre are based on our daily training. We always talk, and we always want to. I always tell him that why we are playing Scream, why we are practice so late every day. I just want one thing. I want you carry during the tournament, and during this series and yesterday and against Genji and HLE, I think Flandre has doing a really good run, and his performance is in the peak of 2025. And for me, as his head coach, my responsibility for him is to make him even higher.
Yeah.
It is not the limit. His limit is infinity.
Yes.
Yeah,
wow.
And he's the only player that has managed to pick up wins on the Rek'Sai now at Worlds, and he's 3-0 on the champion. What do you think makes Flandre different than the other top laners who have played Rek'Sai at this tournament?
I think it is the most important thing is the sense of farming, because this champion maybe sometimes it is hard to tackle with the swap when AD go top. And the second thing is he is very good at the positioning during the team fight. He always seek the best moment to how to say it, the flash W.
Oh yeah, flash knockout.
Yeah, the flash W. And every time his flash W will let his opponent injured a lot. Maybe burst a lot of flash, and we can successful to get the Drake. Yeah, and the most important thing is it's not only Rek'Sai, it's how he face his daily training. He is a very
They've put a lot of emphasis on daily training. They're talking about that at MSI too.
Player, and he always seeks
Spartan
the best
training
way
regime
to perform a specific champion. So not only Rek'Sai, maybe the fans on the world can looking forward for different champions. Yeah,
that's what I want to kind of ask a little bit more about
give
that,
things
because
away
like,
there. I saw that
whenever I
tab.
see Flandre, he always, it seems
Start
like,
before.
knows his role.
Yes,
You
he
know,
has.
always playing like tanks to create space. But like at
2015.
MSI, we got to see the Smolder. Here we're seeing in game one the Kled and the carries, like you mentioned. So talk about like him expanding that role, at least in my eyes, to being a lot more carry oriented.
To be honest, this moment of Flandre, he can play all style and types of top lane. The only
Oh my god, could you imagine Volibear with a panda
point
skin?
is he'll ask me, what role am I during this draft?
Yeah,
that would be
I will tell him,
hilarious.
That's
maybe this
fantastic.
time you need a bruiser, you need a tank, or maybe you need a mage. And because of his very deep champion pool, he always can tell me the best answer. But I think we cannot satisfy.
Yeah.
We have to still tackle a lot of more champion, because BO5, I think everyone will take an eye on him.
Now, thinking about anyone's legend, World Championships overall, you're the first LPL team advancing to quarterfinals, and you did it today in front of your audience here in China. What does it mean to you to be that first team and to take your team one step further? I know it's not the end of the road for you.
One of the worst decisions when BLG let Tabe go. He was BLG have an insanely expensive roster ever since Knight joined, and Tabe has a high price tag too.
Have a really huge responsibility that we have to perform good.
There's stuff like
And
salary
that's why
caps as
after
well. Basically, if you
game
go
one
over the
losing,
salary cap,
I
it goes
felt
exponentially up in terms of cost.
Huge nervous atmosphere in my whole team. So I think we need to evolve. We have to practice more, and we have to comfort ourselves, because during the tournament, if we go further and further, the unseen pressure and atmosphere or some horror will live in our heart. So there's a lot of things I have to tell my team, and I hope that this series we have a lot of time. We have to tackle all the problems and mistakes, and also the emotional problem. But I think just now I said responsibility, right? But if we turn another angle to look at this, this is our 冲劲怎么说？冲劲，这是我们的动力。This is our motivation.
Yeah.
There we go.
If we can change it different way, it is our motivation. So we have to fight for the Chinese fans, the China all fans, and also the world who
what
love
does this
AL.
mean?
And I'm very happy that you guys enjoy and love AL.
Well, Tabe, thank you so much again for sharing your wisdom, for sharing
Tabe's
your
great.
emotions, and
Yeah,
hopefully
Tabe's
you can
great.
feel
Like that guy a
proud
lot.
today of the
Glad that
team,
he's very
and you will
vocal
keep
and
on
like gives us a lot of
feeling
content and
proud
stuff
of them
too.
in front of your audience. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much
thank you,
for dropping by today. It's been an honor.
Paid out of calm.
I'm very appreciated.
You okay there, Vestian?
We spent the whole fucking year losing at Adacon.
So much,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, no,
AL
so
was
have we.
not the only
So
team
have we.
getting a win today, as KT roster
But
also
I mean,
qualified
I'm
for
okay.
finals
I mean,
earlier today,
ultimately,
and Jisun caught up with Ka.
they played well, and no team has ever won Worlds going 3-0. So, like, we're still in a good spot.
Welcome back to Verizon post-match interview. I am here joined by Cuz on the side of KT roster as they qualify for the quarterfinals in here Worlds 2025. Congratulations on the win. 승리 축하드립니다.
Best interview in a long time. Yeah, Tabe is always very
KT
open.
roster
He actually
is
doesn't give
undefeated
PR answers.
so
He actually
far.
gives
Were you
really
expecting
good.
this
I mean, some PR, but like he gives good
for
stuff
KT
in
roster
interviews.
this
He
year?
gets some insight
지금
regardless.
전승 중이십니다. 이렇게 스무스한 월즈 여정 예상하셨나요?
일단 전혀 예상하지 못했고 언제 8강도 못 가고 떨어져도 안 이상할 거라 생각했는데 이렇게 전승 8강을 진출하게 돼가지고 너무 기쁘지만 한편으로는 좀 걱정됩니다.
어떤 부분이 걱정되시나요?
좀 걱정되는 게 이제 확실히 좀 첫 번째 판, 두 번째 판 때 저희가 좀 삐걱대는 모습이 있었는데 경기를 하면 할수록 얻는 경험치가 너무 많더라고요. 그래가지고 경기가 많을수록 좀 좋다고 생각이 들었는데 이렇게 빨리 진출한 건 진출한 대로 좋지만 좀 경기가 줄어들었다는 게 좀 아쉽습니다.
I am very, very glad that we made it to the quarterfinals already because to be completely honest, at first, I was pretty worried that can we make quarterfinals at all, because I wasn't sure whether our performance will be solid by then. But I'm really glad that we were able to have such a smooth sailing throughout Worlds. But I was not expecting us to do so well. And then he said that he's a little worried about quarterfinals. So I asked him why. He said because early on in the first 2 games in the Swiss stage, we were not that good. You know, we were actually making a lot of mistakes, but as we played more games, we were able to improve and adapt really well. So we did make quarterfinals, but that also means that we no longer can play more games, which is, I think, really helpful. So he's a little bit worried about, you know, learning from potential more games. And then I have another question, very important question. It's about Jarvan. J4 is now 0-9. Why do you think this champion is not doing well? And how
Okay, I gotta stop. I've been doing some like roundup videos at the end of each day. I need to start getting some clips together for that.
중입니다.
I have to
자르반이 이렇게
keep going. It's
고전하는
probably
이유는
not gonna
뭐라고
get huge views, but it's
생각하시고
enough to make
오늘
it
1세트에서
worthwhile.
되게 빠르게 가져갔어요, 상대방이. 그 당시에는 좀 반응이 어땠나요?
일단은 좀 자르반 카나비 선수도 자르반을 LPL에서 거의 가장 많이 했더라고요. 그래서 저도 자르반을 정말 좋아하고 이제 좋다고 생각해가지고 좀 할 거라고 예상은 했고, 그리고 이게 전패를 하고 있는데 좀 뭔가 좀 믿기진 않아요. 일단 LCK에서 제가 좀 자르반을 되게 많이 하고 좀 잘 사용한다고 생각하는데 이 정도까지는 아닌 것 같은데, 좀 뭔가 롤드컵을 하면서 느끼는 거는 다들 좀 확실히 좀 긴장도 더 많이 하고 좀 후반 지향픽을 많이 하는 것 같아가지고 좀 최근에까지는 자르반이 좀 많이 못 이긴 것 같은데 시간 가면 갈수록 자르반이 그래도 다시 위상을 좀 찾지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다. 그리고 저도
I agree,
자르반을
Darkworld. Yeah, I think Flandre is good at playing with low resources. I do get worried that
I was kind of expecting.
my worry is he gives too many
the
resources to
opponents,
other.
why he's struggling so much, but I guess because it's
His interview with
Worlds,
Dom and Yamato
a
was
lot
good
of
too.
the
Was that
players are
MSI?
feeling a lot more
Oh no, he
nervous
did the
than
video.
usual,
They did
and
a
also
YouTube
teams
video.
are
Yeah,
tending to kind of draft for the late game for the value pick. So I think that's kind of causing J4 to not have a good time. But I believe as the tournament goes on, I think J4 will be able to rise up again. Lastly, before you go, what are your expectations heading on to the quarterfinals? 마지막으로 8강전에 진출하게 되셨는데요. 어떻게 예상하고 계신가요?
일단 8강전에서도 이제 저희가 그래도 최근에 제가 좀 다전제에서 한번 젠지 상대로 그래도 이겼던 기억이 있어가지고 5세트까지 가도 저희가 저력이 있을 거라고 생각하고, 물론 안 가고 쉽게 이기면 좋겠지만 8강까지의 시간이 많이 남은 것 같아가지고 그때 동안 최대한 경기 감각을 잊지 않고 연습도 많이 해가지고 8강도 잘 해보고 싶습니다.
Back in the LCK, there was this one big game where we were able to take down Genji in a best of 5 series. So I have a huge belief in our potential when it comes to the best of 5 matches. Also, I think we have a long time up until the actual quarterfinals match. So I hope we can keep on practicing.
Can
really
Flandre
hard
play
in order
Teemo
to,
for this
keep
game? There already is a
kind
Panda
of,
Teemo, in
stage
fairness.
match kind of sense going.
And he did say he wanted to play Teemo.
Thank you so much, Cuz, and wish you the best of luck.
If he does it, my
감사합니다.
pick'ems are going to be screwed, by the way, because I said no team.
Thank you, Gaz. And hi, come on. Bring back the camera.
I thought you were going to ask that slow walk.
Okay, well, I think that's the end of the show then, folks. I don't think there's going to be anything else. There's no draw today. Well, Vestian, thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate it, mate.
Thank you for having me.
I'm sure we'll have a, if you want to do this again, I'm sure we'll have time and space to chat LCP and stuff. It was very cool. Through the highs, the lows, and the slight ribbing. I just love Atacon today, folks. I just love Atacon today.
By far the best
objective. Let's go back to 2024. I'm stuck around.
I do actually wonder whether they remove Atacon at some point. It is such a... I mean, it's kind of funny watching the fights around it, but god damn is that... It's simply the flip game.
It adds a lot of entertainment, let's be honest. Like,
True.
It ruins the game sometimes, but like also, it's just pretty fun to watch. Like, that's something you can't deny.
But do you feel less
It's
pressure
true.
to play
Okay, well, I think we're still going to start wrapping up here. On stage. Tarzan said on stage, because he was on the stage, rematch versus CFO, we both improved a lot after MSI. CFO played very well today. Their playstyle is very similar to us. After game 1, we understood their strats and started to play aggressively. Feedback after game 1, CFO's condition is really good today, but we are not really in form. So game 2, we decided to pick an aggressive comp, presumably because of the playstyle thing they asked in the same first question. Atakan starts in game 3. It's actually hard for the team to initiate Atakan's position well. Well, no fucking shit. We were just saying if they start hitting us, it's better for us. We communicate that they might start Atakan. We did, and saw them start hitting, so we tried the 5v5. It's very lucky that I stole it. That is true. Yeah, top jungle. Rek'Sai Trundle might not fit this meta, but after today will become a trend. So basically they're saying that they found the meta. Flandre played well today. What kind of Tarzan do you want to show at Worlds? I know the fans and staff have put a lot of effort, so I just want to leave a good impression. PR. Quarterfinals. We can't be satisfied with just quarterfinals. That's me inferring it. And we'll continue to try our best and work in hard practice. PR, but saying job's not done. Fair play.
As you know, scrims can always be a bit
more aggressive. All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure, and hopefully get to see another LPL, LCP head-to-head again.
That'd be very cool. Alrighty, we'll say goodbye to you then. We'll start wrapping up the stream. Thanks for joining us, Bastian.
Thank you.
The next round for them.
Deal with the YouTube chat.
We just hit by a sun ray from
the next draw could potentially put you in a really tough spot where you're getting into a 2-2 situation.
What did you not say G2 could be in?
I've really enjoyed having Bastian on.